Hey Zach Tech Nation, welcome to Movies That Made You live stream, where I interview one movie lover about the movies that made up their taste in film. We're gonna go through across 18 films, 6 for their childhood, 6 for their adolescence, and 6 for their adulthood, and try to figure out why they love these movies, how they shape their personality, and how it shaped the movies that they look forward to, and find the ending goal of like what made this person who is being is it movies. So I'm glad to have Kiara from Sup Media Reviews, and I'm really excited to break down all these films. She has films that I love that's on my all-time movie list on her list, and then she has some movies that I haven't even heard of. So I'm super excited to get into it. Stay tuned. Make sure to subscribe to her channel. Her link is in the description below, and join in and ask her questions about her movie taste as well. Hey Zach Tech Nation, welcome to Movies That Made You live stream, where I interview. I looped it. Sorry guys. I do this every single time. You think I would learn? Also, I'm so nervous and excited. I forgot my headphones. Give me 1 second. Need to plug those in so there's no reverb.
All right, we are live.
We are live. My subscribers are used to this right now. I'm always getting my headphones, forgetting to turn loop off. It's always something.
No worries.
Hello. On
Can
YouTube.
you hear me?
There we go. Now I'm hearing you through the headphones. We're all good. We're all in sync. I hope everyone that's watching is having a good time. Vote on the poll. Let me know how you're feeling. And Kiara, this is not your debut anymore. This is your second time on my channel. You joined my birthday stream, which was really great. That was really fun. But how are you feeling today?
I am doing well today. I'm excited to be here and talk about movies, which is something I love to do anyway. So it's nice to have someone to do it with, since most of my podcast is like just me talking.
Yes, that's the best part of this, because most of us are just talking to the ether and no one's responding back sometimes. So it's great to just have that one-on-one conversation. So your channel name is Sup Media Reviews. Where did you come up with that name?
So I was looking around trying to find something that encompassed the fact that I do TV show and movie reviews. So I settled on media, but sup, I wanted something that was like a little like an antiquated slang term a little bit to indicate that like this is actually older movies that we're talking about. So I settled on sup question mark media reviews, and it just kind of stuck. So that's where it came from.
Gotcha. And what was your inspiration for like creating a YouTube channel, and why you do like older films mostly?
Yeah. Years ago, when I was working at a coffee shop in Louisiana, someone told me that I had a nostalgic personality. And that is probably the greatest compliment I've ever been given because it just resonates with me. I um, really enjoy like talking about and reliving certain moments and making memories and talking about those memories. And so when it comes to movies, I'd have kind of like a penchant for like just always going back to some of the older ones. And I wanted a creative outlet. I have a job where I don't necessarily get to be creative as much as I want to. So this was just kind of like a side gig thing that I could do to talk about some old movies, revisit them, see if they still hold up today, see if they, let people know if I think they're worth a rewatch, and just examining older movies through a now lens. And some of that includes like, is it racist? Is it,
Yeah.
is it, according to 2024 standards, is this movie still okay? And so
Politically correct and all that stuff like that, because there's a lot of things
right.
that was cool back then that's like whoa now
Yeah.
with all the movies. And I'm excited because obviously we're doing the movies that made us, so all of this is about mostly older movies. I noticed there is a movie on here that I'm excited to talk to you about that's kind of recent. So it's gonna be interesting if you could talk about like it holding up, or if it having some archaic ideas that you kind of have to look over because when it came out. I'm super excited to get into all that, and we're gonna start with, if I can find it, Your childhood. Look a little Kiara right there in the movie.
You know what? I probably could have provided you with a childhood picture of myself. You should maybe think about that for the next one. That would be
Yeah,
me.
I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna start putting the actual childhood picture in there. If you have one in the theater, that'll be amazing.
Yeah.
But the first movie that we have is good. I'm really excited to talk about this. Is actually one of my favorite movies of all time, and that is Hercules. Disney's Hercules.
Yes.
Fact. I love this
Yes,
movie.
of course. Who put the glad in gladiator?
Later.
Hercules. Look, so as we go throughout these movies, I'll let you all know the ones that I've actually reviewed already on my podcast. Again, the podcast is Sub Media Reviews, where I review movies and TV shows that are at least 20 years old. It's primarily a podcast and it's audio only. So if you have a long commute or doing stuff around the house, it's perfect for you to listen to. And I also have it available on YouTube as well. So Hercules is a movie that I have reviewed at Sub Media Reviews, and there's a bunch of reasons why I love it. First off, Disney had us in a chokehold in the 90s.
Oh yeah,
So
the meanest one.
yes, and anything Disney was putting out, little old me was like, I was on it, right? And so Hercules came out in 97, which meant that I was 6 or 7 years old. And the biggest reason why I love Hercules is that it was really the first time that they had Black Disney characters. And
Mm,
I don't know that anything predates Hercules that has human characters played by Black women.
yeah,
And in this case, it would be the five muses, right?
yeah,
And they did this really interesting twist on the muses and made them like gospel singers, which
yeah.
is like growing up in the South. And like that's just a part of
The
how I
culture.
grew up. Right. And so hearing them sing with like gospel inflections, they were beautiful. They were human for the whole movie. And
I love that stressing that.
and they carried the story through. They had an important role in the story. They were body diverse. They all looked different. They all sounded different. This
Yeah,
actually, I want to say Disney kind of maybe went backwards a little bit from,
yeah,
starting with the muses, but the
yeah,
music is amazing. Even Hercules' song, like that doesn't have the muses in it, Go the Distance.
yeah.
Like
Oh man.
what was that? I have two siblings who graduated from high school in the past 5 years, and Go the Distance was like the graduation song that the
That's
choir
amazing.
sang, right, during their ceremony. So I also enjoy Greek mythology. I'm not super into
Mm,
it or very well versed, but I do enjoy films that incorporate Greek or Roman mythology. So that's always cool. I also love that there's like a redemption arc, right? Because there's Meg, who, she was a little for the streets a little bit. And so
a little trifling.
a little bit, right? And she got caught up with the wrong guys and was, plotting on Hercules a little bit. And
Yeah,
so yeah, and there are also some interesting things that happen in the story too, right? So when Hercules first comes across Meg, he rescues her or thinks that he's
yeah.
rescuing her, and she's like, I can handle myself. And so there's certain thoughts or
Tropes.
ideas about, yeah, like the damsel in distress and
Yeah,
all that kind of stuff. So um I really enjoy the movie. It's fantastic. The muses are the highlight for me,
yeah,
but, it takes us through like a journey, right? We have, when Hercules was first born with his parents, and then he gets stolen, and then he has to be raised by these humans, and then he's an adolescent and he doesn't fit in anywhere. And then we get him training with a hero trainer and finding out that he's actually a demigod and training sequence, and then becoming a hero and fighting Scar and a bunch of other, mythological creatures. It's just a fun ride. And um, yeah, Hercules is the best.
it's awesome. I love that a lot of things you said in there. I want to kind of pick apart some of the things you said. The journey, right? So one of the reasons why this is one of my favorite movies is because it's the first time I've been exposed to the hero's journey. That starting from when they're young, them wanting to
Mhm.
get away, even though technically he was kidnapped, but he goes away from home, learns lessons, falls, becomes a hero, and then go back home.
Mhm.
That experience, and it's a trope that's used throughout cinema, right? Like tons of
Mhm.
movies use the hero's journey, either the full journey or parts of it, even through maybe a trilogy. Is that something that you recognized maybe in other films after watching this?
No, I did not recognize what you were talking about till you just explained it, but I'll be thinking about it.
Well, that's it's because I only know the hero's journey because I took a African American history class that talks about
Okay.
it. And then they brought up Hercules. Like, wait, what?
Wow.
And then they like showed it, and I was like, oh my god, I
Oh,
didn't
I mean,
realize
okay, wait, now that you say that, like, Lion King also has, that
Disney
same journey?
Disney does
Okay,
it a lot. You have another movie on here that we're probably going to be talking about soon that has the same trope. They use it in
okay.
a lot of their early movies, and I think that's why it worked early on because a lot of people it wasn't something that we weren't seeing in animated movies a lot, and it just can apply to any culture
Mhm,
without you having to mess around with it. So yeah, it's a hero's journey is something that even like right now, if you look at comic book movies or anything, or like a Mission Impossible, they use it over and over and over. But this was like the first
yeah.
movie I've seen it.
That's interesting. I even had a Halloween costume of Meg one year, maybe when I was 7 or 8. Yeah.
Oh my god, I love Meg so much. They're doing a live action version of this movie, and I really hope they nail the casting for this because that's like really big. The Muses, Meg,
Yes.
Hercules, all that. So I
Yeah.
have a
I
quick
didn't know
trivia question, huh?
I didn't know they were doing a live action version. I actually am not a fan of them remaking stuff live action, so
Yeah, I've only seen the Beauty and the Beast, which I liked. Other than that, I haven't seen any of the other live. I haven't been interested in watching any of the live action stuff. But I'm gonna check this one out.
okay.
So you did mention Hercules getting kidnapped. Do you remember who kidnapped him?
Yes, the 2 imps, whose names are escaping me right now. Was it not Fury.
I'm
Do you
gonna give
remember
it
their
to
name?
you. Yeah, I have the I googled some trivia.
Okay.
uh, Pain and Panic,
There we go. Pain and Panic. There we go. Yes.
which were also highlights. Like I could think about
They
so many
were.
different characters in this that were just highlights and memorable.
Even Pegasus with no lines. I enjoyed
Yes.
Pegasus.
I wanted
Yeah.
a Pegasus so bad because of this film.
Yeah.
And the movie is directed by Ron Clements and John Musker, and obviously it's a Disney film. Did really, really well. If you have not checked this out, if you have Disney Plus, definitely check this film out. Before we get into the next film, I'm gonna get into some of the comments because I have some people in here. Collector Movie Man says, "Hey Zach, how are you doing tonight? I'm doing really, really well. I hope you're doing it really, really well." Collector Movie Man, 80s kids from the 90s, which he does something similar to you, and he's gonna say something later on where he reviews older movies. So this is
Nice.
somebody you might be able to connect with and maybe do like an older movie review. He's pretty cool.
Oh, that'd be cool.
He said he's doing great. He says the sound is perfection. That's great to
Okay.
hear. We sound good.
Okay. Oh,
Uh,
hi. I
that's
know that
someone you know.
person.
Yeah. I don't want to mess with your first name, so I'm going to say Miss Brown.
Okay.
Oh,
Kertricia.
Kertricia, thank you for being here. You beautiful muse. He says it's nice to know there are like-minded YouTubers. Like I was saying, he also
Yes,
reviews older school movies. Big facts. Disney still has me in a chokehold.
for
Oh, you're
real.
a Disney adult.
Oh, Disney adult. That has
That's
an
what.
interesting connotation.
Oh, you about to spill some tea?
No, no, Disney adult, when I think of Disney adult, it's more so of, like, the people who are adults now that still go to, like, the Disney parks
Mm-hmm.
and, are just, like, a little super into it, and I'm not there.
She's like, I'm casual. I'm not hardcore like them.
Yes,
That's
yes.
fair. That's fair. My childhood movies were Empire Strikes Back, E.T.,
Okay.
Secret of the Ooze. Spider-Man and Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, which, hey,
Mm.
plug on Kiara's channel. When is this coming out next week?
Coming out on Tuesday.
On Tuesday, me and her reviewed Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, the movie, on her channel. It was a really fun conversation. We went through the whole movie scene by scene, broke it down, argued a little bit about scenes because some things that she didn't like and I liked. But we had a really, really good time. So definitely subscribe to her channel. Like I said before, the link is in the description below, and be on lookout for that on Tuesday.
Yes, and it's available anywhere you listen to podcasts. So if you're
Yes.
a Spotify person, Apple Music, any of all that, or Apple Podcasts, it's available there as well.
Yes. So if you are someone that can't watch the video, just want to, listen to it audio only, you could do that as well. Get her some spins, man. Get her some spins. As for Disney films, Hercules, Tarzan, New Groove, Lion King, and Dinosaur. Oh, Dinosaur is the one that people don't talk about. Huh?
Is New Groove Disney?
Emperor's New Groove? I'm pretty sure it is. Emperor's.
Why do I feel like that's not Disney? Maybe I'm tripping.
New Groove 2000. This is the Power. Yeah, it's on Disney Plus, so it has to be Disney.
I don't know why I didn't associate it with Disney. Okay, cool.
Yeah, it feels very different from most Disney films. That's
I
probably
agree.
why. Hey, it's the homies, Sup and Zach.
Hi, Kenny.
Wow,
oh, dang.
Kenny. That's crazy.
Not the afterthought. Nah.
Wow, we watched Charo one time together, and all of a sudden I'm overtaken. And Zach. Oh my God, I forgot about Batman 89. Yeah, I love that movie. Grew up on that as well. Yes, Lion King mentioned. Lion King is his favorite movie of all time.
Okay.
He says, I'm not a fan of the live action remakes either. Aladdin was surprisingly good, though. I've heard that.
Okay.
I've heard the Aladdin one is pretty good. Yeah, I'm super nervous with the LA stuff, especially Lilo and Stitch, the live action stuff. Yeah, I'm nervous about Lilo and Stitch as well. I like that movie a lot and the show. Hopefully it does well. Collect Movie Man saying hi.
Hi.
If it's all good, Pain and Panic were great. Yeah, they were.
Yes.
I love them.
You know what? One thing I pointed out in my review that I did was that was the first time I actually saw someone say, "What are those?" when it came to some shoes. That's literally a moment in the movie, and it's so funny when I don't know which one was which, but they were wearing like the Hercules branded sandals.
Yes.
And Hades was like, "What are those?"
He was so mad. It's like, we're trying to take him down, and you're wearing his merch. Oh, it was so amazing. Who played Hades again? Because oh my God. Oh, James Woods.
Yes.
He was
He's
amazing.
Great. Yeah.
I just got done doing dishes and making dinner, having chicken corn and also baked beans. Nice. I finished my dinner like 2 seconds before Kiara showed up. I was tearing into some honey barbecue wings.
Oh, nice.
I was just like, I don't want her to see me on screen. I actually really like the live action Beauty and the Beast. I also do, and then also Aladdin one I like, and I know I'm probably gonna be hating for this, but I like the Lion King live action. I know a lot of people on the internet hate the Lion King, but the movie made $1 billion, so clearly people like the movie. Like, movies don't make $1 billion from one person watching it once. That means people went back to watch it multiple times. So it's not for me, but for other people,
Yeah.
Y'all just gave me a great idea for my channel's poll tomorrow. Out here.
Well, I expect some credit.
Facts, tags, and like sub to these guys. Just subbed. Hey,
thank you.
Meg is the best Disney female character. First of all, welcome to the live stream, Savannah Littlejohn. Appreciate you.
Hi, Savannah. I know this person too.
You bringing the people too. My childhood movie is Titanic, the Disney version of Lion King, Gladiator, and Jurassic Park, Aladdin, the Disney version. Nice.
Okay.
Also, original Star Wars. Saw that when I was 9 years old. Woof. I Can Go to Disney's Goated. It's my favorite Disney song.
It's a great Disney song.
Good. So good. So the next film on here is another Disney film. Another goated one. It's Mulan.
Let's get down to business.
Hey, I love the singing.
Yes. You know what? Mulan is a lady character who's out here kicking butt, saving lives, doing it for honor.
For the culture.
Yes. And it has a very kind of non-conventional story. As we
Yeah.
know, Disney princesses typically follow a specific type of trope about needing to be rescued, being put in trouble in some type of way. And here we have Mulan, who sees a need that needs to be met. She has an injured or elderly father who can't go into war, but every family has to send, a man off to war. And she's like, you know what? I'm going to dress up like a man and I'm going to take care of business. And
Yeah.
that she does. It's very, very non-conventional. Um, I love this movie. The music is great. It is a story that is not about white people. So we have some people of color being highlighted. And
Yeah.
speaking of people of color, interestingly enough, Eddie Murphy is in this movie as
Yeah.
Mushu and is
Iconic.
fantastic.
Yeah.
I have a quick question for you. Is
Yeah.
Eddie Murphy better as Mushu or Donkey?
Oh, so I like Mulan more than Shrek, but I think that he's better as Donkey. I think he's more. Mushu's great, but I think he's more memorable as Donkey.
I would probably say because of the popularity of Shrek, I agree a little bit, but I just love Mushu.
I
Mushu
love
in this
Mushu.
story is freaking hilarious. And is it weird that there's a black man in a story about Asian people? A little bit.
Well, he's voicing it. It's all right.
Also playing an animal. So
Oh yeah, that trope. Well, we're
yes,
gonna have a
but
discussion about that.
yes, but there. Now that you mentioned that hero thing, I'm gonna be thinking about it
The hero
because
journey.
yeah, she does leave home. There's a training sequence. She makes friends in the army, and she has to prove herself a whole bunch more because she is pretending she's catfishing. Was Mulan the original catfish?
The
Um,
original catfish. The
she
only
is
positive one.
catfishing. Yes, she is catfishing for good. Okay, she's catfishing the army to and not only that, I love that Mulan is smart. And I think one of the things that they highlight that might get overlooked is that because she has a different perspective from the other uh, people or other soldiers, that she brings something new and different to the army.
Yeah.
And it's not just about her being intelligent, it's literally about her not having the same mindset as the other people who are a part of this army. And the scene at the mountain where she figures out how to take down the army.
Yeah.
She ends up getting injured. She takes one for the team and ends up getting found out, which is crazy. And they just leave her in the snow. It's like, what? She
It's like,
just saved
woman.
everybody. Yes.
It's like, we
Now
don't care.
the crazy thing that some people don't really talk about is there's like
Mm.
a little bit of like gender fluid attraction.
Mm-hmm.
A little
There's
bit
memes
with
about it now, but back
yes.
then no one was talking about it.
Yeah, so that's an interesting facet to think about. I have not reviewed this on Mediareviews as of yet, but it's coming. But who doesn't love a good underdog story, right? We have
Yeah.
somebody who never would have been accepted into the army coming in, kicking butt, taking names, and showing that women have value outside of being, wives. Like,
Yeah.
remember how
And
she went to the
childbearers.
matchmaker, right? She
Yeah.
went to the matchmaker and that did not go well. And it's just like this conventional lifestyle just was not for Mulan.
It's like,
And
I'm
so
not built for this.
there's like a lesson in it. Like everybody doesn't have to follow the prescribed route, right? Of, you know, wanting to have kids and be married and um do the traditional family thing. Some people have other paths, like being a fabulous rich auntie or any any number of other alternate paths. So
Yeah, and it
Mulan is a fave.
highlights something that are realistic that I think is good in the writing that you can think about without it saying in the movie. Like sending your son to war is a big thing. It's always been a
Mhm,
big thing for decades and decades. And for the fact that it's the daughter that goes, is very, very interesting, showing that like, no, the women can defend their country as well, right?
mhm.
Also, a lot of people don't highlight the women that are behind the generals. A lot of strategy, decision making there are women there that are not being highlighted, and like Mulan is there, like you said, when she figures out how to take out the army. Like there's a lot of women in history that have done this thing and not talked about, and this animated
Mhm,
movie kind of highlights that in a funny way, but
mhm.
does it. So I really find that interesting when it comes to Mulan. Now I have a question. Did you see the live action version of this movie?
I did not. You know, I
Ooh.
say I'm not a fan of the live action movies. I'm not a fan so much to the point that I actually don't even go and see them.
Oh, you're
So,
not even gonna watch them.
the
You don't
only
even want to
live
give it a
action
try.
thing the only live action thing that I believe that I have seen from Disney was Jungle Book, and I actually really enjoyed that one.
A lot of people say that's the best thing that they've done so far, live action.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm starting to feel a thread here. Like when you talked about Hercules, you talked about Meg, you talked about the Muses. Now Mulan's the focus here. You talk about the non-whites, uh, and just representation, diversity, showing different kinds of women. Like the Muses
Mhm,
had different types of body shapes, and voices. And then Mulan being awesome in the role
mhm.
that she was in. So I'm trying to build a thread here. Trying to build a thread here as we go.
Yes. I also wanna point out Mulan has a decent soundtrack. There's Stevie
Oh, yeah,
Wonder on the soundtrack as well as, Christina Aguilera, who does the
yeah,
kind of reflection song, so,
yeah.
um, pretty good
They
music
used
there.
to go hard for our soundtracks back in the day for kid movies.
I agree. Y'all, mm, I'm mad that I only got 6 because there was another Disney movie and I was like, it's too Disney heavy."
I don't want to seem like a Disney adult.
You're right, yeah, but
Oh man, that's hilarious. So we have someone here that's like, I actually like the live action Mulan. I thought it was halfway decent. Okay, that's
okay.
fair. We got somebody saying that they like the live action one. Um, and by the way, Collective Movement, we're talking about the animated one, not the live action one. She would have not been a kid when that movie, the live action one, came out. We were adults. Mulan is fantastic. Eddie Murphy was fantastic in that movie. Facts. I'm gonna go vote for Donkey. You know what? Thank you for thinking about it. Let me put a poll up. Let's end up the first poll. Saying how are you feeling? 63% of you guys said fantastic. Great to hear. 27% of you guys said like a king or queen. That's awesome. And 9% of you guys said could be better. Well, hopefully, this fun live stream that you're a part of right now helps you feel better.
Yes.
Um, Eddie ooh, Murphy character. Donkey or Mushu? Vote. Who's the best?
Yes, please vote. I'm interested to see what you all have to say.
Yeah. What? You never seen a black and white before? Hilarious line of Mulan.
Yes, if he's supposed to be, like, native to that area, why doesn't he know what a panda is?
That is hilarious. That's true. First of all, we got another Little John. Hey, Arabia, how are you doing?
I know this person too. Hi, Arabia.
Are they related to the other Little John, or is that just a coincidence?
They are related to me. Yes.
Oh,
I have family in the house.
nice. Once you find center, and you might just survive. Good quote. I think I like Donkey more also. Yeah. Eddie Murphy made the movie though. Yeah.
Yeah. It's hard for him
This
not to.
catfishing for good.
Hashtag catfishing for good. Yes.
Yeah. If you haven't reviewed Mulan yet, Kiara, please put catfishing for good on the thumbnail.
That's hilarious. That's a wonderful point. I will make a mental note.
Yeah, because people are definitely going like, what? Like, fun fact, Pocahontas was the first Disney princess of color. Nice. So I
Yes,
have a
I also
question here
love
for
that
you, all you
movie.
Disney people. If they're not a princess in the movie, do they still count as a Disney princess? I thought you had to be like a princess in the movie.
Huh. That is interesting. I mean, Meg is not well, being a, significant other to a demigod, I guess, kind of makes you a princess.
Yeah, I think they
For
get married
Meg,
eventually.
Pocahontas, was the daughter of the the chief or leader of her tribe, which would kind of
Okay.
make her a princess.
Yeah.
So
What
I
about
think that
Mulan?
the Mulan, hmm, she's a princess of butt kicking. I don't know. I princess doesn't feel like the right word for Mulan, but I would still probably classify her under that umbrella.
Yeah, I feel like Disney princess just means awesome female in Disney. I don't think you have to actually be a because I think they have Meg, I think they have Mulan and stuff like that in there. I'm pretty sure they
Mhm.
were on Wreck-It Ralph, so I'm pretty sure that they count that.
Yeah.
Hey, have you seen T? What's up? Welcome to the live stream. He said, "Don't tell Harrison Bunker that." I'm not sure what he was responding to here, or who Harrison Bunker is, but we won't tell him. Salutations to you.
Hello.
As problematic as Pocahontas is, I love that movie. Should I marry Coco Girl? Yes. Also, Color of the Wind is a banger.
Yes, and was it Vanessa Williams that sang it on the soundtrack?
I believe so.
Amazing.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Pocahontas 2 is one of the worst I've ever seen. No hyperbole. Damn. Yeah, the sequels to these movies aren't great.
I agree. Mulan
Yeah.
2 was not that good.
The Hercules animated show is
I will make a slight exception for Lion King 2.
I actually do like Lion King too.
Because for Kiara was the name of the Simba's daughter.
Hey.
And he is not one of us. Like
Amazing.
geez.
I like Lion King 1.5 as well. Like,
oh, I haven't
3
seen
for
that
3
in
for me.
ages. I hardly remember it.
Yeah, definitely. Colors of the Wind is great. I love how all the late 80s, 90s animated movies had those theme songs at the end. Me too.
Mm-hmm.
In the morning, I'm making waffles. I love everybody just quoting the movies.
That's a Shrek quote. I have reviewed Shrek on my Shrek 1 and Shrek 2 on my podcast, so check it out.
We getting 3 soon? The review for 3?
No. Mm-mm.
Damn.
The movies have to be 20 years old, so it'll be a while.
Okay, gotcha. So I'm gonna put a poll tomorrow. I hope you consider voting. I don't know what the poll's gonna be about yet. Okay, yeah, let me know. Send it to me in the DMs. Lynette, welcome to the live stream. She said, "I voted. I could be better." Well, I hope you're feeling better now.
Yes, me too.
She said, "I voted for Donkey." A lot of people love Donkey.
People out here love Donkey.
I thought the first Princess of Color was Jasmine.
I am actually not sure which movie came out first.
Yeah, I feel like they all came out in the 90s, but sometime like early. I don't know which one came out. Well, let's settle the date.
Okay.
First, this is what Google's for. First is the Princess of Color. There we go. Oh, they knew exactly. Somebody Googled this before. Tiana is recognized as the no, I didn't say African American princess. I said the first Princess of Color. Okay, thank you, Cora. Who's the first? Is they're saying it's Jasmine.
Oh wow.
All right. Well, if someone else comes up with bigger facts than that, let me know. I'll be okay with being corrected.
Yeah, Aladdin came out in 92.
And when did who was the other person we were trying to decide?
Pocahontas was 94 or 5.
Oh, yeah, so it is Jasmine.
95, yeah.
Yeah, you did better Googling than I did. Cook Movie Man said he also subscribed to you.
Thank you.
Lion King 2 is one of the best movies ever made, and I will die on that hill. He loves his Lion King, man.
It's great.
Oh, Google the kicker Harrison Bunker.
Geez. Oh,
he's an NFL kicker who just gave this speech at a religious college and how women need to be. Oh, that's what he's talking about when you were talking about. Women can be more than. I heard about that. Yeah, that was
awful.
I was like, bro, what year do you think you're at, and who do you think you're talking to? Like, it's
a bunch of people who just graduated from college.
Yeah, just go get married. Don't waste the money. You waste the money you spent all this degree and all the studying and insane.
Yeah, I know you just finished school, but like get back in that kitchen. Like,
oh Jesus,
who's saying that? Why would you say that?
Who signed this man? They should have like looked over his speech before he said something.
God, yes.
Unless he was free throwing from the heart. He might have went off cuff.
I don't think so. I think he read that.
Welcome to the live stream, Jamie Hart. I appreciate you being here for the first time. I'm guessing that's your homegirl.
No, I do not know
No?
Jamie.
Oh, what's up, Jamie? You just found us. I love it. Love to see it. Kenny Sparks, deception, disgrace, evil as clear of the scar
See
on
you
his face.
later, agitator.
Hey, nice.
The lyrics to that song.
What's on the menu? Lion King 1.5 was great. I love
Again,
it.
I feel like I only saw that movie once.
I think I've probably seen it twice, but it's been a long time. I don't really go back to Disney movies like that other than Hercules. Have you ever heard of the second Aladdin movie, Return of Jafar? That one actually pretty. Yeah, Return of Jafar is actually pretty good. And if they wanted to make
Never seen it.
no, it's actually one of the sequels that's like it holds up. And hopefully
Okay.
when they do Aladdin 2, they do that one. It was the Napoleon Dynamite thumbnail that drew me in.
Hey.
Nice.
Yes.
That will be coming soon. Ninja Girl, welcome to the live stream. I think Aladdin came out first. Yeah.
You are right. Aladdin did come out first.
Yes, Jasmine was the first. We got some Disney facts in here, man. Hot take. He Lives in You from The Lion King 2 is better than Circle of Life by a landslide. Wow.
Hey. Disagree.
Hey, Nettie, it's my birthday. Oh, happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
That's amazing. You're spending it here, chilling with us. Got to give you. Yeah, man. Anybody that comes here on their birthday, I'm going to give you, happy birthday. Happy birthday. Love it. Why is Kenny typing in caps? He's excited.
He is.
Joanna Hanks,
Hi,
hey.
Joanna, hi.
Welcome to the live stream.
Yeah.
Kenny, stop yelling at me. Lion King, I cannot escape it. Hey.
Why would you want to?
No, you can't. You don't want to escape it. Nah, we got to do a Lion King 2 movie night. Hey, okay.
Okay.
Look, watching Tarot with you guys was fun. So I'm down. I'm a long-lasting member of the horror community, but I've been on a health break. Hope to return to streaming soon. Oh, man, I'm going to definitely check out some of your older videos.
Yeah. Wishing you a speedy recovery.
Facts. I heard different times that the second Aladdin movie live action has been canceled because of what Will Smith did at the Oscars. Well, I hope that I don't think that's enough for him to get canceled. Even though it was stupid. I barely remember Return of the Jafar. All I remember is that it was on Disney Channel a lot back in the early 2000s. I also remember seeing the VHS a lot. I agree. Yep. It was one of those movies that went to VHS and like DVD really fast.
Mm-hmm.
Said we love Jamie in the horror community. That's awesome. That's awesome to hear. Okay, so now that we got through all those comments, we're going to get to the next movie. And this is in her childhood. So this is from like 5 to 10, 12. We children's for a long time. This is a movie I haven't seen in ages. Sister Act 2.
Hey, come and join the chorus. Y'all, music, if y'all don't know, is a big theme throughout these movies. Sister Act 2 is amazing. So it came out in what year? 1993. So I actually was like a little too young to maybe know what was going on.
Yeah.
However, once I got a little bit older, I of course was still a child watching this movie. I could watch this movie all the time. It is so good. So Sister Act 1, of course, was Whoopi Goldberg, who she had a seedy boyfriend that like ran a casino, and she actually witnessed him murder someone. And she had to go into witness protection, and they decided to put her in the custody of the nuns at a church. And that's how she kind of went undercover so that she was alive long enough to testify against her boyfriend. So in Sister Act 2, which actually came out only a year after the first movie, she is asked to come back after getting like a successful career as like a showgirl in Vegas. The nuns
Mm,
ask her to come back to teach music at a failing Catholic school. And
mm.
the school is primarily students of color, inner city kids who um, the school doesn't have any funding. The community doesn't care about the school. It's a little run down. The teachers don't care. The kids don't have passion. And so they're looking for her to do that same kind of invigoration that she did for the church in the first movie for the second movie. And so this time we have young kids involved. Again, when you're younger, teenagers, like these are the people you look up to. And it's so funny because it's like, I looked up to a 17-year-old. Like as an adult now, it just it sounds a little
Sound
crazy.
crazy. Yeah.
Right. But she gets into this school, and we see some familiar faces of kids when they first got like their breaks in movies. Right? We have Jennifer Love Hewitt, who's a student in this movie. We
Mm,
have Lauren freaking Hill, who is also in this movie.
crazy.
One of the students is even Whoopi Goldberg's daughter.
Oh,
We also have, I don't remember his real name, but the one who's famous for hitting that high note when Jesus was that guy. He is like
me
a
look.
famous songwriter. He was in the group City High. I don't know if y'all remember the song. What would you do if your son was at home crying all alone? Like he was
Oh
in the group
wow, you
that
threw it back.
did that song, and he also wrote songs for people like Usher. He wrote one of my favorite songs from Usher, which is called "I'll Be Your Groupie." Superstar. There we go. He is
Oh, he
like a
wrote that? I
he
love that
did.
song.
He did.
Oh,
So
Ryan Toby is the man's name that you're giving praise right now.
yes. So, um, she goes to the school. She has a non-conventional way of interacting with the students because the nuns, these are actually nuns, right? Like they are in a convent, they are dedicated to the Lord. She is out here a Vegas showgirl, just kind of pretending to be a nun. So she has a very non-conventional way of being direct and like reaching the students. And she inspires them to, instead of just being a music class, to become a choir. And so there's some struggles that she has with like the star student Lauren Hill, who of course has a beautiful voice, but her mom is against music. And they go to the choir competition because there's a prize, and the school is about to be shut down because of like the lack of resources, which means all the students will have to be bused to like a neighboring school because it's really the only school in that community. So basically, Whoopi Goldberg comes in and she rescues the school through the power of music. And because they end up winning the competition, the school does not close down. So, uh, yeah, Whoopi Goldberg does it again.
That's it again. Don't she? Don't she?
Yeah. But I love that they influenced hip hop and very like urban elements into the story, like the whole remixing and reimagining songs. It's kind of like a pre-Glee situation a little
Mm,
bit.
yeah,
Of course, Lauren Hill, like, I mean, come on. And I'm low-key mad
yeah,
that she did not further explore acting. She kind
yeah,
of went full steam ahead into music. Um, and I think she could have had a decent acting career.
yeah,
But Whoopi Goldberg, amazing.
yeah,
The nuns that are in the movie, one of them, what's her name? Is it Dame Maggie Smith, who we know
yeah.
from
Maggie Smith. Yep.
who Professor McGonagall, like Kathy
Oh yeah,
Najimy,
she's been
like
tons of
these are
stuff.
right.
Yeah,
Yeah. So they're helping inner city kids. They're doing it through music, and it's fun, it's urban, and it's like I can sing every song from that movie from the top of my head because I love that movie so much, and it's like the rewatchability for me is like on
it's
point.
high. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm hearing you talk about music. Like, how does music like? How big is it in your life, and where does that come from?
I don't know. I think I just love music. It's everywhere. Um
Mm,
and So for me, like, if you listen to any of my reviews, I always sing a song at the beginning of my reviews. It was an idea that I got from a podcast that my sister actually put me onto, and I can't think of the name of the podcast right now, but they like will sing a song or whatever at the beginning, and I was like, oh, if I could sing a song from like the show or the movie, that would be cool. But I just enjoy singing. It was in church, it's in movies, it's in the car, it's like, it's literally everywhere you go, and I just have kind of an affinity for it. And so
Gotcha.
having it be a part of a movie, it helps you like commit it to memory more. And like there are certain songs that come on, and when you hear them, you're like transported back into the movie. So it's really connected to memories as well.
Yeah, and that's true because when you started singing songs from like Hercules, immediately I remember I could envision the scene,
Hmm.
right?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's true. Music is a very important part of art, I think.
Yes, I
That's why
agree.
when you go to an art gallery, there's a certain music that they play to set the tone of how you're supposed to be feeling about the pieces. So yeah,
Yeah.
that's great. And I'm gonna keep an ear out for like the movies in terms of music. That's really interesting. And the fact that you sing every time you do your reviews, I gotta keep a lookout for these songs. You gotta start putting them out on Spotify separate.
All of them are copyrighted. That's not going to happen.
I think if you do covers, you're fine.
Mm.
She's
I
like,
don't think I'll risk
"Mm."
it.
I'm not gonna risk it all.
Yeah.
So with Sister Act 2, you talked about, representation of Black women seems like it's a very important thing for you. Obviously, it
Mhm.
makes sense, but it's not for everyone, So, what is Sister Act
Which
2 in
is
terms of
crazy.
like, yeah, it's crazy. When I have conversations of with certain people, I'm just like, you don't, all right. Uh, but I also see it as like a Black American thing.
Mhm.
When you are from outside of America and you're Black, especially if you're in a Black dominant country or island, you you just have that representation there in your music in your film. So I can see that like why certain people don't care depending on where you're like I'm Black American, you're Black American, but a lot of my family's Caribbean. When they're in Jamaica, their movies, Shatas is all Black. There ain't no white people in that, so you don't got
Mhm.
to worry about no representation. So I can kind of understand that. But with Sister Act, what about how they use the urban elements and use the kids and the elements and the themes, I should say, and that really resonated with you in terms of that type of representation?
Yeah, I think it was the idea that these were more inner city kids, because like
Hmm.
I grew up as an inner city kid, and recognizing that there were not a bunch of resources that invested in like our educational institutions, and seeing my community kind of represented there, right?
Hmm.
There's like one kid who I want to say his name is Sketch in the movie, or they call him Sketch, but he is falling asleep in class because he has to work after school, right?
Mm.
Like these are not privileged these are not
It's a
privileged
very
kids,
real
right?
situation that happens. Yeah.
Right, and, Cheryl Lee Ralph is in the movie as Lauryn Hill's mother, and she is telling her daughter, "No, you can't focus on music, you can't be a musician because your dad was a musician, and you don't wanna be out here singing your shoulda, coulda, wouldas." And
Mm.
it's one of those other things where it's like, a lot of times people get associated with their parents, and, having to break outside and, break generational curses of, like, what it means to be like another parent, or having a single mom, or um
Hmm.
it's it's I see myself and my community represented. The classroom is full of multicultural people. There is
Hmm.
one white person in the class, but there are some Hispanic students, but they are primarily Black.
Yeah, which represents a lot of inner city schools. It'll be
Yeah.
primarily Black, and then you have a sprinkle of other people in there. That's how I grew up, in Brooklyn.
Hmm.
A lot of schools I went to was mostly Black, and then you'll see one or two Asian people, a lot of Spanish because a lot of Spanish people are mixed with Black, and you might honestly, I didn't really see a white person in my school. I didn't see white people until I went to go to Manhattan, but I didn't see one till middle school. Like my whole elementary
Wow.
life, I didn't see one, and the reason why, because I went to a white school in middle school, so that That was the reason why. Like I went upstate New York. That's the only way I was like, oh, I'm going to school with people, that only saw Manhattan. So that's really, really interesting.
Yeah.
And it just opens your mind when you get a little bit of the mix.
Yeah.
Let's get into some of these questions and then move on to the next movie. And of course, just want to move and made me lose my place. StreamYards, do what I need you to do. Do horror community. We love her in the horror community. Okay, that's about where I was. Jamie has turned 51 today, so nothing is speedy.
Oh, wow.
No,
Jamie, that picture is fantastic. I would never have guessed that you were 51.
not one bit.
Yeah.
When I saw it in the comment, I was like, what? 51? You look fantastic. He lives in you.
Okay, that's a lyric.
Pause.
Oh, geez, not. It's not.
Oh my God, Lauryn Hill is so fine in that movie. When is she not fine? I saw that in the theater.
Okay.
Because you're an old man. I'll be honest, I've never seen that movie, the one with Whoopi Goldberg. I've been meaning to purchase it on Amazon, but every time it goes on Amazon, it sells out. Damn.
Because it's a classic.
Yeah. Oh, Sister Act 2. I thought you were talking about the first one. No, we're on the second one right now. Yes. Why 2 over 1? That's also a good question.
Because the first movie focused primarily on the church. It is still funny. I still enjoyed it, but the second movie just adds to the story, as many good sequels do, right? We have them at a school this time, and we are saving this school from being closed down. We're helping underrepresented kids. They're allowed to shine. And recognize that they have talent and things to offer to the world. It's really like a good underdog story. Whereas the original story, there was a higher stake in it for Whoopi Goldberg's character. And it just wasn't as dynamic as including the story with these students.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. And speaking of Eddie Murphy, the poll we had, I just realized I spelled character wrong in the poll, but they knew what I meant. 89% for Donkey, 10% for Mushu.
Mushu. Wow. Well, dang. I guess I'm unpopular opinion.
Wait, that poll how does that make sense? 89 for Donkey, 10% for Mushu. Shouldn't it be 11% for Mushu? Whatever. YouTube, you doing the math. Kiara, I've seen a lot of the movies that you reviewed and I love, and I sub to your channel. Nice.
Thank you, Nanette. Thank you.
Sister Act, that's the name of it. Sorry, I couldn't remember. No worries, man. We're putting you on. Sister Act was lit. Whoopi used to be a hottie. Sister Act 2 is a classic official. I didn't see Sister Act 1 more than a decade after seeing Sister Act 2 like 20 times.
Yes, one of the problems is that it came out a year later, literally. So it wasn't even like there was a lot of time for Sister Act 1 to kind of even be socialized.
Yeah, especially back then where there's no social media, there's no streaming services. Right. If you missed it in the theater, you have to wait maybe a year before it gets on physical media. So, yep. I love Whoopi Goldberg, don't we? Whoopi can act too. Look up her Law and Order episode. Whew, yeah. I love Sister Act. I saw both in theaters. Nice. I love it. Whoopi Goldberg is an Oscar winner.
Yeah. Whoopi Goldberg is an EGOT. She has all 4.
She has all 4. She's a great actress. Color Purple is goated. We're going to be talking about that movie pretty soon.
We are.
Yes, I remember City High. Hey, Lawrence Support. What's up, man? My grandma took me to see Sister Act 2 in theater. Aw, that's such a great memory.
Nice.
That high note is legendary. People have died.
That is so funny.
That's hilarious.
Yes, I almost died trying myself.
Oh no. I definitely want to read Whoopi Goldberg's autobiography. My mom watches Whoopi Goldberg every day on The View. Oh, my mom too. She loves The View. The City High song is hilarious. We were dancing to people's absolute suffering.
Yes. What would you do if someone's at home? Yeah.
That's true. Sister Act 2 was so good. They're making a part 3.
True. Yes.
Hopefully
There's
it's
also
not coming to America too.
There's also a musical version as well. So
yeah. I love that we're getting that treatment, musicals and stuff like we don't usually do, but that's awesome. They're supposed to be making a Sister Act 3, but I guess that got shelved just like other sequels recently. It probably is getting pushed because of the writer strike. They'll probably pick it back up. We're supposed to be getting a new Friday. We're supposed to be getting a new Sister Act, getting new Bad Boys. So a couple of these movies are going to be coming out. Lauryn Hill made that movie. Nice. Yeah, Lauryn Hill was fantastic in that movie. Kathy Najimy was so
Yes.
funny in those movies.
Najimy, yes, she is hilarious.
Did y'all have to deal with people yelling Lil?
Oh, yes. I know what Kenny is talking about, and yes.
Whoopi also had a run-in with the nuns and ghosts. Oh,
she has a thing for nuns, I guess.
yeah. I got to see the Fugees live. Lauryn Hill's voice season
Oh,
live.
nice.
Wow, that's dope.
Probably never gonna happen again. That's
because she never shows up.
Right.
Oh man, did your family have to deal with Lil Jon? Oh yeah. Growing up in high school, that's what he meant. Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
Love Lauryn Hill, but she always 2 hours late to her own concerts. We were just talking about that. That's hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
Music can transport you, man. Sheesh, yeah. A good soundtrack or score can be amazing, man. Luckily, she wasn't late to the one I went to because you got her when she was young.
Yes, and no kids.
Where she still cared. I would be so annoyed. I still get Sparky from time to time. Grates my nerves. Oh boy. Parents be projecting that trauma. Sister Act 2 and Coco are prime examples. Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I voted Sister Act, but I like Sister Act 2 almost as much. Okay. Justice for Mushu.
Thank you, Joanna.
I have Sister Act on DVD. Nice. Whoopi was also in Trek and in Lion King. Yeah, she's had a story.
That is true. Yes.
Do you know Whoopi Goldberg is in Star Trek Next Generation for all 9 seasons? Yep. I was a big Star Trek person, so I definitely remember that. I grew
was
up watching
not.
that.
That's pretty cool.
This is your kid, Bonsai. Did you know? No, Ed. Oh God. Crap. But I was trying to say, did you know Whoopi Goldberg was in all 9 seasons? Yep.
We got it.
We got it. And we're gonna end the poll. I put Sister Act versus Sister Act 2, and 50%. It was 50-50. 50% said Sister Act, 50% Sister Act 2. Yeah. That is very.
I think that's probably ideal for a movie franchise to kind of have equal love for both. Yeah.
Yeah. And the next film is a hood classic. And that is Soul Food.
Yes. Speaking of soundtracks, the soundtrack for Soul Food is probably top 3. Drew Hill is on it. Boyz II Men is on it. There's a lot of is it Total is on it too. Fantastic soundtrack. So I have reviewed Sister Act 2, the previous one. I have also reviewed Soul Food. And so this was another one of those stories. Came out when I was maybe 5 or 6. Soul Food came out in 97, so I was 6 or 7. And this movie has all of like the Black stars that were hot in the 90s at the time.
Yeah.
Vivica A. Fox. We got Vanessa Williams, Nia Long. We got the same Black men characters. Did I say something different? Did I say Nia Long?
No, I was just repeating it because Nia Long.
Okay, yeah. Mekhi Phifer and
Mel Jackson.
The other. Yes, Mel Jackson. Oh, so popular in the 90s. Yes. And so we have all of these very popular Black stars that are in the movie. The movie, interestingly enough, is told through the eyes of the child in this film. And I was around his age or so, or a little bit younger when the movie came out. So to see a story being kind of narrated through a child's point of view was interesting. And as time has gone on, I start to identify with different characters, right? So first I'm identifying with the young man who I believe his name is Ahmad in the story, who's telling the story through his lens. And now that I am an adult, I want to say #justice for Terry, because people try to act like Terry is the villain and she is the victim in this story. I have a lengthy analysis on this on my channel. But Terry was pretty much abused, including financially abused by her family. I also posed the question, is Big Mama a good person? So I have a lot of thoughts on this movie, but the reason why this movie kind of shaped things or shaped my taste in film was again representation and feeling like my family has probably dealt with some of these issues. Sunday dinners or Thanksgiving dinners in particular are very special in the Black community. And,
Yes.
you know, it's who made the potato salad and it's, you know, very food centric. So I really identify with that. And, the storylines, the story also primarily focused on the female characters in the story from Big Mama to her three daughters. Um, I just really enjoy that movie, and it tells a story about what happens to a family after the matriarch or like the glue of the family passes away, which is something that's like
Yeah.
very real, and that I have experienced throughout my lifetime. So this movie is amazing, and again, that soundtrack, y'all, it's one of my favorite.
And it's funny because we have another movie, as you described, we have another movie coming up in your adult years that seems like maybe it's a newer soul food in terms of what you just said, in terms of that matriarchy passing away and what happens to the family. So that's going to be an interesting through line as well.
Mhm.
Soul Food's a movie that I've seen probably only once, and it was when I was a kid. So I definitely want to go back. One thing you'll find about me, I don't go back and rewatch movies really,
Okay.
unless it's like something that was huge in my life in terms of like impact, like my top 5 favorite movies, I'll rewatch those. But after that 5, I really don't go back too much.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm always like looking forward. What's the next movie? What's the next movie? What's the new movie out? So that's why it was great to be on your channel to go back and watch the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, because it's like, wow, I haven't seen this movie in years. I know I love it, but I haven't seen it in
Mhm.
so long. And then I just fell in love with the movie again. So
Yeah.
that was awesome.
Thanks.
And I also have a throwback series on my channel that I've stalled because I don't want to watch a 4-hour Lord of the Rings movie. um, but I was really having fun with that, going back and watching movies as well. But yeah, let me see what the people are saying about soul food. Soul food, yes. I knew Kenny was gonna love
Mhm.
this. He said top 3. Name the other 2, please. Soundtracks.
Other 2 soundtracks. Okay, Waiting to Exhale is up
Mm.
there for me as well. Um, the other one that I kinda teeter back and forth on, there's Love Jones, which has a really good
Mhm.
soundtrack, but also freaking Tarzan.
Oh,
I would say that it was probably a tie between Tarzan and Love Jones for number 3.
Phil Collins went unnecessarily hard for a kid movie. I was like, bro,
He did.
this is for kids. What are you doing?
He did.
Big Mama's leg.
Oh, Big Mama, your arm.
Cousin
Oh,
Faith.
Cousin Faith. Oh, she was the worst. Oh, yeah, exploring, cousins that are ne'er-do-well, you know, they can't get right. We all got
Yeah,
one.
we all got one. I think the soundtrack for Waiting to Exhale cannot be beat. Soulful was good, but Waiting to Exhale was special.
I agree.
Bro, that kitchen scene, LMAO, Michael Beach. Oh boy.
Oh, when she pulled the knife on him.
Woo.
Come on, y'all.
I've never seen Soulful. I don't know why. It's got a lot of great actors in it. Yeah. Now
You
you got
should
something to
definitely
add to
check
your
it
list.
out.
Yeah.
Right. You know what? I will say Soul Food is probably the only movie that I could classify as a Thanksgiving movie. There was a horror Thanksgiving themed film that came out like a
Thanksgiving.
year or 2 ago. Yeah,
Yeah.
but besides that, there really is not a
We don't have a
Thanksgiving
handful.
kind of yeah.
You have a handful. They don't really make a lot, which is weird because Thanksgiving is a big movie going day,
It
which I didn't
is.
know. So
Mhm,
you would think they would make more themed movies for it.
mhm.
The boy that left the rag on the stove. Oh boy.
He was a child.
This was my favorite movie of all time.
Oh,
Uh,
hi, Erica.
my top 3 soundtracks: Boomerang, New Jack City, Waiting to Exhale. Nice.
Okay.
Whoa, not Big Mama slander.
Right. Re-examine the movie. I don't know that Big Mama was a good person, y'all.
Oh snap! Forgot about Purple Rain 1, Boomerang 2, and New Jack City 3.
Okay.
Nah, but in all seriousness, movies like Soul Food are my favorite types of movies. Films that are just about people living. Yeah.
Yeah, day-to-day life.
My mom had Soul Food movie cookbook.
Now,
Wow.
somebody brought that up. There was a cookbook that went with the movie. Like when you purchased it on VHS, like you could also get a book as well.
That's dope. Soul Food is really good because of Faith was wild.
She was.
I never thought Terry was the villain. Michael Beach is the ultimate villain as always. Oh my god. As far as you're concerned, I'm an ATM. Automatically Terry's money. Oh,
Yes.
damn. Power Rangers 95 had a great soundtrack. Yeah.
It was decent. It was decent.
I've seen the commercials for Soul Food. It's so great. Nice. I just watched Mighty Morphin Power Rangers before I came on here. Wow. I love that this movie
Right.
just getting a resurgence.
It is.
Still waiting on Return of the King review. Oh my
Oh, I
God.
knew that was coming up.
Yeah, as soon as I said it.
Yeah.
I'm talking about Power Rangers 95 film next year? Hmm?
Oh, we turned our head the same way at the same
Yeah,
time.
that was crazy. That was not planned, guys.
Wow.
That's that black telekinesis.
It is telepathy, yes.
It's like, what? Spider-Man also. Oh yeah, Spider-Man is a Thanksgiving movie. The Tobey Maguire one. They have Thanksgiving dinner with the bad guy.
You know what? I didn't even remember that, but that's interesting.
Hey Zach, if it makes you feel better about we do a watch along to get return. I'm not doing a watch along on Return to the King. That's 4.5 hours. I got to take breaks and get up and turn it off when I want to. Ooh, planes, trains, and automobiles might be Thanksgiving centered. Okay.
That's interesting. I haven't actually never seen it.
I only seen it once when I was younger. You know, when Phil Collins went OD for Tarzan, I cry every time You'll Be in My Heart. Don't try to make us cry right now.
I that soundtrack goes hard.
Dummy hard. I watched Turtles all the way down before Zach watched Return of the King. Let's record the show. Oh my God. First of all, Turtles All the Way Down, which is a great movie from this year, it's under 2 hours. So you can't compare it. You can watch Turtle All the Way Down twice, and I won't finish Return of the King. So I don't hear nothing. It's the 30th anniversary for the 95th Power Ranger movie next year. Yeah. That's true.
right.
So Soul Food was also a TV show. Yeah.
That is correct. Yeah, they changed a lot of the actors. They are still famous actors. Boris Kojo, a different Vanessa Williams.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, they did have a show on HBO that was pretty popular.
It was like, we got Vanessa Williams at home.
Yes.
So we're going from one classic to another classic, an animated classic, and that is Toy Story 2.
Toy Story 2. You know what? I actually have not seen this movie in a minute.
Yeah.
This is what the second sequel that we're talking about.
Yeah.
Toy Story 1, which I have reviewed on my channel, is good. I rewatched it for that review and I was like, I thought I remember liking this a little bit better. It was still nostalgic and it laid a great base for the franchise. So I'll give Toy Story 1 credit for that. Toy Story 2 takes it up a notch, right? We get y'all, back to music. That When Somebody Loved Me song, I believe, was it Sarah McLachlan singing it? It sounded like her. I don't know if it was her, but when they were talking about Jesus, what is the cowgirl's name? Jessie.
Yes.
When they did like Jessie's backstory about how she kind of got abandoned by the child whose toy that she was. That song played, I just wanted to cry. I'd love that we get more backstory on on Woody's origins. And the kind of universe that he was a part of. And we had like 2 decent villains. Actually, there were more villains in that. There were 3 villains in that movie, at least. And we get Woody, who's been separated from the rest of the group. We got a rescue mission. This, again, I just love sequels that take the original and just expand it and make it better. And Toy Story was one of those films for me. So yeah, I just love it. Like learning more about someone's personal history. That's why I really enjoy Avatar: The Last Airbender. And when they started talking about the different series that were coming out for it, and one of them was they were supposed to explore the backstory of is it Kyoshi? Avatar Kyoshi, and I was like, oh my gosh, like I love just getting more of that like exposition. And so learning that about Woody, figuring out his self-discovery. We got Inspector Pete, Woody has a horse. Woody has like a cowgirl buddy. You know,
Yeah.
it's what's not to love. One of my favorite scenes from there is when the guy who stole Woody was like, I can't believe I have to drive all the way to work this morning. And he worked right across the street. Hilarious. Love, love that part of the movie. But
Really great gag.
yeah,
So
enjoyed
what
it.
about Toy Story 2? Like this animated film at this age, because at this point I just googled Toy Story 2. It came out 99, so you were like 9, 8, 8 or 9 years
8
old.
or 9.
How would you say it like influenced you? Did it lead you to other animated films? Did it inspire like how you like sequels? What was it about this movie?
I think the sequel part, of course, right, is like building upon the story from before, making it better, expanding it, and shape the way that I view like what qualifies as a good sequel. Because,
Okay.
like, similar to what Kenny said in the comments, Sister Act 2 was almost like a standalone movie. Like, if you didn't know the background of what happened in the first Sister Act movie, you could still get by.
Yeah.
Um, Toy Story 2 to me just took it up a notch. Like, we have all of the old characters that we know and love, and it just is better. Just overall, it's just better. And so I also really enjoy the way that Toy Story is animated.
Mm,
I think that it's just very pretty and
yeah.
has more of a lifelike look and feel to it. So I do like the style of the animation too.
The way they move in like a 3D space feels very
Mhm.
realistic.
Yeah.
Sometimes when you watch animated movies, it feels like they only can go this way,
Mhm.
and everything in the background is kind of just there for you to see but not go to. But Toy Story, they kind of go all around, so I can see that.
Yeah.
The use of the space is awesome in that movie. That's awesome. I like we're getting that narrative. Like I like when this movie helped me decide what the elements I like in a sequel to a
Mhm.
movie. Like that's how you hold on. Is it better than Toy Story 2? Did you at least match it? No, you trash. Let's see what the people are saying in the comments. I'm gonna put up a poll now that you said that. People are gonna vote on your favorite childhood film, even though we didn't finish. We'll let them ruminate on that. I only could
Okay.
put 4, so I can't put all 6. So I just picked the 4 that I thought was best. The other Vanessa Williams was a better actress. Oof,
Ooh, hot take.
hot take. No Turtles. Return of the King is way better. Have you seen Turtles? I'm doing the video soon. Nice. I just need enough time. Yeah, take your time, man. Toy Story 2 is my fave.
Thank you, Arabia. It's so good.
It was McLaughlin.
It
Okay.
was. It was.
I have not seen any of the Toy Story movies except for the Halloween special and the original Toy Story. Oh, wow.
Toy Story is very good with sequels. Even Toy Story, like up to the fourth one, was good. So
Yeah,
I would say
Toy Story 3
should
almost
explore.
wrecked me. That ending of Toy Story 3 almost wrecked me.
Hmm.
So yeah, definitely check out 2 and 3. I haven't seen 4 yet, so I can't recommend that just yet. But she said it's great, so check it out as well. Toy Story 2 is fantastic. I cried like a baby watching the edits. Just I don't remember too much about 2, honestly. Yeah, I think
It's really
3.
good.
Yeah, I think 3 because that ending affected me the most. I can remember that movie the most. I know I like Toy Story 1 and 2, but 3 is the one I remember the most. I definitely have to go rewatch those. I used to leave my room and look back to see if my toys could talk or come alive. That's
Hmm.
hilarious. Oh, Stinky Pete, Zurg, the Chicken Man. Those are the villains.
Yes.
Spanish Buzz Lightyear had me cracking up.
Oh yes, I remember him. Hmm.
But I don't want to use my head. The scene where Woody is getting refurbished by the old man is incredible.
It
Yeah.
absolutely is. The level of detail that you can see as he's like painting over Andy's signature on the bottom of his boot
Oh
and
my
sewing
god,
up his ripped arm. It's amazing.
it's amazing. When I did the thing, I found that picture and I was like, "Yep, put that in there." That's an iconic moment for that movie.
Yes.
I'm Buzz Lightyear. No, I'm Buzz Lightyear. I'm Buzz. Lightyear. That was great. I used to look back to see if my toys would come alive when I walked up my room. Another person, everybody. I feel like everyone did that at one point. Zach, I'm gonna tell you right now, if we end up doing what the movies that made you Returning King is on that list, I'm happy. I figured the way you're telling me to watch it all the time, it better be on the list. I'll be very, very disappointed. The Toy Story games were fun, but unnecessarily difficult.
Never played any of the games.
All the Disney video games were really hard for no reason. Lion King, Aladdin, Toy Story, they made them for like hardcore gamers. I'm like, I'm a little kid. I'm 5 years old. Make this shit easy.
That's hilarious. I never really played any Disney games. If anything, the games that I played were more Nickelodeon centered. So,
gotcha. I saw you vote on the poll, said Nickelodeon was your thing, so
it is.
Makes sense. By Turtles, you mean Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? No.
No, Turtles all the way down.
Turtles all the way down. I can't stand Toy Story 4. Oof.
Ooh.
When Kenny don't like something, he don't like something. Toy Story 3 had me crying my grown man eyes out. Danette picked Mulan. I actually really enjoyed Toy Story 4. 3 is so gut wrenching. I can't watch it. Yeah. Hey, have Cheetah Review. What's up, man? Welcome to the live stream. What's
Hello.
up, man? He also does really good live stream where he interviews people, actresses, creators, directors. Nice. Yeah, he does a really good job. The theme of moving into the next phase of life in Toy Story 3 resonated with me. I love how everybody's talking about 3 instead of 2.
Absolutely.
Lion King game on Sega Gens was stuff of nightmares. Yes. Oh my god. I pretend 4 doesn't exist. I love how it's just like up and up. Like some people love 4, some people don't. Yeah. Let's see. Let's get into the next movie. Almost finishing up the childhood. We got the last film.
Yes, last childhood film. Yes. Jumanji. Okay, first off, RIP to a real one, Robin Williams.
Facts.
Yeah, that actually hurts a little bit.
She's like, I gotta take a breath.
I enjoy and love Robin Williams. You know, he was in Aladdin and Mrs. Doubtfire and such an amazing actor and comedian, right? But Jumanji, I really enjoyed that movie from my childhood. It was one that I feel like was on heavy rotation. I feel like we went to daycare when we were younger. So like, I feel like we watched it a lot at daycare. We watched it a lot at home. But this movie, I feel like the reason why it influenced me so much was more so the adventure and excitement of the film. And so I do really like adventure movies. And this one, of course, we have a board game that is coming to life. And I have reviewed Jumanji on my channel, so check that out if you were interested. There are elements of it that watching it as an adult that I didn't really catch on to when I was younger. For instance, the villain of the story that had the safari outfit on is actually played by the same actor who was his dad. And so there are like these psychological elements to it of like he didn't have a good relationship with his dad. And so the manifestation of the villain that is hunting him in Jumanji is his father. Yeah. Also, it's actually can come across a little bit as like childhood horror film. If you can remember, the Jumanji game was like doing the drum beats that was kind of like drawing the children in to play this crazy, dangerous game. But we have like a young Kirsten Dunst in it. We have David Alan Grier, who is amazing. He's a really big bright spot in the movie for me. And he's a fantastic comedian who doesn't get enough credit. And it's a really interesting story. Now that you mentioned the hero arc thing, I'm wondering if that applies to Jumanji as well. But we have a kid who's kind of wimpy and he likes a girl and he keeps getting beat up. His parents are getting ready to send him off to boarding school. He doesn't have a good relationship with his parents. Then he plays this game and gets sucked into the game for like 30 years or so. Gets released from the game when some kids buy the house and end up playing the game, and some crazy stuff starts happening. There's crazy animals. They look awful now.
VFX did not hold up.
They did not at all, but, it's just an interesting concept of, like, this crazy jungle board game coming to life. There's danger, there's adventure, we're going all across the town to retrieve the board game. We're running from this hunter who's trying to kill us, but we also have the police on our tails. It's a lot of stuff going on. It's very fun. Somebody tries to cheat at the game, and the game turns them into like a half monkey, half boy.
Yeah.
It's really fun, and I enjoyed the movie a lot. Oh,
So a
I
lot of
also
life
want to say
lessons.
there was also a cartoon series for
Yeah.
Jumanji as well, and I watched a little bit of that too. They would
Yeah.
the kids would go and visit him and have adventures with him in the jungle and then come back. So that was cool.
We used to get a lot of good, like when movies like this, and then like a good animated show. Like I
Mhm.
remember Men in Black had a really good animated show. This
Hmm,
one, The Mask, had a really good
okay.
animated show. So back, yeah, man, kids miss out on a lot. Um, in terms of just like getting great like follow-ups to stuff. Like we don't get a lot
Yeah,
of sequels anymore. We don't get like spin-offs that are great. We need to get back on that.
yeah, I agree.
Let's see, Jumanji, right? This is a big thing. This is another movie that I definitely watched when I was younger. Didn't watch a bunch. What about this film? Because it's when you as you're talking about it, like the kids cheating, him manifesting his father as the villain, and a lot of other themes you're talking about. Is the themes of the movie why this is on your list as one of the influential? Is this something that introduced you to Robin Williams and led you down the path to checking out his other movies? So what about it is why do you feel like it's influential?
I feel like for me, it's just the style of the movie being adventure of
Okay.
just this idea that we have a task that we need to accomplish, and there's multiple kind of milestones and steps along the way that we need to accomplish to kind of get
Yeah.
there. And there's crazy animals involved, and the storyline is pretty fluid. The crazy things that come to life and come out of this board game, they are things that you could never really imagine, like the huge mosquitoes or the poisonous plants that are growing through the walls and stuff like that. It's I don't know. I think it's just the idea of like having an adventure, and I think this is something that set me up to like movies later on down the line that are not on the list, kind of like The Mummy, like the idea of
Mm, the
those
action
types of
adventure
like
kind of films.
exciting, yeah. So I think that's why this is more influential for me in my childhood.
Gotcha. And I don't know if I missed it, but did you talk about the soundtrack or music of this one? Did you enjoy that aspect of this movie?
Not as much for Jumanji. I wanna say the score was okay, but the
Yeah.
actual soundtrack or, like, songs, there were not very many.
Okay.
So the music for this one is not a big deal for me.
Not a big deal for you. And how do you feel about the kind of the sequel reboot, soft reboot that they did? Um, did you
With
like
The
them?
Rock,
Yeah.
I have seen the first one, and
Hmm.
it was actually pretty entertaining.
Okay.
Um, so I thought it was interesting that they went from board game to video game, and modernized it a little bit, and,
Yeah.
um, when they got into the video game, they were more avatars and less themselves, so
Yeah.
it was interesting, I enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's funny because I love the original Jumanji. I remember when they did that, I was like, "Oh God!" But then when a lot of people came back and see because I haven't seen it yet, a lot of people came back and was like, "No, this is actually pretty good. It's not
Yeah,
not as
it was
bad as we thought
decent.
it was gonna be." Yeah.
Mhm.
So that is the end of the childhood. Before we get into the chat, I'm gonna end the poll, see what people thought of the four movies that I picked were the best one out of your childhood. This is gonna be very interesting. With 12 votes. 41% said soul food. I definitely didn't expect that. That's amazing.
Mm,
25% said Jumanji, 16% said Toy Story, and Toy Story was tied with Mulan at 16%. Soul
okay.
food wins out, and I love that. You know,
Yeah, that's so great.
let's see what the comments say. Then we're gonna get into your adolescence, which is like 12 to 18 or something like that.
Mhm.
Teenage years, a mixture. Pretend Fortnite exists. I remember those Disney games. The one that used to make me mad is the Lion King game. I used to be pretty good at Aladdin. Yeah, Lion King game was oof. Hey, Jay Pylon, welcome to the live stream, man.
Hello.
I have Cheetah said, hey, hello, Zach and Kiara. How you doing, man? I could get the cave in Aladdin game, and after the cave started on fire, I started really getting annoyed. Yeah, it was. They didn't make those games easy for you.
Yeah,
Jumanji is just great. Yeah,
it
good
is.
time. He's always yelling. Jumanji is a classic official.
Kenny just has strong feelings.
He's passionate. Love it. Love this film, Jumanji. Big fan of Robin Williams. Yeah, me too.
Mm-hmm.
I love Flubber. That's one of my childhood
Flubber
movies.
was a decent movie. I haven't seen it in a long time, though.
I'm going to be doing one of these where someone interviews me. The
Okay.
idea is going to be like I have one person interview me for childhood, another person do it for adolescence, and then somebody do it for adulthood. I'm trying to get that together. That should be fun.
Okay. Well, if you don't have someone in mind,
yeah. Look, one thing I'm gonna give Kiara some roses before we get into the next thing. Right? Let me move this down so you can see a beautiful face. So I want to give her some roses because look, she reached out to me. And she had the courage to do that. A lot of people don't, right? A lot of people don't have the courage to reach out to somebody and want to collab and stuff like that. I know I don't. I wait for people to come to me because I'm scared of the no, right? But Kiara was just like, you know what? What's the worst that can happen? So right there, she's a courageous creator. Also, she's really good at like marketing, like preparation and like graphics and stuff like that. The graphic that you made for this that you posted on social media, I was like, oh, this is better than anything I've ever done.
Appreciate that.
Your preparation, how timely you are, like a lot of being in the space for 3 years, I've worked with a lot of people who are kind of like just like, whatever, late hour and stuff like that and things like that, but you're on top of things. You're communicative. You kept asking me about questions about this and that. Like, so you have a genuine, you're like, yo, even though this is his channel, I want to make sure I do a good job on it. And your content is great. You know what I mean? So she deserves more subscribers. Everyone subscribe to her. Check her out. I know a lot of us are like movie lovers here, and she talks about the movies that we love. You know what I mean? Like all the old school ones. So definitely check her out. Just wanted to give her flowers real quick.
Thank you so much for that. That was lovely. It's always nice to hear great things.
Yeah, man. You got to give out the flowers before people pass away. You know what I mean?
Yes.
You got to do it in real time. And then you also just been awesome to have in the community and talk to and stuff like that. And I joke around a lot, and some people don't know when I'm joking or not. And you knew immediately that I was joking around when I would say certain things. I was like, okay, she gets my sense of humor. Let's see. Why is StreamYard's jumping around? I want to talk to everybody. Pretend Jumanji. Okay, that's Kenny yelling. This movie was traumatic. Jumanji. I think I saw on a Avon VHS tape. I was a baby. Avon. Wow. He just brought it back and made me feel old. That was like a VHS brand back in the day that was big.
Oh, okay. I think I'm envisioning the logo.
The logo and stuff like that. Yeah, like if you have any old VHSs around your house, you probably take one out. You probably see it on there. There's even a board. Oh yeah, there is a Jumanji board game. Yep. Mm-hmm. Jumanji taught me not to cheat at games. Yeah, you get turned into stuff. Bad luck.
Right.
I used to have the board game Jumanji. I would think animals would come out of it or crazy things when I play the game, so I was scared of it. I understand that. Both Jumanji films are fun. Yeah, man.
I agree.
And then there's the 2 sequels. Damn. And the way he said that, he's like, I don't like them shit. I love Jumanji, but I've never seen it. I have Jumanji, but I've never seen it. Yeah, check it out, man.
Yeah.
I actually have Jumanji board game. Damn, so many people have this board game. I didn't even know that. I didn't even know it existed. I've never played it because I don't want to risk it.
It's not a Ouija board. It's not a Ouija board. Y'all just treating it like
you know how Kenny feels about summoning stuff in his house. He's not down. So even if there's an opportunity, he's not doing it. I pretend the 2000 sequels don't exist. Have you seen them 80s kids though? Like, because Kiara saw them, she said they're not bad. Yeah.
I enjoyed it.
Yeah, those spiders, I could die right now.
Oh, those spiders were made of plastic, but yeah, they were huge.
those spiders were terrible. They creeped me out, even though it was fake. I
Yeah.
have arachnophobia, so I'm not down. I mean, I don't have the remake. I have the Jumanji that with Robert Williams. I haven't seen the remake either. They're fun films, man.
Yeah.
If you play the board game, I thought those spiders could enter your home and hide out somewhere. Spiders are your friends, Kenny. No, sir. Remake was okay, but the first one, man. Yeah, the first one's great. Back to the Future had a cartoon. Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, a lot of these movies had cartoons. Have you seen Back to the Future? I haven't, personally.
I have not. Okay. Even though my birthday is in it, I have no idea.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we talked about that. I also enjoyed the new Jumanji. Okay.
Yeah.
I love how split people are on certain things. The best part in the Jumanji movie was the crocodile. I'm glad I have the 4K of Jumanji. It's really good. You said it was interesting?
Yeah. You have 4K of awful graphics.
Did you see the awful graphics in more detail?
Yes.
That's hilarious.
Sorry.
That's like, there's certain things I don't want in 4K. Like they're doing like Friends, the whole series in 4K. I'm not buying that in 4K. You're going to start seeing their makeup. You're going to start seeing the stuff that you have to see on their face. I'll just get it on Blu-ray. Those type of shows like Fresh Prince of Bel-Air and like, you don't need to see them crystal clear. There's a reason why they look good in back in the day. Police Academy, RoboCop, Rambo, Oh yeah, I really love the RoboCop show.
I didn't know any of those movies had cartoons.
I didn't know Rambo had a cartoon. Oh, that's
crazy.
For kids? What? Rambo was wild. Even Jackie Chan. Oh man, classic. Okay.
I do remember the Jackie Chan Adventures.
Even though that's not a spin-off of a movie, it's kind of just a spin-off of his fame.
That's true.
I love the Jackie Chan Adventures. Free Willy even got a car. Oh yeah, I remember seeing that. I never watched the new Jumanji movies because I didn't want to tarnish my memory of the original. I don't know. I feel like I've had this conversation with people. I feel like if a new movie comes out and it's a remake of something, it can't tarnish the original movie because it's not wiping away the original movie. You know what I mean? That will always be there. So even if it's bad,
I think he means it's like a scourge on the franchise. So I think I understand what he means.
Gotcha. I guess, yeah. So I love the Police Academy cartoon. Didn't even know it existed. Oh, June 25th cartoons on Saturday coming back on Me TV Tunes. They will have all the cartoons on there. There's Ghostbusters too. That's awesome. That's one thing I think kids miss, having Saturday morning cartoons from like 8 a.m. to about like 1. So good.
One Saturday morning, that was my jam.
Shoot. And then when MASH came on, that's when he's like, all right, it's time for me to go outside. I just hope they won't censor the cartoons. I feel like they probably are, because even Disney's starting to do that, where they're censoring cartoons with insensitive things that weren't insensitive back in the time. I like the first Jumanji reboot movie. Haven't seen the second one.
I have not seen the second reboot either.
I feel like a lot of people haven't seen the second one. I like the first people, but didn't watch the second one. Stop. That's like a theme. I read that in Kenny's voice. Hey, Alfred, another Lil Jon. Your family's here.
They are.
Old school Rob Williams classic is The World According to Garp. Oh, I've heard about that.
Don't know that one.
I'll definitely check out her channel after the stream.
Thanks.
Yeah, Kiara has definitely been a light in this community. Aww.
Thank you, Kitty.
Hey, Kal-El Daily, what's up, man? How are you doing? Let's see how Kyle is.
You missed all the childhood films.
I know. Jumanji taught me David Alan Grier got screwed on a Nike contract.
Not in the end, though. In the end, when everything got resolved and they were able to go back in time to fix everything, he got his money. Yeah.
That's the main point. That's the theme of it. David Alan Grier deserved that money. Truth. Don't summon nothing around me.
I agree.
Me too. Don't summon nothing around me. I remember when I went to a party and they were like, oh, you want to play with a Ouija board? I was like, I'm going to go. That was my answer.
I'm with you.
Ooh, Inspector Gadget had. Oh, I remember.
I remember.
I actually think I like the cartoon better than the movie.
I agree.
I'm starting to think any I'm starting to think any with a bodega in block radius hasn't seen it. Back to the Future. Starting to think any one with a
Anyone with a
bodega
bodega in
in a
a
block
certain block
rate
radius.
hasn't seen it. Back to the Future.
That's
That's hilarious.
hilarious. There are no
That's a
bodegas
nice
nearby, but I
way.
haven't seen
That's a
it.
nice way of saying no black people seen it.
Jeez, tons of them, tons of them.
Yeah, of course. A Rambo and Forces of Freedom. Wow. That's a crazy
Random.
cartoon.
That is crazy.
The RoboCop cartoon was absolutely insane. Came on right before Captain Planet and Sailor Moon before school. I was late because of those shows often. Oh my god. I was late because of Dragon Ball Z. That shit came on like 6 o'clock in the morning. I was supposed to be leaving my house by then.
Wow.
Everything had a cartoon. Phantom, Max Steel, The Mask, Men in Black, all awesome. Yes. Oh man, I love Mask and Men in Black and Phantom. There's no such thing as it ruined my childhood. Look, one thing I'll say that's not 100% true, because if let's say they do a sequel to a movie, and in that sequel they change the meaning of something in the old movie, it kind of can ruin it.
Never thought about it that way.
Like if they're like, oh, actually, this never happened, and then for example, in the MCU, like spoiler alert for Endgame, but when Tony Stark dies, War Machine is there. He's comforting him. He's like, oh my god, my best friend's dying. But then they do Secret Invasion and they say that, oh, Don Cheadle's character has been swapped out with an alien this whole time. So now that kind of ruins that moment, because it wasn't really his best friend. It's an alien imposter who's trying to take over the world. And that kind of stuff can ruin childhoods. MC Hammer cartoon is goated. That is hilarious.
Wow. I didn't know that was a thing.
Pro stars Michael Jordan and Bo Jackson and Wayne Gretzky cartoon. Yo, what is happening? I didn't know it was so many crazy cartoons.
Jeez.
Oh, man, Powerpuff Girls, classic.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I heard Saturday morning cartoons went away, that's when I knew future generations would be our doom. They'll never get to experience the trauma of Morph dying in the second episode. Facts. Hey, Cece's here.
Hello.
Hey, I'm sorry I'm late. Just got out of Violent Nature. Oh, I'm excited to see your review. Also, plug Cece. She just did a movie reaction to Madam Web. Go check it out. It's hilarious. There's a lot of comments. I'm gonna get to your comments, but I want to get to. I didn't realize you guys were gonna flood it like that. I appreciate all you guys, but I want to get to the teenager years. Oh, I have CC's comment here. Blocking the way. That's fine. Boom.
Yes, my adolescence.
Your adolescence, man. And the first one is the thumbnail of this video. Napoleon Dynamite.
Freaking Dynamite. Your mom goes to college. Have you seen this movie?
Oh, I've not seen it.
Explaining Napoleon Dynamite to someone is actually really hard.
Yeah.
Because it's one of those things where you got to be there, and sometimes when you got to be there for the moment while it's happening, or you're not going to get it. So if you ever watch Napoleon Dynamite, I'm interested to hear your thoughts, because this movie is actually turning 20 years old in 10 days. So I'm going to be reviewing it on my channel, and it'll be coming out, I believe it's June 11th, whatever that Tuesday is. So, y'all, this is my favorite movie in the whole world, and I love it because it is comedic genius. When I was younger, my dad bought me this movie for Christmas, and I had asked for it because I have a friend who was so into the movie and I had never seen it. So I asked for the movie, actually having never seen it before. And so when I got the movie and I watched it, I was like, this is freaking amazing. It is so funny. And up until I watched it recently, because my husband had actually never seen it, and we watched it with him and my mom about a year ago now. And I never realized that there were some very interesting themes and how cohesive the story actually was, because it comes across as being this story about a kid in high school. He doesn't have a lot of friends. He's into weird drawings and mythical creatures. He's a nerd. He wears glasses.
Sounds like me.
They live in, is it Idaho? It's either Idaho or Iowa, but I think it's Idaho. it's very rural. And this story is about him finding friends, finding friendship, having these
Idaho.
combative or these like contentious relationships with his family members, namely like his uncle Rico and his
Mhm.
brother Kip. And then it's about him being an ally to his
Mm,
new best friend, who is probably like one of the only Hispanic people in that area. Not only, the only one that I saw at his school.
yeah,
Again, because this is rural Idaho or Iowa.
yeah.
And he actually helps his Hispanic friend become class president of the school. And I'm like, if that's not allyship, I don't know what is.
True
And
allyship.
so there are just tons of these little snippets that happen across the story that when I was younger did not seem interrelated. But when I watched it just a year ago, I was like, actually,
Mm,
this story, everything that happens in this story makes sense. There's like a scene where Napoleon is upset that he doesn't have any money, and so he goes to work on a farm where they're like moving chickens from one cage to another, and the chicken is like attacking him, and he gets paid like $6, and he's like, "That was $1 an hour." There's not super germane to the story, but it's just a super funny scene.
yeah.
Or Kip and Napoleon fight each other because they have this brother energy. Kip is the older brother, but he's shorter and he's a
Mhm.
weirdo too. And he's meeting ladies online and he ends up, dating and marrying a black lady named LaFonda. And
LaFonda.
and then he makes a female friend who comes to his door trying to sell crafts so she can save money for college, and then Kip makes fun of her and is like, your mom goes to college. Just
Uh,
It's just so funny. And then Uncle Rico. So Uncle Rico, let me see if I can find the guy who plays Uncle Rico.
Uncle Rico's John Greer.
Okay. Yes. So he actually is on what, the first maybe and second season of White Lotus right now. He also was
Yeah.
in Martin as like the white radio engineer,
Yep.
um, whose name escapes me. But he does a fantastic job in this movie at being kind of like our villain. And he just has this very contentious relationship with Napoleon. And the way they talk to each other is so hilarious, so disrespectful. it's, it's just ridiculous. And then the movie is one of those kind of time warp situations because you cannot tell when this movie was made because it's rural Idaho or wherever they are.
Yeah.
You could
It is
tell that they
Idaho. I
don't
looked it up.
have Idaho. Okay.
Yeah.
They don't have necessarily like the latest technology, the latest fashion. So something about the movie actually feels like maybe late 70s, early 80s. But
Mm,
if you pay attention to some of the stuff that happens in the movie, it is actually modern day. So I believe it was like 2002, 2003,
yeah.
but the movie actually takes place. But then when there's a school dance in the movie, they play old songs, Forever Young and Time After Time. So it's one of those things where it's like, I can't tell what time this is.
Yeah.
Um, it has one of the best opening sequences of any movie I've ever seen.
Wow.
um, it's amazing. It's like a cute song playing in the background, and it's animated. You just have to see it. It's
Yeah.
fantastic. There's nothing like it. It was an MTV movie that was kind of a indie situation that ended up kind of winning some awards at a film festival, and then when it came out, it just became this kind of cult classic.
Sensation. Yeah.
Yes, and it's just amazing. And John Heder, who plays Napoleon Dynamite, hasn't really been necessarily in a bunch of other uh,
Yeah.
productions or anything, and that's totally okay because I don't know that if he could ever outrun Napoleon Dynamite. I don't know if he could
Yeah.
escape from being Napoleon.
It looks like he's done a lot of voice acting, which, he can kind of
Okay.
escape
There was also
Napoleon
a
like that.
Napoleon Dynamite cartoon.
Going
Uh,
again about the movie to
yes,
cartoon transition. That's hilarious. When I was looking it up, I saw it and I was like, wait, this had a cartoon? I did not know.
it did. It
And the
did. The
movie was
cartoon
really
didn't last very
successful.
long. Yes, it was. It's really hard to describe how much I love this movie. It's helped shape, like, my own sense of what's funny, like, my own sense of what
Mm,
comedy is.
thank you for saying that.
Um, and it's one of those things where you watch it, you hear the music, like, the score in the background is very, like, 80s, maybe electronic type music playing in the background. There are
Mhm.
silly characters that come in. There are these hilarious moments. There's a part where like Uncle Rico and Kip are trying to make money and they start selling Tupperware. And they're going to people's houses to demonstrate how strong the Tupperware is. And Kip is like, "This Tupperware is so strong, I can run over it and like it'll be fine." And he he backs up the van over the Tupperware and it bursts into pieces. And Kip just drives off. He just leaves.
He's just like, I'm not even gonna look back. Get the hell up out of here.
He's like, "Oh." Yeah, y'all, that movie is so funny, and there's a post-credit scene where, Kip and LaFonda, tie the knot, and Kip sings a song that he wrote for her. I'm sorry if I'm spoiling this for you. It's 20 years
It's
old. I
fine.
can't there's
You
nothing I
know,
can do for you.
yeah,
But,
yeah, yeah. When I'm doing these, I'm okay with spoilers.
but this movie is just so hilarious. You can tell it's not high budget. Um and it's high school based and there are high school things that are in it, but seeing Napoleon go from virtually having no friends to having a couple of friends and getting some influence, um, and helping his friend win the election for, school president, and the dance scene at the end where he danced to Canned Heat by Jamiroquai,
Yeah.
freaking love it. I Y'all, this movie is the best.
I see. The way you describe it, it sounds like it encompasses everything we've been talking about, each from like a little bit from each movie, but it has everything you love: music,
Mhm,
representation. It's a character study kind of. It's funny because you clearly
mhm,
like to laugh. And also I think it has the way you describe it has a classical feel because you can't tell what time it's from, so it doesn't
mhm,
matter when you watch it. I can watch it now. You got to watch it back then. You can watch it in the future, and it's in that weird space of 2002 where it kind of felt like that in 2002, where people were kind of still doing like getting stuff from the 80s and 90s, so the dressing was all mixed up with the past and what they're trying to do current. We didn't really have cell phones like that. Just started getting cell phones, so it makes sense for them to make this movie because they probably made the movie 2000, dropped it in 2002 or something like that. So yeah, it's like a time capsule in a way
yeah.
where anyone can watch it but still get a sense of stuff. That's really dope.
Yes, I have to mention the tots.
Yeah.
"Give me some of your tots" is probably one of the most popular lines from that movie, but
Mm,
essentially Napoleon's friend didn't need his tater tots, so he took them and put them in, like, a cargo pants pocket for class. No napkin, no Ziploc bag,
just
nothing, just put it in
in
his
there.
pocket, right? He's
Uh,
he's a weird kid, and then he goes to class and he starts eating tots during, like, an exam or a quiz, and one of the school bullies is like, "Hey, give me some of your tots."
that's hilarious.
Napoleon is like, "No, get your own." And then the bully gets mad and, like, kicks him in the pocket where the tots are, like, smushing. It's so funny. There's a scene about chapstick. I could go on, but it's just so many of these little moments. It almost feels a little skit based.
Mm,
With these little segments. There's one where they go to a self-defense class. There's all these little segments in here that make up this movie that has this kind of through line of Napoleon's evolution and finding friends and being an advocate. It's amazing.
there's a movie that I recently watched. It's probably not exactly similar, but it sounds similar. Like the reason why you love this movie, why I love this movie, that came out recently called Bottoms. I don't know if you've seen
Okay.
it.
I
Came out
haven't.
last year. It's about two lesbian friends who are not they're just best friends, but they both happen to be lesbians, and they're losers. They don't have many friends, and they're like, how do we get girlfriends? How do we get more friends? And then like the guys bully the girls, so they're like, let's start a lesbian fight club. And while we're teaching these girls how to fight, we might be able to bag one of them. And then hilarity ensues. So I think you should.
Right.
I'll recommend that based on what you're saying about Napoleon Dynamite, I think you will enjoy Bottoms, because that movie
Okay.
is hilarious and it's fast paced, doesn't slow down, and it's insane. The ending is absolutely insane.
Okay. I'll have to check it
So
out.
yeah, definitely check it out. It's on streaming now, and you can rent it and all that good stuff. So, let's see. I had a poll up while you were talking, because I'm always over here listening, making sure I listen to everything, and multitasking. Said, would you marry Lathonda? 71% said
LaFonda.
yes.
LaFonda is great.
71% said yes. So they would marry Lathonda.
Yes, lovely,
That's
hilarious.
hilarious. Before we go into comments, I'm going to go into the second movie of her adolescence, teenagehood. This one is a classic, Princess
The
Diaries.
Princess Diaries, another really good soundtrack. I actually own the soundtrack to this movie,
Very
but
nice.
there's a number of reasons to love Princess Diaries. First off, Princess Diaries came out when I was 11-ish, 10 or 11. And what girl doesn't want to wake up and find out that they are a princess and they
Yeah,
like never
of
knew
course.
about it? Now, The Princess Diaries is actually based on a book series, and I love this movie so much that I actually went back and read the book, and they changed a lot of details. In The Princess Diaries, the movie, oh, you put Princess Diaries.
Oops. That's how you know I don't know how to spell.
But in the movie, we have, of course, the wonderful legend who is Julie Andrews playing the grandmother.
Mm-hmm.
But in the book, the grandma was like actually like not very nice. She had tattooed makeup. Like she had a very different vibe. So I'm glad that they reimagined her
Yeah.
for this film. But there's stuff that's going on in the background of this film that I really love, right? Like it's actually produced by 3 women of color, including Whitney Houston and Deborah Martin Chase. So that's amazing.
Yeah.
The feel of this movie just feels so real. So I have reviewed this movie on my podcast, and the person who directed this movie, whose name is escaping me, is the same person who like directed Pretty Woman.
It's Gary Marshall.
Yes, very famous director, which I didn't realize that. But and he's passed away fairly recently, I think. But the way he directed this movie makes it feel so real. There are moments where people in the background that like you normally wouldn't hear in a movie, you can actually hear them saying things that are related to the story, and it makes it feel more immersive, like you're actually there. Like you can
More
literally hear
lived in.
somebody. Yes. And I just love that aspect of the movie. There are these funny moments. There are these moments of like the teenage angst of waking up and realizing that you're a princess and nobody told you. And then there's, you got to get to know this grandma that you never met before and build a relationship with her. But then you got to do princess training, I guess, princess training montage. There's a makeover scene. It's very like girl related, very girly. But I love this movie. This was Anne Hathaway's like debut film. And I actually have not really liked her in anything since this. And I feel like
Wow.
I will only make a slight exception for Devil Wears Prada, but I don't necessarily that movie is not really up my alley. But her being Mia Thermopolis in this movie is literally my favorite role for her. She has actually a really long full name. Amelia Mionette Rinaldi.
Damn.
Thermopolis, something along those lines.
Thermopolis is crazy. It is like can't pronounce the Thonda, but Thermopolis, you better know how to say it.
Yeah, so I just really love the feel of that movie, and I think this helped me to develop a taste for movies that feel more real and are very realistic. I hate when things happen in movies that like kind of take me out of it. And this movie just has me locked into like this girl is in high school. She has to deal with the fact that the press knows that she's a princess and what that means and how she has to handle it. And it's just very like teenage or preteen Kiara was very into this story. And I just really identified with it. I thought that the love interest was cute. She had a little annoying
Pine,
friend
right?
that was pretty funny. Would you say?
Chris Pine. Was love
No,
interest? He
Chris
was
Pine was in
Sir.
Princess Diaries too.
Oh,
Chris Pine was
so
not in the original movie.
Google got it wrong. They got him in the cast for the first one. My bad.
No, he's not. No worries. But yeah, I really love this movie and the soundtrack is pretty good. I think this may have been the acting debut of what is her name? The one who played the mom on Mandy Moore. There we go. On This Is Us.
More,
Mandy Moore
yeah,
acted in this movie. She was like the
yeah,
bully.
yep.
I love this movie so much.
A lot of great actors. Sandra Oh is in this, right? Is this
She
the right
is.
one? Yeah,
Mhm.
like there's a lot of
Hector
actors in
Elizondo is in it and has a
it.
pretty prominent role.
Yeah. This was back when a lot of young upcoming actors would be in these small roles, break out, and now like we'll see them everywhere all the time. Princess Diaries is a movie that I really, really enjoyed watching when I was young. So I never thought about the whole like lived in aspect, the fact that you hear people in the background talking and like how it is in real life. It's noisy. It's
Mhm.
not just two people having a conversation and you don't hear nothing else. Or like you see people eating, like a lot of times in
Mhm.
movies, you'll see people in restaurants and the people in the background not eating. It's only the people who are in the movie. So yeah, I like that aspect because to me, that's good filmmaking, especially when you're trying to tell a realistic story. So I
Yeah.
love that. Okay, so let's get to the comments. Let's not starve them of our feedback. Let's see. Cartoon Network was Pika tells it 8. Are you Cartoon Network is this? What a great song. Okay. CC said, what's up? Go Gadget Go. Inspector Gadget 2. Inspector Gadget was a cartoon before it was a movie. Oh, yes,
It
yes, yes,
was.
right.
Mhm.
Before both of you need to see Back to the Future. They're really good movies. The second one is the best, though. I don't know if I
Ooh.
need to see it, but I'll see it
I would like
eventually.
to see it. I would like to
Yeah,
see it
that might
at
be a
some
watch
point.
along. Why not?
Yeah.
Captain Planet movie. Let's go. Facts. You were supposed to get one with
Was
Leonardo
there a Captain
DiCaprio.
Planet movie?
No, they
Okay.
planned one. It was supposed to come out
Okay.
this year with Leonardo DiCaprio playing Captain Planet. That would have been
That's
funny.
weird.
Voltron always came on at 5:30 a.m. That is a fact for no reason. I've seen all the Back to the Future movies. I live right around the block from the bodega. Oh, that's cool. Madam Web ruins childhoods. Y'all trust me. Oh God.
Wow.
Sometimes I used to skip school so I could stay home and watch Yu-Gi-Oh! And Dragon Ball Z in the morning. I didn't do it. I'd
Wow.
rather just go late. I didn't skip. The Men in Black cartoon was great. Yep. Kenny, that's facts. Unless you lived Mommy Dearest. I'm not sure what he means by that.
Mm-mm.
Kid and Play had a cartoon. Mommy's
Wow.
Alive. Oh man, classic.
I don't think I know that one.
No. Nobody likes Morph like Booster from Jingle All the Way. Street Sharks is goated. That's a fact too. That was another one I used to
That
love.
sounds familiar.
Yeah. What I would do is I would pretend to fall asleep so my bus couldn't pick me up. My mom was already gone by the time I had to wake up. She used to wake up at 4 a.m. and started work at 6 a.m. Damn. Collective Movie was a sneaky little one, huh?
Yes.
I would have died if I did that.
Yeah, yes. Not just died, like been killed.
Been killed. Yeah. Here's a good idea for a movie. Ben 10 live action theatrical movie. With the right people, it could be good.
Interesting.
Yes, Kenny. How about Erie, Indiana? Oh, I've heard about that. I've never seen it. Have you seen Erie, Indiana?
I don't know what that is.
Gargoyles.
Okay.
Great show. La
La
Fonda.
Fonda, yeah.
Your mom goes to college.
Yes.
Got the quote. I actually did not like Napoleon Dynamite. I might have to give it a rewatch though because it's been a long time since I've seen it. It might change for you because it's been so long.
You'll have to see, yeah.
Napoleon Dynamite
Thank
is a
you.
classic.
My favorite movie
Napoleon
in the
Dynamite.
world.
Napoleon Dynamite is my type of movie. Gosh. Vote for
Vote for
Pedro.
Pedro. I actually have one of those shirts. Oh,
Can
Tina,
you eat
eat the food. There's a llama that he feeds, and he's like screaming at her to eat.
I never seen Napoleon Dynamite. Well, add it to your list.
Yeah.
Wasn't a favorite of mine, but it definitely is one of a kind.
Yeah.
Uncle Rico is a legend.
He is.
Are you gonna eat your tots is one of my favorite lines. I've used that so many times and my kids never know what I'm talking about.
Well, you have to share it with them. I got my
Yeah.
whole family into that movie.
So if y'all love me, y'all gonna watch this. Jared has his in Sasquatch gang, which is kind of like Napoleon Dynamite-ish. Oh,
Okay.
okay. Well, things are getting pretty serious right now. I mean, we chat online for like 2 hours every day, so you could say things are getting pretty serious. Is that a quote from the movie?
Oh, yes, when, Kip is chatting with LaFonda.
Oh, knock it off, Napoleon. Just make yourself a
A
dang
dang quesadilla.
Della.
Yes.
What? Uncle Rico's probably the greatest character in cinematic history.
He is very funny. Yes. Oh, yes. He also was, reliving his football dreams. Like, he had some type
Mm,
of injury that ended his football career, and he would say, like, "I bet I could throw that football over those mountains."
Shondarella Avery was the actress playing Lathonda.
LaFonda, yeah.
Forever Young, such a great song.
Mhm.
And your ability to breathe.
It is so funny, and it's actually really good too.
He had a little good run after Napoleon Dynamite, then he disappeared.
Yeah.
He probably just didn't want to deal with the politics of Hollywood. That's a lot of times that was happened. What a
What is a
liger.
liger? Yes. That was the first place I learned about what a liger was.
Oh my god, the karate teacher with USA
The
pants.
USA pants. Mhm.
If it wasn't for Kiara, I would have never seen it.
It's hilarious. It's so good.
I'm gonna have to watch this movie. I love that we're putting people onto movies. This is part of the reason why I
Yes.
do this too. Hey, give me some of your tots. Sound like he said no, Diddy. Oh God, don't
Oh,
no,
no.
no,
It's tater
no.
tots.
It's tater tots. Well, tots can be used for other things too, but no, it's tater tots. Bottoms is fantastic. Yes,
I have to check it out.
Bottoms and Napoleon Dynamite have totally different comedic tones. Yeah. I'm not saying that the comedy is similar. I'm just saying in terms of like what she likes about Napoleon Dynamite, you can see inside of Bottoms. I've never seen the Princess Diaries. That's fair. It's so funny
I
because
can
I was
see
looking it
why.
up, and apparently a lot of people don't like this movie. It has a
Excuse me?
49% on Rotten Tomatoes and only is 60% from the audience.
That's right. Yeah. This is again one of the problems that I talk about frequently on my podcast is that a lot of people who are critics of these movies are not part of the target audience. And
Mm-hmm.
it's like if you were not a preteen girl back
It's
when the
not for
movie
you.
came out, it's not for you. So like
Yeah.
maybe be quiet.
Damn. Baby, be quiet. It's crazy. That's hilarious too. I love the Princess Diaries.
It's great.
I saw the first two, I think. Okay. Was that a guy I voted on? I thought it was a girl. No, Latanda is a girl.
And LaFonda is a girl.
Oh yes, love Princess Diaries.
Mhm.
From Last Man Standing was in that movie too. Oh, nice. Zach, it's not the Diana Prince movie. What are you talking about? I know that.
When do you put Prince wrong?
Oh,
What's Prince?
Rapunzel was in Princess Diaries.
She was not.
I don't think so. If I skipped school, it would have been accidental death and dismemberment.
I hear that.
Zach, I'm actually doing my list right now for movies that made me nice. Kiara put me and our family onto Napoleon, funniest movie ever. Nice.
Yes.
Oh, and we got a super chat. Thank you so much, Kenny Sparks, the Love the Channel
Nice.
member, friend. He's also the mod of the chat. So if you get out of hand, he's booting you out of here. I heard a $2 super chat expedite Zach's Return to King watch. Oh my God. You know what? Yeah. If I get more $2 super chats, I'll watch that bad boy tonight.
That is hilarious.
Oh man. Oh, you said I referring to Maddie Moore. She was the voice of Rapunzel.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Was she?
Did not know that.
Like Rapunzel from Tangled?
Let me see, Mandy Moore. Let me see what's on her. You know, like I know her, but I feel like I haven't seen her much. But also, I feel like I have seen her in a lot. Yeah, she
Did
was
you?
Rapunzel in Tangle.
No way. I didn't know that was her.
That's very interesting.
That's
Yeah,
that
Mandy
is
Moore,
interesting.
Rapunzel. Zachary Levi was Flynn. Oh shoot, that's crazy.
You know all
Let's
the
get.
Zacharys.
Yeah, you know. Let's get into the next movie. The Color Purple.
The Color Purple.
It's funny because I've seen The Color Purple, but just the new one, not the old one.
Just the new one.
Yeah.
Oh, So The Color Purple is a part of the Black zeitgeist, y'all. Like, this movie is so quotable. If you have not seen it, you know all the quotes from it. That's like how powerful
Mm,
the quotes from this movie are. We have a story written by a Black woman. Alice Walker wrote the novel, The Color Purple. A few years later, Steven Spielberg in 1985 directed this
mm,
film. Why they didn't pick someone Black to do this film, why they didn't pick a woman or a Black woman to do this film, who knows? I actually think it was Quincy Jones that convinced Steven Spielberg to do it, because Steven Spielberg actually told him, he was like, "Yeah, I'm not Black, I'm not a woman, like I can't identify with the material." And then
yeah.
he said, like, Quincy Jones responded and said, like, "Well, did you have to identify with aliens to do ET?" So Quincy Jones kind of convinced him to
That's funny.
actually do this movie. I think from the standpoint of like the idea of having this big director made the story more accessible to people who maybe didn't identify with it. I think it had a purpose at the time, but I do often wonder what the story would look and feel like if it was directed with someone who had more of a connection to the source
Yeah.
material. But essentially, we get a story of Celie, who is played by Whoopi Goldberg. This was like her first movie role.
Yeah.
Um, it's also Oprah Winfrey's first movie role. So we have two like heavy hitters. We also have Danny Glover in this movie. We have some very cherished Black characters or Black actors in this film. And it is the
Yeah.
story of Celie's life. And it was a hard life. Y'all, if you have noticed anything about my list so far, I like to have fun. I like to laugh. The Color Purple is very different. And I think
Yeah.
the reason why I put this on my list is that it kind of shapes the way that I see dramatic films.
Mm,
And for me, I love that this story um, tells the story of this woman's life throughout time and how she evolves, everything that she has to endure. Um, I enjoyed this movie so much that I actually went back and read the book, and the book is a
oh
little
wow.
bit different
Okay.
from the movie as well. But you have this woman who has just suffered abuse, like all over, going back from her childhood up until her maybe like 40s, until she gets to a point where she finds another woman who helps kind of liberate her from that cycle of abuse. And the story really is about women helping women, right? Like we have Shug Avery, who is this very liberated woman for the 1930s, like I think is 1930s and 40s primarily it takes place. So she's this liberated woman who is a singer, and she doesn't have custody of her kids, and she is bisexual, and she takes a real interest and liking to Celie, which nobody has ever really done besides her sister, who um, her Celie's husband tried to make a move on Celie's sister, so she ended up leaving, and they didn't see each other for like probably 30 years. So it's this woman who feels like nobody loves her. And then this woman, Shug Avery, comes into her life, and she's different, and she's worldly, and she's traveled, she's an entertainer, she's outgoing, and she brings out something in Celie that is more than like just the abuse
Mm,
that she has faced. And so this story really is about women helping other women to like find their way. And in the book, more so than the movie hints at it. There is a relationship between Celie and Shug
yeah.
that is physical. So, but anyways, the big point of the story is like she overcomes all of that, she becomes an entrepreneur, she is reunited with her sister, and that's the part where I feel like I realize that if I'm going to watch something dramatic, for me to really enjoy it, there has to be a happy ending. And I feel like that sounds
Mm,
really shallow, but just like I'm a big Black woman in America. My life is traumatic enough. I need to be like, these movies need to help me escape and feel good, like about
mm,
life, and knowing that there's like struggle and drama and trauma, and then there's a happy ending. That's like what I need like just for my
For the
soul,
soul.
because I'm
Yeah.
yeah, because I'm a big empath, and so when it comes to like these heavier movies and have heavier feelings, whether it's like a drama or even like horror, like a lot of the stuff I like take to heart and ruminate on like a little bit too much. And that's why I kind of tend to avoid things that like are a little too harsh for me. So the color purple, I make a little bit of an exception because it has a happy ending. It has fantastic acting in it. So many quotables. You told Harpo to beat me? Like that is just a popular saying. It's gonna rain on your head. There's so many quotables, so many fun things that happen in the movie. Um, in the story, they actually live in a really nice house, and Celie's husband is like a farmer, and he tills the soil, and that's how they sustain their lifestyle. It's actually not a story necessarily about poverty, but it really is focused on like these women helping each other.
It's very, very interesting because, like I said, I've only seen the new Color Purple, the musical version. Everything you said is in that movie.
Mhm.
So that's right, but I didn't care for the movie, and I wonder if I like the original. So I
Yeah,
definitely want to go check it out and see if I prefer the original without the singing.
I think without the musical piece, I think you would enjoy it more.
Okay, because they definitely, because you talked about how they hinted to where the physical aspect they uh show it in the musical version. So I
Mhm.
guess they were like, they left. Did they show it there, or it was kind of hinted towards in the movie?
There was a kiss in the original movie,
Okay,
but in the book they go into more
got you.
detail.
So it
It's
looks like
more
the movie
involved.
decided to take that from the book because they went a little bit more. That's interesting. The fact that you said it is like your standard bearer for like dramas. So like
Mhm.
with Soul Food, right? That's well, I guess that's like a comedy drama. They consider it, so it's not as serious as this
Mhm.
because this is a lot more serious. So what would you say is other dramas that you've watched that can kind of match like the happy ending that you like of
So the
these?
other one that comes to mind right off the bat, because again, because this is my taste in movies, when I review them, I kind of stray away from more dramatic movies. But one
Yeah.
of the other dramas that I have reviewed is Fried Green Tomatoes. I actually really enjoy that movie and how the storytelling gets done. There's a lot of themes about people of color and interesting stories from like kind of two parallel timelines a little bit. So that's one of the ones that kind of comes to mind.
I'm gonna have to add it to my watch list. Never heard of that movie before. Fried green tomatoes.
Mhm.
Okay. Let's see what the chat has to say. That part. Maybe be quiet.
Yes.
I'm about to act up, joking. If you get out of line, Kenny will yell at you. Indeed, while yelling. I love this movie so much. Top 5 for sure.
It's
And oh my
amazing.
god, Netbit has been a channel member for 2 months. I appreciate you so much, Annette.
Yeah.
You're awesome. Beloved member of my community, channel member. Even if you weren't a channel member, you've just been really awesome since you subscribed to that channel a couple months ago. Really like having you around. Oh, speaking of, you told Harpo to beat me.
Mhm.
Alfred says, so heavy.
Yes.
That quick rage in Kiara's eyes when Zach said he has to see color purple. She was about to hit leave studio. Like, how dare you? Harpo, who is this
Harpo, who
woman?
this woman? Yes. And you surely is ugly. Yeah, that's another one.
It was the 80s.
It was
Oh.
80s. Mhm.
I love Color Purple. I love Color Purple. It's probably my favorite Whoopi Goldberg movie.
Mm.
Totally got robbed at the Oscars. Not
Mhm.
sure what it was up against back then. Slide of the close screen.
It's gonna rain on your head.
Said Caesar. You show is ugly might be the greatest line. They cut that out the remake.
Mhm.
Shug Avery, the goat.
Yep.
That scene makes me cry when they tell her she's so ugly.
It's actually supposed to be comedic, so that's interesting.
Love the new Color Purple movie. Nice. Color Purple is a great film. So glad my mom let me watch it when I was younger. I see why. I cry every time Suge sings God is gonna tell you something, another thing they cut from the remake.
Yeah. Suge
Love
has daddy issues.
Mm,
And so she gets her redemption arc with her father at the end of the movie too.
gotcha. Dragon Movie Guy, welcome to the live stream, man. How are you doing? Love the live stream, Zach. Appreciate that. Congrats on 1K subs coming up. Appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Yes. If you are here and I told you to be here, please consider subscribing to to Zach's channel. He does much shorter content than I do, so it's more digestible. So give him a sub and let's get him to 1K, okay?
I appreciate that. The original is a better movie to me. That's fair. I might like it more. I love this format, by the way. Thank you. And I'm going to have you on soon, Dragon Movie Guy. I'm glad that you're back in the YouTube space. I know you took an extended break. So definitely going to have you on. I was supposed to have you on last year, but you had your break. And then so I have one other person that I said I'm going to do. I'll get you after that, Dragon. This guy, Zach, is only 5 subs away from 1K. Wow. Thought it was never going to happen. Soul Food is an instant black classic. Let's take the black out. Just as instant classic. Agree with happy endings. They're a must for me. I don't care how great a movie is.
Thank you. Life is hard enough.
I actually really enjoyed the remake, but I would definitely say the original is better. That's fair. They're both good on their own accord, you know. That's funny. Like I don't mind a unhappy ending. I don't know what it is, but I do get the whole like I have a tough life. Why am I going to be watching movies that are going to make me sad? Sometimes it's cathartic for me. Like when I watched The Whale with Brendan Fraser from 2 years ago, like it had a not so happy ending, and I just got to cry and let out all my sadness in that movie theater. Just bubbling, man. Just bubbling on my nose. Okay. Next up is Glory Road.
Glory Road.
I actually never heard of this movie before. So talk to me. Tell me what it's about.
Oh my gosh. Okay. When I was coming up with my list, I tried to think of different genres of movies that I could talk about. This is probably one of the few kind of historical sports movies that are at the top of my list. Remember the Titans is up there for me too. So is Radio. But Glory Road, particularly in my adolescent years, it came out, I want to say 2006-ish. When did it? Yeah, 2006. So I was 15-ish. And it's the story about Don Haskins and the basketball team at it's a university in El Paso, the Texas Western College. Now it's known as the University of Texas in El Paso. But Don Haskins got hired there as a coach to coach for basketball, and he ended up recruiting like seven black players. So they basically went all across the country. I want to say they were predominantly from like the Midwest where he got the players from, but he had a hard time getting players to come to his school because he was previously a girls basketball coach. And so he kind of had some perception issues with going on. And so there were already some players playing at the school, predominantly white and one Hispanic. But then he recruited 7 black players from all across the country. One came from Houston, I think 2 in Gary, Indiana. And so you have this struggle of on the team. There's the multicultural relationships that they have to deal with in the 1960s, like 1966. You have that basketball at the time hadn't really been integrated, particularly at a college level. So you have the struggles that they deal with being this interracial team of basketball players going to different colleges around the country, having to prove themselves, and all of the racial stuff that goes on in the background with that. This is a Disney movie, so it's available on Disney Plus. And Josh Lucas plays Don Haskins, and he does a fabulous job. And you all, I was 15. I was, of course, looking at boys and having like 6 or 7 beautiful men to look at. And this movie was also wonderful. Yes.
It doesn't hurt.
Right. And so Derek Luke was in this movie. John Voight was in this movie. And this movie actually was Mehcad Brooks. I had a huge crush on Mehcad Brooks. He was my favorite. But this movie was actually shot at my alma mater, LSU. I don't know if you all can see the little
Oh,
logo down there. And
nice.
so I actually worked with people at the school that could remember like them being on campus and shooting this film while they were there. Pitch Perfect was also shot on LSU's campus, and I actually left my dorm one day to see that they were doing filming while I was there. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's an underdog story. They go almost undefeated during the whole season. There's these up and downs of dealing with like the racial issues within the group, with the outside world,
Yeah.
and trying to prove themselves. And essentially, in basketball history, this season of college basketball in 1966 helped to further integrate college basketball and eventually, the big leagues, right? The NBA.
NBA.
And the big part of it, though, is that yes, it's sports, and like
Mhm.
college sports is a gateway to go on to do professional sports. But more importantly, it was a gateway for a lot of Black people to get education, right? Like
Yeah.
more Black people in these higher education institutions might have come for the sports and they leave with a degree and can better their lives too, right?
Yeah.
Um, Yes, love this story. There are funny parts. There are moments where all of the guys are bonding together, getting in trouble together, and just kind of learning to embrace each other for their differences. And in the big game, the one that is at the end, John Voight plays the coach of the opposing basketball team.
Mm.
Um, and where was I going with this? Y'all, I had my train of thought just totally got derailed.
Brain fart. That happens.
Yes, but one of the players who was at that game is a very famous basketball star, Pat Riley. He was
He's a
actually
yeah star
right,
and coach.
he was actually playing in that NCAA game in 1966 against this team, and
Oh wow,
Pat's team lost uh,
that's
to
hilarious.
this, ragtag group
Group of
of
yeah,
Black
and there's a
men.
lot of
Oh,
sports
and
stories like that, right? Ragtag
right.
groups together. Yeah.
Yes. But, I think what I was trying to say when I lost my train of thought was that Don Haskins decided to play only the Black players in that final championship game.
Oh
So, typically, he would, like, rotate out certain people on their positions throughout the season,
yeah.
but, in the last game, he only played the Black players, and they dominated in the game, and now they dominated in the NBA. So, it's a,
Yep.
big part of sports history.
Yeah. And did they go into his decision to do that? Like, why did he choose in that final game to do that?
There is a speech
Okay.
before the game where he talks about why he does it.
Okay. She's like, I'm not
Yeah,
gonna spoil it for you.
I'm not. And Don
Okay.
Haskins actually makes an appearance in the movie too.
Oh yeah, yeah. Because I see
Mhm.
him here on the he's
The
like gas
credit
station Allen or something like that.
attendant. Hmm.
Yeah. Okay. So I saw him up here. So I saw you say his name a couple times. So that's cool. So he was played by somebody else in the movie, but they had him like show up as a character.
Yes.
I love when they do that. It's so
Yeah.
cool. So Glory Road continuing, um, like the underdog story, kind of a hero's journey story, which I see that you like. And you've said underdog a couple times, so
Hmm.
I'm seeing that as a theme here. Representation. You're just seeing people that look like you that where you come from. And as a teen, Princess Diaries was important to you because you're a girl, and waking up as a princess is a ideal situation, especially since when you were younger, you were watching Disney films.
Hmm.
So that's kind of like a live action version of it. So you can see that tie in, and then the Glory is kind of that same kind of story. The Mulan, the Hercules, coming from one place, getting an opportunity, and making the best for it. So that's really cool, and it's a movie that I definitely want to check out and put on my list now.
You should. I love that movie.
Let's see. Do, 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 do. Zach is now 2 subs away from 1K.
Hey.
Appreciate that, guys.
Are you going to hit 1K on this live stream?
That would be nuts. This is the whole movie that made us going to get thrown to the side. It's now a Q&A. I made it. No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
That's hilarious.
Oh, shoot. I'm at 1K.
Are you for real?
Yeah, I just saw it.
Hey.
Thank you guys so much. I appreciate that. Kiara.
Chicken dinners.
Thank you. It's amazing. Now I got to plan a 1K thing.
You got to.
I got to. I have a live stream with Kenny tomorrow, but that's going to be about something different. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Maybe Tuesday I won't do a Zach Attack News live because it probably ain't going to be no news coming out. After was it Memorial Day we just had? Yeah, not really that much news be coming out. I don't really watch many sports movies. There's only a couple of it I've watched. Definitely have watched Radio. Oh yeah, I remember that movie Radio. That was a good one. Was that with Cuban Gooding Jr.?
It was.
Yes. That's a good movie. I'm going to spread the word too, Kenny. He's going to hit 1K today. Well, you spread the word real good. Thank you, Jay.
Done and done.
You guys have to do this more often. Love the format. Just subscribe. Thank you so much. Is that one of your homies?
No, I don't think.
No?
I don't recognize the name.
Yo, your face, Napoleon Dynamite, is just bringing people in. So, Moni, welcome to the live stream.
I know how to market.
Yeah, I said that earlier, right?
You did.
Maybe I'll watch it. I mean, since it's based on a true story, I'm more in the way of watching it, but I'm not the biggest fan of sport movies. Yeah, I don't watch every sports movie, but there's a certain couple ones that I really like. Last year, there was a movie called Champions that came out. It was about this disgruntled NBA assistant coach that ended up having to coach disabled kids, and the frustrations of that he had, and how it made him more human because he was kind of losing his humanity. It was a really sweet movie. I liked it a lot. There was a basketball movie that's similar to Glory Road. Was it called Sugar Water? Am I tripping?
Sugar Water.
It was. I gotta find the name, but it was about the first Black man to play in the NBA. And it came out last year. I'm trying to remember. It was it was something like Sugar something, but I'll find it. I'll DM you though. Okay. I think that will be interesting. Very well done. Real sports movie. Haven't seen it in a while. Need to rewatch. Well, you got a family rewatch right there.
Yeah.
For some reason, I just remember the trailer for this movie being awesome.
Yeah. The soundtrack was pretty good for this movie too. Alicia Keys did a number of the songs.
Nice.
Yeah.
The issues weren't really here in El Paso because it's a military town, but the other teams like Kentucky didn't want to play them. I like Glory Road. The rewrote history is a little bit more dramatic with this story. In the film, they win the national championship for the first season. In reality, it took a few years. Oh,
that is true.
You can't really do that in a movie. If it was a series, they probably could pull that off, but you gotta shorten things. Yeah. Still a great flick, great cast. I'm grateful for Kiara for showing me this movie when I was little. Nice.
Yeah. We watched it together, yeah.
Weird to think NBA Hall of Famer Pat Riley, Lakers, Knicks, Heat, was a player on Kentucky team in the title game in real life. That's crazy.
It is crazy, yeah.
Congrats on your 1K, Zach. You hit it. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
I'm so happy to be here for this moment.
Yeah, this is crazy. Anyone, because if you see me in the chats, I'm like, I'm never gonna make it. It's not gonna happen for me. I appreciate you guys. Oh yes, Glory Road was so exciting. Zach Attack reviews. He's always shouting, but I love it. 1K subscribers. Appreciate you guys. 1K subs. Thanks, man. Thank you, Arabia. Is it Arabia? That's how you say it?
It is Arabia.
Okay. Thank God I said that right. Proud of you, Zach. Thank you. I appreciate that. No one ever tells me they're proud of me, so I appreciate that. He said, I have 5 accounts and I'm only subbed on 3 of them, so I went and said, oh, thank you. She's like, you're going to get stuff from everywhere.
Right. You're going to get multiverse in the net. Yeah.
The multiverse of the nets. This is the actress who won over Whoopi Goldberg for the movie Color Purple, Geraldine Page, A Trip to Bountiful, and that's the film. Oh, okay. Never even heard of that film
What?
after that. Exactly.
Right.
Put your hands in the air. Is that a quote from the movie?
I think he's saying like congrats, maybe.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, whoop, whoop.
Dog, we can cancel our stream tomorrow for your 1K. Damn. He said, wait, some business days after you hit 1K to celebrate Zach, people are childish. That's a fact. You know how many
That's
times I hit a
actually a good
milestone and
point.
then lose 2 subs?
Mhm.
Congratulations, Zach. Now time for the 1K party. I appreciate that. 11 watchers on live stream right now. Yeah, right now it's 16. Thank you guys all for being here and watching. It's me, Simone.
Oh, hey.
Oh, that is your people.
Yes, it is.
You was like, who the
Hi.
heck is Moni?
Yeah, I didn't I didn't put it together.
That's funny.
Thanks for watching.
Sweetwater. Thank you, T. That's the name of
Okay.
the movie I was telling you about the first
Okay.
black person to play in the first black player in the NBA. Thank you, Nanette, and you're a great member of the community, so I appreciate that. Hey, Spoiler Kings.
Hello.
What's up, guys? Congrats on 1K. Thank you. These guys right here, when I say that I would not be YouTubing if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be YouTubing because they brought me in. They showed me some love and tender care. They told me and gave me confidence in myself by like, yo, dude, you're good. You just got to keep going. I remember that when I was at like 400 subs, it's like, dude, we've been there. We were at 400, then we got to 5, and it felt like it was going to take forever. The next thing we were at 7, then we got to 9, and then it stalled at 9, and then the next thing we were past 1,000. So keep trucking on, and that's exactly what happened. So I appreciate you guys. Sports movies are great. I have not seen this one, but Mighty Ducks is another good one. I'm from Kentucky, by the way. I love Mighty Ducks.
It's a good one.
Facts on Spoiler Kings being an inspiration to the community. Yeah, they help a lot. Guys, definitely contact Kiara Ghetto on because I think she'll have a lot of fun on your channel. So next up is one of my favorite Disney movies. Love this movie. A lot of people try to come for me because I said I love this movie. Cheetah Girls 2.
I cannot believe you love this movie.
I love Cheetah Girls. How dare you?
That is hilarious. I love it. Okay. Look, Cheetah Girls 2 is another Whitney Houston production. If you did not know. And y'all, I love it. And this is another one of those sequel moments, right? Where like the first one is like good, it lays a good base. Cheetah Girls 2 takes it up a couple of notches, right?
It does.
So we have the same 4 girls who are in a girl group. We have Aqua, Chanel, Dorinda, and Galleria. They are a multicultural 4-girl kind of pop group who are doing gigs around the city. On the side, they are still in high school. And in the first Cheetah Girls, they go through some challenges because Galleria gets a big head and some crazy stuff happens in that movie. I have reviewed Cheetah Girls 1 with 2 of my sisters, and it is on top Mediareviews. But Cheetah Girls 2 takes it up a notch. The girls are older, their game is tighter, the songs are better, and they go to Spain to compete in like this international international kind of talent show or music festival type of situation. And this was my first real kind of exposure to Spain, which is low-key kind of crazy. So that's nice, right? And also we get to meet like some international stars. Like 2 of the characters are actually musicians from Spain. And we hear them sing like the Spanish lullaby that I actually really love. All the songs are fantastic. Strut is my favorite. You gotta strut like you mean it. Free your mind. I love it. I got compared a lot. I got a lot of comparisons to Raven Simone when I was younger. I don't think we look alike, but light-skinned black girl. I guess.
I've seen a little bit.
Well, and you know, she had That's So Raven on at the same time, so she was actually very popular.
Yeah.
And then 2 of the girls in the group were from 3LW. And then Dorinda was like a fantastic dancer in the group. They all had their different abilities and whatnot. And so in this story, they get to be in Spain, hang out, and have another teenage existential crisis about whether or not they stay together,
Yeah.
or whether or not their friendship or the girl group will survive, and they pull through in the end, and it's like
Yeah.
the multiculturalism, the internationalism,
Yeah.
the great songs, the feeling in watching this movie. I just love the way watching this movie feels. I just really
It's comfortable. It's
enjoy
cozy.
it. Yeah. Yeah. I probably rewatch this movie maybe once a year. Yeah.
Yeah, man. I love Cheetah's Girls. I was like I used to love like Brink, Johnny Tsunami, Cheetah
Okay.
Girls. That was my all that was my stuff. I've always and but for me, I've always leaned towards female castings in movies, like
Okay.
when it's led by a female in video games, books, and movies. I don't know why. Tomb Raider was my shit. My favorite video game of all time is starring a woman. There's just something about that. Is that I love my macho men, but there's something about a woman taking lead and doing that stuff that's so different because we don't see it often. I
Mhm.
think back then when I was younger, we didn't see it often. I think that's why I always gravitated. So Cheetah Girls was awesome, and I used to love the girl groups and the boy bands and stuff like that.
Mhm.
And I was obsessed with Raven Simone. Like I was obsessed with her. That's so Raven, and then Cheetah Girl. Oh,
Mhm.
the best. Now she's a little crazy, but
She
back then I was obsessed. So that's really awesome that you have the international your first time kind of seeing Spain. That's
Mhm.
really, really dope. And that could be inspiring as well because
Right.
there's a thing in Black America where it feels like we can't leave our little
Mhm.
urban place. So to see that this career took them to another country, it's like, oh, I could do that too. So I could
Right.
definitely see that being inspirational as well.
Yeah,
Love
I
it.
agree.
When I saw it on the list, I was like, yes, I could get to express my love for Cheetah Girls and not feel ashamed.
I have never heard a man say they like Cheetah Girls. This is refreshing.
That's just hey, I like what I like. I ain't gonna be ashamed of it. Don't shame me
Good.
in the comments, all right? I like what I like. I don't know how much it will hold up now. I haven't watched it in a long time, but back then, every time it came on TV, it was Cheetah Girls time. I even tried to do the
I feel like it
dances, which
holds
is
up
terrible.
pretty good. There are
Okay.
still some kind of the cringiest thing for me on the Cheetah Girls is the little ad libs they do between like the songs. Yeah, like that stuff. That's the stuff that's cringy for me. But besides that,
You
I
can
can get down with the rest. Yeah,
overlook it. And the
yeah,
music is actually pretty good. That's
it
what I like,
is.
which is big, big, big part. Let's go 1K subs. Was a matter of time. Congrats, man. Thank you so much. Just trying to be like you, Cece. Just trying to be like you. We appreciate you, Zach. Keep crushing it. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Hey, Toby's in the chat. What's up, Dark Movies? What's up? Congrats on 1K. Well deserved. Thank you. I appreciate you so much, Toby. You're gonna be on that way as well. All right, we start to connect. Nice. I'm gonna the first Kiara live stream. I definitely wanna go check that out. What's up, Norwegian Batman? That's Toby, as you know. Anytime you see Norwegian Batman, that's him because that man does not
Okay.
sleep.
Jeez.
I never seen Cheetah Girls or the second one. I don't know how it will hold up for you now.
I agree. I agree. It's one of those things where I think you have to be there. Like you have
Yeah,
to be a preteen or teenage child back in 2006 to get it. I think.
yeah. Like other movies, she has like Jumanji and Sister Act and all these other films we talk about. They kind of hold up better,
Mhm.
like because of stories and stuff like that. And it's like you said, there's cringy moments in the film. So I don't know if you're gonna love it. It's not like it's a classic for us because we grew up on it, but it's not like a classically made film, if that makes sense. I'm not gonna compare it
Yeah.
to like The Godfather. Cheetah Girls, Cheetah Sisters.
Yes.
Yeah. Gotta run, but not because of Cheetah Girls. Gonna spend some time with my wife of my youth. My wife of my youth. Kenny, thank you always for being here. Thank you for
Yes,
all the
Kenny.
support. Appreciate you so much. This community is better because you're here, even though you don't think so. But I'm gonna let you know every single time. Stop self-deprecating. You're awesome. Tell Miss
Right.
Sparks she's awesome. Hey, I'm not mad at Cheese Girl too. Let's go. Oh man, he said, the early 2000s. Yeah, man. The second one is the best. It's so good.
Absolutely. The third one is only okay.
Yeah. Disney didn't do really good with the triples.
Mm-mm.
I never even heard of Cheetah Girls. I didn't expect you to, being in Norway.
Well,
I didn't think it would be a big thing over there.
okay.
I have partied in Spain. It is insane. Oh shoot. Okay, T was out here doing the booger sugar. Barcelona is
What?
my dream vacation because of this movie.
Yes. I do still need to
She,
go to Barcelona.
she can gaze into the future. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be singing that. I'm gonna leave that up to you. Go to Ibiza. You will thank me later. I definitely want to go to Ibiza. It's a what?
It's a weird way they pronounce it. Well, I won't say weird. They pronounce the Z like a TH, more of a TH sound.
Oh, it's Ibiza?
Ibiza, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's So Raven was goated. That's a fact.
I agree.
I used to watch these movies to learn songs and dances. Nice. Johnny Tsunami. I barely remember that movie. I loved it. Congrats on 1K. Reward your subs with a Return of the King watch along. Oh my god. This movie's gonna haunt me.
It is. You gotta get it over with.
Wow, you sound great. I love your voice, Kiara. Aww.
Thanks, Nanette.
Love Raven Simone on the last few seasons of The Cosby Show. So talented even that early. Haven't seen Cheetah Girls. Yeah, she was great in The Cosby Show. I like Cheetah Girls as well. Hey, you found two guys that like Cheetah Girls.
There we go. That's so rare. So rare.
And both in the same place.
Oh, yes. That's crazy.
We got a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Spoiler Kings. I appreciate you so much. Congrats on 1K. Can't let Kenny Sparks outdo me in super chat. Oh my god. Yes, compete on super chats. I appreciate it. Let's see. Let's move on to the next. This is the last teen film. This is a classic.
Okay.
I've seen the what's it called? Where's going on there? Thank you. Remove that. I've seen the original, love it. I've seen the musical new one. Actually ended up loving the new remake original musical one, and that is not Cheetah Girls. Why is this up here? Mean Girls. We're going from Cheetah Girls to Mean Girls.
Yes. Yeah, we wear pink on Wednesdays. Yes. So this movie is hilarious. So it has like a little anecdote behind it. So back in the day, me and two of my sisters were at our grandma's house. It was just us. And this movie came on. We managed to catch it right in the beginning. Mean Girls had already been pretty popular and it was already playing on TV. So I didn't jump on the bandwagon right away. But we watched it together, the three of us. And we laughed so hard at this movie. It is so funny. It was, of course, written by Tina Fey, and they have the whole SNL feel behind it. But then you also have these very popular, very capable actresses who are playing these characters. And it's just the story of being a girl in high school and dealing with the kind of cattiness and meanness of what it means to interact with the popular girls. And it's through the eyes of Lindsay Lohan's character who, you know, grew up in Africa. I don't know if they gave her a specific country, if it was South Africa, or I think they just said she was from Africa, which is crazy because that's like a huge place. But
so it's a continent.
Right. So she doesn't have any real frame of reference of like what it means to grow up in this social structure. Right. So we're seeing her learn it and figure it out as she goes along. Right. She was homeschooled. She grew up on another continent. And just really doesn't have the knowledge of like what the social hierarchy is at the school, and she envisions it like the jungle with animals and a lot of course, like more sexual themes that she wasn't really used to. She liked a boy and had never really never really explored what that meant. And then she had friends like the two weird people that are her friends, and they, you know, are the first ones to kind of embrace her, and then she gets pulled into the Mean Girls crew and is kind of torn between these two spaces, and then gets like dead set on revenge, and spends so much. I like the theme of like like becoming the monster. That's kind of what happened to Lindsay
Mm,
Lohan's character, right? Like she
yeah,
was with the monsters, and she got mad at the monsters and wanted to get revenge on the monsters and end up becoming a monster herself.
yeah,
Um, and so I just love this idea that they are like deconstructing the idea that a relationship between adolescent girls has to be confrontational, and there has to be a hierarchy, and there has to be this meanness and nastiness behind it. And towards the end of the movie they get to this space of like peace, right, of
yeah,
like everybody fits in where they fit in and we're all cool with it.
yeah. And that's super important to have that at that young age. And I think that's why that has such an impact because no matter where you are, that theme resonates.
Mhm,
In your school at that time, did you have those
mhm.
hierarchies, the cool girls, the sport guys, and all that stuff?
I had a unique high school experience for the first 3 years. I went to a high school for health professions, so everyone was a
Mm.
nerd.
Oh, okay.
And everyone there was kind of like, decidedly going to be someone in a medical professional. So I have a lot of friends from high school that went on to become dentists and doctors and whatnot. I ended up going to business school, so I took a took a different path. But once I got to my senior year, I went to a different, more kind of traditional high school, and I would say there was a hierarchy of students,
Gotcha.
certain students that hung out together versus didn't.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, there was always cliques.
I think high school was the first time that's ever no, that's a lie. When I went to that white school in middle school, that was the first time I experienced that. But then when I came back to New York, like New York City, it wasn't until I got into high school where it was like, oh, cliques and stuff. There's the singing people, and there's the anime nerds that smell, and there is
No.
the football people, and it's all about trying to like find your clique that you click with and the people that you can hang out with and stuff like that. So
Mhm.
yeah, that kind of demystified that whole thing. It's like we all can like hang out with whoever we want to hang out, but also be cordial with each other. I like that idea because that's not how the real world is, unfortunately. Even at work,
Mhm.
work is more like the hierarchical thing. Like I had a boss
Mhm.
that didn't like me because I didn't like football. It's like, bro, I'm not here for you. I'm I'm here to help these kids. I don't care. Like I
Yeah.
not talk to you about football. But yeah, love Mean Girls. I think, like you said, like it's like an SNL skit brought to light with high production and good writing.
Mhm.
Tina Fey was awesome
Yeah.
in it as a teacher and as a writer, and the comedy is so classic. Like you could throw this on for anybody, and I think they will appreciate it. And yeah, I never thought about it as someone that loves Mean Girls. I never thought about how it is for a girl to watch this and how it can affect them because you're the ones that's actually going through it. I'm just observing and laughing at it.
Mhm.
So that's dope. I understand. Cheetah. Have you seen what he was saying? No, I was not when I was talking about the Booger Sugar in Barcelona.
Jeez.
Cheetah Girls 3 was just, yeah, not good.
Yeah,
Damn.
I wasn't feeling it. Raven Simone was not in that one, so there were just
That's
3.
why.
Mhm.
Yeah. I truly never expected to like Mean Girls as much as I did, and I really like the new one too. Yeah.
It's
Me
hilarious. It has a lot of quotables too. It's a
yes, a
good movie
lot of
for quoting.
quotes.
Mhm.
Oh yeah. Memes for
Look,
days.
Fugly Slut, that is hilarious.
Hilarious.
Mm.
I love Mean Girls. It's a great movie. I might need to give this one a watch one day. I watched the remake that came out this year. Definitely check out the original.
Mhm.
I think even though I like the remake, I think that the originals just holds up better. Yay, Mean Girls. Baby sis who's 14 got into it this year and is Hook, timeless classic. I
Yes.
always wish I had a younger sibling to share movies with. I'm the young one, so I don't have no. It's just stop. It's the buck stops with me.
You have nibblings, don't you?
I have like yeah, but she's in Minnesota,
Oh,
so I
okay.
can't really. I used to share anime with her, and then like they moved back to Minnesota, and she started getting ahead. I was like, I thought you were supposed to hold on till you came back. She said, no, I couldn't. She said, I love all the movies that you put there that I've seen, but I picked the one I watched the most, and that was Mean Girls. Oh, she's talking about the poll.
Okay.
Mean Girls OG is amazing, a must-see classic. You Can't Sit With Us,
Yes.
classic.
You can't sit with us. All you
Uh,
sucker MCs ain't got nothing on me.
on me.
He is hilarious. Kevin G.
Yes. Oh my God. I was a theater chorus geek. Aw.
That's your click.
Oh my God. Another super chat. Appreciate you guys. Congratulations, Zach, on hitting
Hey.
1K. Donations to watch return. Oh my God. I gotta just get this out of the way. This is such an ongoing joke.
You got to do it now.
Gotta do it. Me too, Savannah Littlejohn.
Yeah.
All right. Even though I just took one of the daily Norwegian Batman naps, it's still 4 a.m. So I'm gonna take more and more of my naps. I have a rest of the stream, you amazing people. Thank you, man. Get some good
Bye.
sleep. 4 a.m. is crazy.
It is.
Go to sleep. So we're about to get into the adult age, which is like you right now, basically.
Yeah.
And let's end this poll of your teenage adolescence and see what movie won. So favorite teenage years from Kiara. Mean Girls won by 54%. Napoleon won by 18, not one, but second place by 18. Color Purple by 18, so it tied. And Princess Diaries coming last at 9%. Not bad, not bad.
Color Purple and Napoleon Dynamite getting the same amount is kind of crazy.
Totally yeah.
Different movies.
Talk about a spectrum.
Right.
So we're going to get into adulthood.
Whoop, whoop. Speaking of adulthood, it's not all fun and games, but
oh, you mean with the movies?
No, I mean just being an adult. It's like,
oh yeah, no.
For the it's for the birds.
It's kind of this is how I feel about it. Let me see if I can find the meme.
It's trash.
I've never seen that meme, but yeah, I agree.
It's trash. But one movie. Oh, wow! You called her, and here she is. Here's my niece. Hey, Uncle Zach. Hi. Shay. Boo! Adulthood is in the adult world. Oh yeah, she's like officially an adult now. She said, "I."
Oh.
Oh man, that is hilarious.
Nice.
As a grown up, it pains me to say I really enjoyed this movie.
Oh, Mean Girls? Is that what he's referring to? Yeah, it was so good.
There's so many guys that love it. You know what I mean?
It is. It's a great movie. It's well put together.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you're a boy or a girl.
Yeah.
A movie that I love and I feel like was so underrated last year. I think it came out at the wrong time, and I love that you have it on this list. And I really want to talk to you about how it ended up on this list so early because it just came out. Is American Fiction.
American Fiction. Okay. American. Y'all. So I've only seen this movie once.
Mm-hmm.
It was like special release in theaters.
Mm-hmm.
And me and my husband were in Phoenix for his birthday trying to figure out like what movie we wanted to see. And I was like, let's go see Beekeeper, but it didn't come out for like another 4 days or so. So I found that a local movie theater was doing like a limited time showing of American Fiction. And I watched the trailer and I was like, this looks so good. And so the premise for American Fiction, I'm gonna try to do this without spoilers because it's so new. There's probably a lot of people who haven't seen it, right? So I'm trying to be considerate, you all. But the premise of the movie is that Jeffrey Wright's character is an author who writes these pretty like academic books, and they are related to his race. They are very like highbrow, educational. He is a professor of literature or something like that, or a professor of writing. So that's the level of book that he is writing, but they don't sell very much. And he kind of gets this idea to do kind of a spoof of a book where he is writing a book that's like supposed to be one of those hood books that are about drug dealers and just these negative stereotypes,
the hood bugger
tropes
books.
about tropes about Black people. And interestingly enough, he gets rewarded with the attention that he kind of always wanted for his books. And he is struggling with this idea of being in this space of I'm finally getting paid for, or like have even the prospect of getting paid for something that I created, but it's not who I am. It's not a
Yeah.
representation of who Black people are. He's struggling with this idea of feeling like a sellout and keeping this secret. And he also kind of takes on a separate persona to keep the writer of this book separate from himself. And so he kind of pretends to be like this hardened criminal who is like currently wanted and has warrants. Um, he is acting as that in like interviews where they don't show his face to kind of promote the book. And so you have people who are consuming the content of this book who believe that it was written by a hardened criminal slash felon. And I love that aspect of the film. But for me, and it has like a lot of commentary about race and expectation and stereotypes and tropes, stereotype threat, a lot of that stuff, and the idea about not wanting to hear or see Black stories that don't fit into a certain mold.
Mhm.
But the part about the movie that I really love the most is the part about his family. And
Yeah.
there's this other element of he has siblings that are all dealing with things. He has an aging mother who's experiencing some health issues. He's pretty disconnected from his family. They have things that go on with the family. There's a love interest that's played by Erica Alexander, who I really enjoy her. She was one of my favorite characters on Living Single when she
You don't get
played
enough of her.
Maxine. She's a fantastic actress, so it was great to see her in something as well. Sterling K. Brown is in the movie as
So good.
well. Does a fantastic job in there too. And so, yeah, it's a fantastic story. It really is about Jeffrey Wright's character's internal struggle, and his external struggles that he has with his family and relationships and, um, figuring out even his own judgments a little bit. So I won't go too far, into it, but there are a bunch of themes that, like, resonate with me.
Yeah.
Something ends up happening to one of his family members, and I'm like, "Oh my gosh, like, this is so sudden. I was not expecting it." So there's twists and things in the story as well. And you literally don't know what's gonna happen, but, like, you're along for the ride. There are moments that are funny, there are moments that are sad. I went through a wide range of emotions, and it was
Roller coaster.
done really well.
Yeah.
Like, Jeffrey Wright is an excellent actor.
Yeah.
Um, and the story just is so well put together. The ending was not what I expected. That really is the only thing that threw me off a little bit, but the ride was fantastic.
Yeah. I agree. First question I have about the film, because I was shocked to see it here. What you explained it really well, and but why did you feel comfortable enough to put it on your list so fast, even though you
Be-
just saw it recently?
yeah, I put it on my list so fast because it's literally one of the most well-made films that resonated with me on multiple levels in, like,
Mhm.
years. I don't know
Gotcha.
that I can't think of the last movie that I was like, "This movie is so good and it's, like, so telling of some of the things that I have seen or experienced myself." And again, I just love movies that are about representation and have a complex view of what it means to be Black in America and like navigate what that means. And
Yeah.
this one is done really well as opposed to like Magical Society of
Oh my god. To go from that to
American
this.
Negroes, yeah, and to have it be done in a way that is, that makes sense and that is complex and has intelligent characters that are not struggling with poverty or that are not playing slaves or prisoners, like, it's done in a really interesting, highbrow, high quality way.
Yeah. And as you were talking about the film and the aspects of it, I just thought about like Jeffrey Wright's characters kind of go through a hero's journey, and that's like a big theme here. That
That's
you know, I,
interesting.
the aspects of the hero journey that he goes through, him being disconnected from his family, him coming back, and kind of like struggling with taking responsibility for the things with his,
Mhm.
his mom and his other family members, and then finally coming up to the task, kind of. So I find that interesting that I'm seeing that through line through a lot of your picks that you have here. The underdog aspect of it. He was an underdog in this situation as well. One of my favorite scenes in the movie is his conversation with Issa Rae's character in that boardroom. I think that was the moment that made the movie. I was loving everything up to it, but I think that was the moment the movie needed. The only thing my only negatives I ever had with this movie was that I feel like certain scenes like that wasn't long enough.
Okay.
And that the ending wasn't as impactful as I would have wanted it to be. Kind of happened, and I was like, oh, okay, maybe I need to rewatch it so I can interpret it better. But yeah, such a great movie. I loved it so much. I'm happy to see it get highlighted on here, even though it just came out. I recommend everyone to check it out. I don't think it's
it's streaming movie. Now. It's streaming
now. I think it's on Hulu. Is it Hulu?
I thought it was Netflix or Amazon Prime, but I'm
Prime Video. You're right. Okay. Go check it out on Prime Video. It's so good. But yeah, let me see what the chat is saying. I see some people who said that they've seen it. They have not seen it. I think we got another super chat, which is crazy to me. I'm like, what is going on, guys? What are you guys doing? Killing me. I loved it. She said, I was summoned. Yeah, we were just talking about how like I don't really have people to share movies with. And she was like, don't you have a niece? And I was like, yeah. Did you popped up?
Yep.
Mean Girls is fantastic. Walking the dog.
It just be spending your time with your wife.
Yeah, it's just how do you end up walking a dog? My favorite is American Graffiti. That's a film that I heard about and I heard people love, but I haven't seen it yet. Bill and Ted Excellent Adventure. I heard the things about that. I heard it was really funny. Cosmic Broadcast, one of the greatest editors on YouTube. I appreciate you so much for the $5 super chat. Congrats on 1K, Zach. I am too contributing to the Return of the King Fund.
You have to do it. You have to do it now.
I know. Oh my God. The Wrath of Khan. That's a great movie. Question: have you either seen Bamboozled? American Fiction is the less offensive and less aggressive kind of same story. Both are amazing movies. Jeffrey Wright was amazing.
Have not seen Bamboozled.
I have not. Let me look it up. Bamboozled. Do I know how to spell Bamboozled?
He spelled it right. I think in the comments.
Yeah, I got. Oh, that cover art is nuts. It looks like it's a Spike Lee joint. Starring Damon Wayans. Okay, Jada Pinkett Smith's in it. Most Def. I think I'm gonna have to check it out. Is it on streaming at all? It's on.
What's the? Jesus, what is the one that? Is it Hollywood Shuffle? Hollywood something. The movie that's by the famous black guy who made the 5 Heartbeats. He made another movie that was making fun of like how Hollywood tells black people they're supposed to act. I think it was.
Is it director Robert Townsend? Was that it?
Yes, Robert Townsend.
5 Heartbeats, Hollywood Shuffle.
Okay, I have not seen it all the way through, but if I'm remembering correctly, it's like a commentary on how Hollywood sees black people, and there's a scene where a white actor is telling black actors how to act black. It reminds me of this same kind of theme.
That's hilarious. And it's funny that Damon Wayans is also in this movie as well as Bamboozled in this. He has a theme he likes. It's so funny that you said that because I'll never forget when Jamie Foxx was talking about Quentin Tarantino and how he was directing him during Django. And he was like, yeah, I knew this was going to be a problem, man, because you're trying to act all cool, but I need you to act like this. You're a slave. I was like, whoa. These are not notes that I personally would want. That's wild. I was like, I see why Will Smith left. Let's see. Ravacard question. Bamboozled. Nah, I'm going to add Bamboozled to my list. I want to go through after watching Do the Right Thing, which is now one of my favorite movies. I need to go through Spike Lee's discography or filmography. Man, I wish I would have seen American Fiction last year. I saw it in February and put it number 2 on my 2023 Letterboxd list. Nice. That was a great spoiler-free synopsis, Kiara.
Thank you.
I didn't vibe with American Fiction, but it was a solid film. Yeah. It was like, so I felt like people either loved it or hated it. Or not hated it, but like thought it was okay. I didn't see anybody that hated it. Another one good was Toy Story 3, Spider-Man 2, movies I love. I need to watch American Fiction. Yes, I'm loving that you're getting all these films to watch now. I love the ending of American Fiction. Sterling K. Brown was
Said
amazing in
no
this movie.
one.
That's a
Sterling K. Brown was amazing in this film, but love the ending American Fiction. Okay.
that's the first time I've heard that, but that's fair. Jeffrey Wright and Sterling K. Brown were amazing. Yeah,
Yeah. All the
love
actors did a
this
good job.
movie. Yeah, I love Tracy Ellis Ross. She was great in the
Mhm.
beginning. I love their Jeffrey Wright and hers chemistry together. Love this movie, hilarious and engaging. It was very engaging.
Yeah.
Movie created a lot of discussion. Jeffrey Wright is amazing, currently one of the best. Yes.
I agree.
I'm
Needs
excited to
more
see him in The
credit.
Last of Us. I'm excited to see him in Batman 2. I'm excited for him to get more stuff.
I need to go back and watch, is it Westworld? Westworld?
Westworld. Yeah, he
Yeah.
stars in that.
I need to. Yeah.
I watched that movie this year and I have it number 3 of this year. Nice. I listened to Black People bit where they were voting on which book should win. Yeah, that was funny.
Mhm.
I really love how they marketed it as one thing and it was such a different movie tonally. Yeah, I think that was part of the reason why some people had an issue because they thought it was one kind of movie and it ended up being another thing. One thing that I thought was great and brilliant on the film and the most profound aspect for me was that what he wanted to see in his books and media is what he had in real life. Like those two stories was he wants to see like a normal family, Black people just like interact with each other and it doesn't not about their blackness. And he was living that, but he wasn't realizing that. And he was going so hard, like trying to get this book off the ground and do all these things that he had inspiration right there. He wasn't using. I thought that was really interesting.
That's a good point.
Love an unpredictable ending. That's true too, if it's executed well. Delon Movies, what's up, man? Appreciate you being here.
Hello.
Bamboozle's amazing. I need to see Bamboozled.
Yeah, I gotta watch it.
Hollywood Shuffle's classic. Did you know Jeffrey Wright was in Hunger Games, Catching Fire, Mockingbird Part 1, Part 2, and he's also in the newer James Bond movies? Yes. I knew about the James Bond, but I forgot he was in Hunger Games.
I've never seen the Hunger Games movies.
No? Pretty good.
Mm-mm.
Let's see. Robert Townsend is such an underrated director. It's a must-see. The guy that directed Robert Townsend. I love how everybody's just like telling us, I was like, I looked it up, I googled it. I love the Five.
The Five Heartbeats is a good movie. Yeah.
My favorite scene of Black actors trying to act Black is Malibu Most Wanted.
Oh, geez. That movie is so problematic. I'm afraid to rewatch it.
It is. Finally, that Kendrick brought it up. Agree. Bamboozle is a more aggressive, in-your-face version of American Fiction. American Fiction was legit. So many themes. Yep, I agree. The Tracy Ellis Ross moment caught me off guard. Yep. I finished up Godzilla X Kong as we speak. The thing is gloriously stupid. I also agree on that. It's stupid in all the right ways. The ending was really good and layered. It didn't spoon feed a message. A lot of people I know enjoyed that. Okay, that's fine. Gotta run again for real this time.
Bye, Kenny.
Bye, Kenny. He's gonna be back. I don't believe him when he said he's done that many times. Next up is a classic. Waiting to Exhale.
Shoop, 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 shoo-ba-doo. Look, Waiting to Exhale, one of the greatest soundtracks of all time, y'all. So I didn't really watch this movie till I got older, which is why it's later in my like adulthood list. Even though it came out mid-90s. Right. So first off, beautiful cast of Black ladies who are the center of this film. We have Whitney Houston. We have Loretta Devine, we have the incredible Angela Bassett, and we have Layla Rashawn. And so these are 4 friends who all do different things, and they stray away from the typical depiction of Black women in the media. Film was directed by Forrest Whitaker, which is so interesting. Yes. That's crazy. I wish, again, this is one of those things where I wonder how the movie would have been different if it was directed by a Black woman, someone who could maybe identify a little more with the source material. It is also based on a book that was written and caused a lot of controversy in the Black community about relationships between Black men and Black women. But this story And the way that they weave together the stories of these four ladies who all have these varying degrees of relationships throughout their lives and finding themselves and working through their friendships, working through divorce or being a single mom and um, trying to find someone or trying to find yourself. They go through these. The story actually takes place over the course of one full year. And
Mm.
it's just crazy stuff that happens in the movie, and it's through the lens of like the women in the story. So the ridiculousness of having to deal with a man who invites you to a party, but he also came there with another woman, right?
Ooh.
Or the the feeling of like having to settle for somebody who you may not be physically attracted to,
Mm.
but maybe they say the right things, or being with someone for 10 years and they end up leaving you with your two kids and trying to take everything that you all have built together. um, or just being like kind of young and like exploratory, right? So there's a
Mhm.
lot of different themes that happen throughout the story. These women are different ages. One of them is an entrepreneur, one works at an insurance company, the other is trying to get her a big break in like television production. And they live in they live in what, New Mexico, I think it is, which is like a crazy place for there to be this many Black people. Um, but the scenery is beautiful, right? Like seeing Black
Yeah.
people even in an environment that's not like inner city hood, large city. Black people, we in the desert too. We everywhere, right? Like
We everywhere.
it's and whilst the relationships in the story are a lot of them are toxic, there is a the sisterhood is really what the story is about, and I secretly wish that they focus like they decentered men a little bit more in this story and focus on the sisterhood between the ladies more. But it is what it is. It was, early 90s, kind of, the height of those conversations between the differences between men and women. There are multiple depictions of gay Black men, which is very interesting. Typically, we only get one, and it's very stereotypical. But
Yeah.
Giancarlo Esposito plays Loretta Devine's ex-husband in this story, and he's gay, and it's very non stereotypical. It's very interesting. So there are a lot of good elements in this story, some toxic elements of things that happen in their relationships, but they all find their way and they do it together. Also, soundtrack, all women. Amazing. Tony Braxton, Whitney Houston, Shantae Moore, Brandy, Monica, Aretha Franklin. My favorite song on the soundtrack is Shaka Khan's version of My Funny Valentine. TLC. There's just so many amazing
All,
people.
all legends.
Star-studded,
Yeah, even the
star-studded
cast.
soundtrack.
I'm looking at it, right? Angela Bassett, Whitney
Mhm,
Houston, Roshan, Loretta Devine, Dennis Haysbert, Kenya Moore,
mhm,
Wendell Pierce, Gregory Hines,
mhm,
Donald Faison, like
mhm.
so many like legends in this
Yes.
film. A film that I haven't seen, I need to go see. I've seen the meme of the iconic fire, the car on fire. Like I've seen that tons of times, but
Yes,
I've
of
never
course.
actually got to sit down and watch the film. And I do find that it's nice to see, like you said, Black people just not in inner cities. Usually it's either inner cities or back in time when in slavery or in jail. So it's cool because he's like, oh wait, we're in New Mexico. Like the fact that you said that we over there, we go to those places. So that's really
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah. So
So this is another
I
drama.
have actually reviewed Waiting to Exhale, and the person who reviewed it with me is like the COO of like the Seattle International Film Festival.
Oh, nice.
So she actually has she went to film school and she has it was her first time watching the film, so she has some really good insight. So if you all are interested in learning more about that, you can check it out on my podcast.
We're definitely gonna check that out. Thank you for plugging that because that's dope. So with this movie, right? Because this is it just a comedy or is it a more drama? It sounds like a drama.
There are funny moments, but I would call it more of a drama.
Drama. Okay. Does this have a happy ending?
I would say yes. I
Okay.
think the happy ending is that they come together and realize the power of their friendship, and
Mhm.
they also figure out a way to be happy in their own individual relationships.
Gotcha.
And
And why
not
is this movie
everyone
important? Yeah, go ahead.
it's yeah, not everyone ends up walking away with a man, right? Like, because
Hmm.
that's really where women get their happy endings in a lot of stories, right? Is
Yeah.
revol very male centered around like this is your relationship, this is how you find your happy ending. And I believe at the end of the movie, only one of them ends up with a man, and that's Loretta Devine's character, who is with Gregory Hines. So everyone else it has figured out their life, and they're at a point where they are like content and good where they are. And
Yeah.
so I enjoy that spin on like the normal kind of relationship
Mm,
narrative. But I think this is really important because it's an all black cast,
mm,
and for some people, it felt revolutionary at the time to have such a black
yeah.
centered story.
The Black Panther
Um,
for them.
basically, yeah, but it's just having this story, seeing, the Black experience through a more positive and a different type of lens. For some people, that's aspirational, right? Like, sometimes all you have to do is see it to believe it, right? So,
Yeah.
um, I just love how this story and I like I said, I wish it more so focused on their friendship than, like, the relationship part, but, they brought it full circle back to being in this space, like, this is what the Black dating scene looks like, and this is how these 4 women navigated it and found their peace.
Do you see a reflection of maybe your sisterhood with your friends or your family members a little bit in the movie?
I would say probably.
Okay.
It feels a little bit different now that I am older and have
Mm,
fallen away from, like, centering men and male relationships, like, the fact that I'm married helps with that.
yeah. So
But,
you don't only got focus on.
yes. Gotta work that and I feel fortunate, because the dating pool is trash. According to what I hear, I wouldn't know, but, um I would say I think the biggest takeaway for me in, like, my personal relationships is, like, finding community with each other, right? I think that's, like, the biggest part of it for me.
Gotcha. Waiting in Exile is a fantastic movie with an even better soundtrack.
Agreed.
I watched that movie when I was a teen, and my mom and aunt loved this movie differently. I was not a fan because damn, we ain't all that bad.
Oh, yes, a lot of men take a personal affront to this movie because a lot of the male depictions are pretty bad, in this
Already
film.
okay. There's no,
Yeah.
there's no like one good guy because a lot of times they do that. They'll
There
have the
is,
one.
I mean, Gregory Hine is more
Yeah,
so a good guy, but
yeah.
even Giancarlo well, no, Giancarlo Esposito, his character was a little iffy.
Oh. Waiting in Exile is a good movie. I just watched it for the first time last month.
Nice, glad you enjoyed it.
Love the sisterhood in Waiting to Exhale. Do we need a remake in 2024 of
No,
this movie?
stop remaking stuff.
Well, one thing I'll say about remakes, right? We don't get a lot of remakes, and I think we do deserve them as much as our counterparts, right? We get a remakes of a lot of white
Hmm.
movies, and they get made for a new generation so that they can appreciate the story. And I feel like there's a lot of movies that are centered around white people that people watch and don't realize, oh, this was remade before, but you just never seen it because the first one came out in the 60s, and you're not going to go back and watch that. Like Mr. and Mrs.
Hmm.
Smith. Like when
Hmm.
Mr. and Mrs. Smith, the TV show came out, a lot of people were complaining, like, we don't need a remake of that. The Brad Jelena one was great, not realizing that movie was a remake. So, like, I think it'll be fine. That movie came out in 95. It's like about to be 25 years. I think if they find the right creator, they can update it. That's just my
I
take
would
on that.
say I would venture to say that Girlfriends maybe was something like a remake
The TV show?
of,
Yeah.
yes, of Waiting to Exhale. If they
Love
were
that
to
show.
do a TV version and update it to focus more on their friendship and less on centering like the romantic relationships, I would probably watch it, but it doesn't necessarily have to be Waiting to Exhale, right? Like it can be a story about just 4 Black women living it up, hanging out, the girlfriends.
Yeah, yeah. I just name power also helps when it comes to people watching stuff
That's
because
true. Hmm.
that's why a lot of these remakes keep getting remade because people will follow it along. That's why we have Terminator made over and over again and
Hmm.
RoboCop and all this other stuff. That's the only reason why I'm like, let's make it that black characters can be remade too.
Okay.
Let's not run it into the ground. Let's not do 17 new Fridays, but let's make a new Waiting Exhale with some new fresh up and coming black stars like maybe a Halle Bailey or like whoever's hot right now. I would love to see
Hmm.
Halle, Zendaya. I'm trying to think of two other black actresses that I really like. Logan Larice Browning, and maybe one other person that I could think of that could have good chemistry.
You know who I think would be interesting? She has not acted in anything as far as I know. But who sings Shea Butter Baby? What's her name? I
Oh,
can't
Ari
think of her name.
Lennox. I love her.
Yeah, Ari Lennox. I wonder how she would be acting.
Yeah, that could work. You isn't there a singer in this one too? Whitney Houston. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's possible. She's not completely terrible. It could definitely work. Don't Take My Black Card, but I've never seen this movie. I've never seen it either.
You got time? You got time?
Yeah, as long as you ain't dead, you got time. Not Gonna Cry is such a great song though. She was his lover and his I don't know how to say that word.
Secretary.
Thank you.
Secretary.
Working every day of the week.
Yes, that scene of her cleaning out that closet is iconic. Angela
Yeah.
Bassett is fantastic.
Oh yeah.
Oh, and
Forever my
also she
favorite.
ad-libbed all of her monologue during that scene too.
Oh wow. That's amazing. Forever my favorite car fire scene is classic.
Yes.
Exhale Shoop Shoop is one of my favorite songs by Whitney. Oh yeah, that's a classic. I know
Yes.
that song. Hurts Like Hell is truly my favorite song on the soundtrack.
Aretha Franklin's song, voice on that song is amazing. You can just hear the pain in her voice. It is so good.
Mm. Babyface wrote so much, if not all of that soundtrack. Oh, I didn't know that.
That is true. Whitney Houston had to convince him to do only female artists on the soundtrack.
Mm.
Yeah.
The dude standing outside the window was the funniest scene ever.
Though that was Bubba. Is he referring to Bubba, the one who played Bubba on Forrest Gump? I don't
Probably.
know that actor's name, but he was downstairs when he was late picking up Layla Rashawn's character, and she was
Mhm.
up on her balcony saying like, I don't want to be with you anymore. And he, oh my gosh, he was high when he came to see her. So funny. They were throwing oranges at each other. Hilarious.
That's wild. The casting Waiting Exhale is the who's who of people who are black famous. That's true.
I mean, Whitney Houston is
These
everyone famous, but
yeah. These kids don't know about Goat Babyface. I noticed that too. Some of people in the movie, I know their face, but I didn't know the name. Yeah, there's those kind of actors where you're like, oh, I've seen you before. I don't know what your name
Mhm.
is, but you're always good when I see you.
Mm,
I think I need to go back and rewatch that movie.
you
Hey, that's
should.
always
It's a
dope.
good watch. It's a good watch.
You Raggedy B
You a raggedy
Lansky.
bee. Yes, that was from Bubba.
Another super chat from the Spoiler Kings again.
Dang.
What is going on? I have to head out. I'll be on the replay gang. Congrats on 1K. I'm ready for that Return of the King watch along. Yo,
They
that's
really
insane.
they
If I
are on
actually
your
do that.
head.
I know. Y'all really want me to sit there for 4.5 hours with you guys. Like I literally can't get up. Why would I have to pee? I think you should T. It's got a good message too, but it may not be centered towards men. Yeah, that's what I hear.
Mhm.
I don't mind a movie if it has bad depiction of men. It's like whatever. It's just that person experience that they so happen to have terrible men. As long as the remake ain't made on Tubi. Yeah, like I want it made by like an official studio and stuff like that. I wouldn't want like it was 20th Century Studios did it. So yeah, Disney could do that. They could definitely make a new one. Wesley Snipes is also depicted as a good guy. Oh yeah.
Okay. That is I'm gonna say like 95% true.
There's some 5% where he's wilding out.
There's a little 5%, a little bit of the 5%, but yeah, Wesley is pretty good in that story.
I love Girlfriends, but Joanne was trash, and I'll die on that hill.
Joan.
Oh,
Yes, Joan.
oh Lord. For me, Girlfriends was more black version of Sex in the City. I see that.
That's interesting.
Joan was Joan was trash, but William was a simp. I agree about you. Damn, everybody's just kidding on Joan. Damn. I like the movie because it centers on you coming together with your girlfriend and realizing what you need.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Zach, I have a question I asked for my sixth movie in my adolescence. I would like to put the movie on my list, but I know you're not too crazy about it. It's your list, man. Doesn't matter if I'm not too crazy about it, as long as it's not racist. Then we're gonna have a conversation. Okay, the person in Forrest Gump was Miket. I don't know how to say that.
McKelty Williamson?
McKelty.
Is
Oh
that his
yeah,
name?
I've heard that name before. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's in the cast.
Oh, the Allstate man is also in this.
Yeah, I
this
see
movie.
it. That's hilarious. Wendell Pierce. Where is that? The next movie is a movie that I loved when I was a kid, but I haven't watched in a long time. And it's the only sci-fi film on your list, and that
It
is
is.
Fifth Element.
Yes. So The Fifth Element is not a movie that I did not get into until I was an adult as well, even though it came out early to mid 90s. I have reviewed this movie with one of my sisters. It is on my podcast if you want to check it out. But this movie, while it is sci-fi, it is hammy. Like it has this
Oh yeah.
weird comedy element, but it also has this fantastical alternate futuristic universe situation going on. It is ridiculous, it is funny. It's pretty well crafted as far as like being able to follow the storyline. And it's Bruce Willis, like Bruce Willis, action star. He still had a little bit of hair. There's there's a romance element of it as well. I found out that the guy who wrote this movie was actually 16 when he wrote the story. So
Oh
I feel like
wow.
it kind of does
Feels
have
like it.
this kind of adolescent fantasticalness to it, which is actually pretty cool. But overall, I enjoy the story. I love seeing Debo and Chris Tucker in the same movie again, which is hilarious.
Hilarious.
Chris Tucker in this film, I love him playing Ruby Rod. So amazing. The person who I think directed this film wanted Prince to play the character, but of course, Prince turned it down. And
I
so
can see it.
Chris Tucker did it. And y'all, this is probably
It's
one of his
iconic.
most iconic roles, right? Like we
Yeah.
love Smokey, but Ruby Rod is so out there, right? There's the what's the word I'm looking for? Androgynous element of
That's the
the
right word.
character, and the hair and the hair that kind of looks like
The
is it
clothes.
Cubert? The clothes and like the one piece suits that are like
Yeah.
cheetah print, and he's like a radio jockey, and he's just fantastic to watch. One of the unfortunate things that I also found out is I'm sure you're familiar with the magical Negro trope. Some people classify Ruby Rod as a magical Negro, and I 100% disagree. I believe that he kind of just got caught up in the scheme to save the world and did his part. And he did not have to necessarily sacrifice himself for the protagonist. They were like saving the world, right? This is also the first time I've ever seen a Black person portraying of the president. So there's like a lot of cool things that happen in this story. And it's also like centered around a woman who's saving the world, right? Like she is the source of the of what they need to save the earth, right?
Yeah.
And even though they keep calling her like super beautiful and immaculate, and she is a beautiful woman, I'm like, okay. The director or writer was saying that they were trying to look for someone. They kept mentioning the word Nubian, and I'm like, this lady is not Nubian. Like, there's nothing about her that's Nubian.
Not even a little bit.
Yeah, not at all. But we get to see her like figure out Earth and learn and get language and uh, the love story is pretty good too. Also the guy who plays the villain. Do you know that actor's name? His name isn't
That's
coming to
Gary
mind right
Oldman.
now. Gary Oldman. My sister and I reviewed this movie and she was like, "Oh yeah, that's who did he play in Harry Potter? Sirius?
Yeah, Sirius Black.
Sirius Black?" And I was like, "No way." That's that's crazy. That's like a crazy transition. You're Sirius Black in Harry Potter and
He's
also,
also Commissioner Gordon in Batman Begins and Dark
I
Knight.
don't watch Batman.
Oh, I didn't know that. Dark Knight is like a comic book movie that I feel like almost everyone's seen, but okay.
I have seen it, but it was so long ago, I don't remember
Yeah.
much of it.
Yeah, he was
Yeah,
in that too. Yeah.
yeah. But the actors did a fantastic job. It's and while a lot of the graphics and costumes and stuff don't really hold up, it's still like
Mhm.
a really fun ride to go from
Yeah.
point A to point B.
That's amazing. I love that you have this on here because this was one of the wild, wacky films that I seen when I was younger. And yeah, like sci-fi is such a big part of my life. And unfortunately, Black people aren't in a lot of major aspects of it.
Mhm,
Usually not the main character. A lot of times we're barely the supporting cast. A lot of time we're in
mhm.
the background, or the person that is the server, or the person that's being tortured, or we're being used as resource, or some crap like that. So Chris Tucker being this wild, bombastic character was amazing. And I just remember him just making me laugh so much, and the movie being so crazy. So I love that you highlighted this. Um,
Is this
what
a just
about this?
I'm sorry. That's what Chris Tucker's character does. Yeah,
She was like,
sorry.
"Shut up, Zach."
No.
Your intrusive thoughts came through
No,
real hard just now. That is hilarious. So like we talked about this. You don't have a lot of sci-fi films on your list, and you watched this movie recently, right? Because it's on your adult list.
Mhm.
Is it making you give you like an opportunity maybe to watch other crazy, wacky sci-fi films that are in the same
I would
vein?
say yes. I don't know that I can think of a more modern film that has the same feel as Fifth Element. It feels kind of by itself. I feel like
It's very unique.
sci-fi yeah, sci-fi movies to me come across more serious, and I think that's kind of why I gravitate to this one. It is sci-fi. It's in the future. There's crazy technology and stuff, but there's a love story in the background. There's funny characters. It's super hammy and ridiculous. And if another movie were to come out with like the same feel, I'd be all over it. But
So, guys, that's your job right now in the comments. Give her suggestions for movies that are similar. It doesn't have to be exactly the same because we know Fifth Element is so unique. That's similar to Fifth Element that she could watch. Let's get her into sci-fi, right? Like, you know what I mean? We gotta get into sci-fi. She's a little bit of geek, a little bit of nerd, but she don't really like sci-fi because it's too serious. Don't suggest Blade Runner. Don't suggest Inception. Don't know what's the movie I really like? Interstellar. None of that. Let's get her some wacky, fun sci-fi films because there's a tons of them. I just can't name them from my top of my head myself.
okay, I'll happily take suggestions.
Yeah, but why is this movie on the list? For example, like why is it so important that you felt like you need to highlight it, especially since this is not your jam sci-fi?
Yeah, I mean, again, one of the themes that keeps coming up is there is representation. So there are
Mm-hmm.
people in the film who look like me or who are familiar. And again, like that just kind of even though the movie is about the apocalypse, like the impending apocalypse, there is still a lot of levity and comedy to it and
Mm-hmm.
silliness. And so I think for me, the reason why my taste in film is impacted by this is just recognizing that there are two things can be true at once.
Mm,
And
gotcha.
so I think as long as you can mix in the levity and the fun and the comedy with another element, like I can rock with it.
You can rock with it. Gotcha. So I want you to do it, but I don't have money to send a super. Don't ever feel pressure to send a super chat. You being in a live stream, you being subscribed is enough. I appreciate you in that. You know that. It's pronounced Michael T. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Ruby
Ruby
Rod.
Rod, yes.
There's definitely a case to be made for American Sniper being racist. Oof. All right. One of my favorite movies of all time. Nice.
Yes.
Fifth Element is
Arabia
the
actually was
greatest.
the person who joined me for that review. So
Oh, okay. That's your
yeah.
sister. Nice.
Mhm.
Hi sister and other family members. Appreciate you being here. The Fifth Element is the greatest sci-fi movie ever. It's so much fun. Wow.
It's very fun. That's
That's the
a
first time I heard
big
that.
statement. It's a bold statement. Look at Kenny. Kenny, what you doing?
I told you he was gonna be back, right? Did I lie?
You
Do
did.
I lie? I said he was gonna be back.
That's hilarious. Corbin
Corbin Dallas
Dallas. Mhm.
all night long. They wanted Prince to play the role, but Chris played. Chris
Mhm.
Tucker was the best. That was a bad move by Prince. Well, no, it might be a best move because
Ah,
Chris Tucker was awesome.
I agree.
Chris Tucker had me dying laughing.
So
The
funny.
opera scene with the blue alien leader, bangers.
Yes, the blue alien lady. I read that they had to combine notes so that it's actually not humanly possible to sing the song the way she sang it. So,
Oh wow, that's dope.
yeah,
So it's very unique to the film. This one grew on me. So original.
very
The
original
Fifth
from the mind of a
Element is so
16-year-old boy.
yeah, and he just put it. He got the money and just put it on his madness on screen and made a movie that people love. The Fifth Element is so unique. It's definitely one of a kind, and I love it for what it is. Yeah, Gary Oldman is amazing in that movie as well. You were just talking about that.
Hilarious.
Chris Tucker does not get enough credit for Ruby Rod. Yep,
I agree.
she was shaped like a 10-year-old boy.
I can't remember what they called her in the story. Lilo, Lilu, Lilu.
Are you talking about
I think
the actress name?
the actual Fifth Element.
Oh, yeah, Lilu, Lee.
Okay.
Oh, that is definitely a 6-year-old naming a character. Leello.
16-year-old. Yeah.
Gary Oldman is a chameleon, yo. He really is.
Mhm.
He can play anything. Now I can see he might have been doing a Prince impression, and I can't unsee it. I guess maybe multipass.
Multi-pass, yes.
This whole cast is great. I didn't realize that Gary Oldman was in this movie, but you never can tell with him because he changes how he looks in every movie he's in. Yeah. That's why he's not a movie star because he transforms himself all the time, so you don't even know it's him. They say whenever the world is about to end in a movie, the president is black.
Well, what's his name? Jamie Foxx was president in what movie was that? Mm. There was an attack on, like, the White House,
Oh,
and
White House Down?
is that it? Is that the name of it?
Maybe.
I don't know. That's
I don't
very
know.
interesting. I'll have to look into that.
Well, Chris Rock was president, head of the state. There was no end of the world there.
But no, he was being elected to be president, so
That's true.
that's yeah.
Maybe afterwards it ended.
Mhm.
First time I saw Johnny Lister Jr. play a character outside of Debo. Yeah. I feel like The Fall Guy is a movie like Fifth Element, but it's not sci-fi. Okay. I can see that. That's a movie that came out this year. I think you
Okay.
would have fun
Have
with that movie.
to check that out. Is that Ryan Gosling? Ryan
Gosling, yeah.
Gosling in that one? Okay.
Ryan Gosling, Emily Blunt. The Matrix is a good one. The Matrix is a serious movie, though. She wants a movie is funny and fun.
I've actually seen all the Matrix movies.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
I enjoyed them a lot,
Yeah,
but
okay. So you do like serious sci-fi sometimes.
I The Matrix is low-key kinda like a love story too, so
Oh, that's the aspect that got you. You did mention love
and
story in this.
has a happy ending.
It has all the elements that works for you.
Yes.
Jason Entertainment, what's up, man? How are you doing?
Hi.
Okay, everybody saying hello. Demolition Man is fun, campy sci-fi action flick. Sylvester Stallone is the hero. Wesley Snipes is the bad guy. An early role for Sandra Bullock. Yeah, that
Okay,
movie
I'll have to
is
check that out.
hilarious. Yeah. Have you ever seen The Matrix? Oh, well, yeah, she just said that. She's seen The Matrix. It's not end of the Green Mile. This has a little bit of science fiction in it, but not as much, though, not towards the end of the Green Mile. Not sure what he's talking about there.
But yeah, definitely seen
Uh,
The Matrix.
Yeah, but you said that you wasn't gonna do Return of the King without super chats. I didn't think y'all were actually gonna start super chat me. That was a joke. Don't worry, it was a joke. No Fifth Element is not the best sci-fi ever. Star Wars. Oh God, him and his Star Wars love.
Uh-oh.
We got people fighting over Star Wars versus Fifth Element. Another different kind of sci-fi movie is Starship Troopers. I was actually gonna suggest that to you. That's also
Okay.
pretty funny. Oh, it was White House Down. I was right.
Okay.
Jamie Foxx was president. I love how they always correct us later. I don't know who said American Sniper is racist, but I'm probably going to take it off my list because obviously it's going to cause problems. It's not going to cause problems. You just tell me why you like it and keep moving. Green Mile was like a science fiction. Oh, okay. Has a little
Yeah,
science fiction.
definitely seen it, and the magical Negro trope is very prominent in the
Yeah.
Green Mile.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Definitely. There's no magical Negroes in this next film. Honestly, now I'm thinking about it. I don't think there's any Negroes at all in this film. But it is one of my favorite horror films, and it's the only horror film on your list.
It is.
The Collector.
Yes.
Talk to me.
So, I'm not a horror person. I talked about this a little bit earlier, but because I am an empath and like things sit with me longer emotionally, I have to stray away from horror stuff because I just can't. Especially like the way horror is going these days, it's a little too gory for me.
Okay.
But The Collector was a movie that I saw in my adulthood that actually told enough of a line where I actually really, really enjoyed it.
Okay. What's that
And
line that it told? I'm very interested to hear.
there were crazy moments that were a little gory, but not to the point where they were so off-putting that like I can never watch the movie again.
Gotcha.
But there was also the psychological part, right? Of the type of things that were happening in the house. So, quick overview. I'm reading the Wikipedia right now. I did not realize that this at some point was shopped as a spin-off prequel to the Saw franchise as an origin story for Jigsaw,
Yeah.
which is low-key kind of crazy and makes a lot of sense.
Makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
Yes, but anyways, there's a man, the main character in the story, who's going through some financial challenges and is doing some work on like a fancy house. And the people in the house are, I think, getting ready for a vacation. So he decides to break into the house and to, steal some stuff and, make a coin and handle his financial business. But interestingly enough, one of the other people doing work on the house is actually kind of like a serial killer who has set up traps inside the house and is basically kind of torturing this family with those traps. Very Saw adjacent, but this robber is caught in the middle of a a house that he cannot escape.
Yeah.
And is crazy stuff that happens. It's like a very extremely harsh horror Home Alone, uh, where Kevin grew up to be like a crazy sociopath who just does this to random undeserving people. Um, and so,
True.
yeah, so it's very interesting. There's a sequel to it called The Collection, and
Love it.
that's also very good as well. But I just really enjoyed this film. And like I said, it towed the line of it made me realize that I can do horror at a certain level and be okay and actually
Okay.
enjoy it and be thrilled without feeling like disgusted or overwhelmed by like the negative or like gory details. And so this story actually works for me. I also really love the complexity and like the thrilling nature of trying to figure out how is this person going to get out of this, and being kept like on the edge of my seat in that way.
One of my favorite aspects of the film is I didn't know what this movie was going into it. My friend was like, "I think you will like this," and turned it on. And at first, it doesn't start like a horror film. Like it
It
starts as a
doesn't. Mhm.
drama. So when he enters the house and the shit start going, I was like, "Whoa, what am I watching?" And I love horror films that do that because you get invested into the character. Now I know that he was doing a bad thing, right?
Mhm,
Because he's robbing his house, but he had a good intention because of what was going on with his family. So I
mhm.
kind of understood at the same time, oh, you're robbing these people, but I understand why, because your family's in danger. But then like this crazy thing happens to him while he's doing this bad thing to help his family. Um, so that blew my mind, and then it just went on this crazy roller coaster ride throughout the movie. While one of my favorite genres is one location kind of movies.
Okay.
And even though this movie doesn't, it's technically not always in this one location. Most of the movies in the house. So I love that. So like your next, Panic Room, Phone
Okay.
Booth. Like I love movies like that, and I think this one exemplifies it. They utilized the whole house
Mhm.
really well, the whole grounds, to be honest,
Yeah.
because obviously there's outside the house and everything like that. So I love that. And then Killer was just scary. You know what I mean? Like the mask is
Mhm.
like a ski mask, but there's something wrong with the way his face looks and so
Mhm.
creepy. And I remember like there's this trope of like the killers who set traps can't fight. So I remember
Okay.
when he finally got the one-on-one with him, and then he
Mhm.
could fight. And I was like, that's not fair. So I just remember the roller coaster emotions that this movie put me on, and we're actually
Mhm.
getting the third movie this year. So it's cool that you put this on the list.
Lovely. Yes.
Yeah, they
Okay.
they shared a picture of this man torturing two girls. I was like, oh boy, here we go.
Oh, jeez.
Let me see. I love The Collector. Me too. I'm so happy to
It's
find people that
very
love it.
good. I really enjoy it.
Everyone keeps telling me to watch The Collector. You definitely should check it out. The Collector is fun. One of the most underrated horror movies. Collector is good and fun. I agree. It makes sense about it being a spinoff from Saw, but not being a spinoff from Saw. Collection is good too, but it's hard to beat The Collector. Yeah, because you kind of know what to expect in Collector. Even though the first scene in The Collection is
It's
insane,
crazy. Yes.
that's a way to
That's
start a
a good
sequel.
first scene. It is.
Yeah. No wonder people keep telling me to watch The Collector because I've seen all the Saw movies except for Jigsaw. I think you would like this if you liked Saw. It's a less
I
gory
agree.
than Saw and more
Mhm.
psychological. The collection was good too. The people in the basement for the first level was wild. Yeah, I was just talking
Mhm.
about that. There's a fan theory that Kevin from Home Alone grew up to be Jigsaw.
That's hilarious.
Kiara, have you ever seen the movie When a Stranger Calls from 1979?
I have not.
Okay, maybe it's a
The
suggestion.
only other that's interesting because the other exception that I make for horror movies is if they are so old that they kind of go to being like campy a little
Yeah,
bit. And I can make an exception for those. So I've reviewed with my dad, I reviewed Friday the 13th and Halloween.
mm,
So
yeah,
some of those older movies I can go back to. So I could probably check out When a Stranger Calls and not be too freaked out.
yeah. Your Next is fantastic. Oh, it's so good. I love that
I've never
movie.
seen that.
So good. Has a happy ending. Strong female protagonist.
Okay.
Um, she overcomes her douchebag boyfriend. Um, it's gory enough. I think you like it. It's gory, but not like it doesn't linger on the gore. It's kind of like, oh
Okay.
shoot, and then kind of goes away.
Okay.
So I think you can check that out. I really like it. It's kind of like you know how they had the Purge. They kind of
Yeah.
made it around that time, but I feel like it's so much
Okay.
better than the Purge.
Okay. I'll have to check that one out.
Yeah. Congrats, Zach. Hey, Kara. Thank you. This is Miss Sparks.
Oh, yeah.
Uh,
Oh, hey.
hey. So Kenny left and then she came in. I appreciate you. Sleepaway Camp. Sleepaway Camp is a good one too. It is a celebration, but like I said, I'm not gonna celebrate yet. I can see me going to 999 tomorrow, and I'm like,
No.
it's about a home invasion. It's a babysitter movie. I think you will like it, Kiara, and it's not bloody. Oh, there you
Okay.
go.
Okay.
I have big problems with the first scene of the collection because I think it's too much, but he would have needed a lot of time and help to set that up. Well, if you think
That's an
about it,
interesting take.
in the collector, it had to take him a lot of time to do what he did in that movie. We just didn't see it,
Mhm.
you know? All right. Let's move on to the next film. We got two more films left for the adulthood. This next one is one of my favorite movies of all time. And it's called Get Out.
Yes. So I guess The Collector is not the only horror movie.
Yeah,
Do you classify Get Out as horror?
it's definitely a horror film. Yeah.
Yeah. So, um, y'all, the representation is so important for me. Get Out is a very interesting story to me because I love the concept,
Mhm.
right? So we have um an interracial couple goes home to meet a white family and the craziest stuff craziest stuff starts happening. You kind of don't know what's going on. Um, but you all, I feel like Black people have been, for the most part, pretty excluded from the horror genre. Um, or they die first in movies, which like would never happen in real life. So to see Jordan Peele kind of do this original story in a way that's successful and even like has some commentary on racial issues that are happening now, like the appropriation of Black bodies or Black features. It's just super cool, right? It's amazing, actually. And there's so many things to like glean from the story, little Easter eggs, like how she's eating the Fruit Loops with and dipping them in the milk like a psycho. So many careers kind of launched and taken off from this movie as well. There's an interesting twist. There's a positive ending, thank goodness. Just, just, just
Have
for
you seen the
me.
alternate ending?
I did hear about the alternate ending. I've never seen
Yeah, it was
it.
supposed to be the original ending, and then he like tested audiences, and they were upset, and he's like, "Well, let's make it more positive."
Yes, yes, I'm glad that he did. Um, so yeah, it was just amazing. What's his name? Lakeith Stanfield.
Lakeith
I want to
Stanfield's in
say,
there, and
I
Daniel
think
Kaluuya.
he's yes, Lakeith Stanfield. I think this may have been the first thing that I saw him in. It was either Atlanta or this one. I can't remember. Um, but just seeing like these young faces and this concept of like white people being envious of black bodies and transporting themselves into black bodies so that they can get specific abilities and them being lured there.
Yeah,
Um, it's just it's it's first off, love a good original story, love something that has like commentary on real life. Love that it's emphasis on black people and they get a happy ending. Lil Rel's character is funny to me because he represents like I feel like I know somebody like him. Like
he's the audience.
he is us saying the quiet part out loud, really.
Yeah,
Um and him kind of being the real hero at the end. Um, yeah, I just really enjoy the movie. There's the sunken place. There's a lady saying no, 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 like over and over again.
yeah.
There's the man running in the woods and that crazy
Okay.
scene. Yeah. Um, it's a lot of iconic moments and just love that Jordan Peele is
Just saying.
breathing. Oh. Yeah,
That
just
happened to
love
me
that.
recently, and I got scared. I was, I was like, "Oh, let me get my flash out because something wrong with you."
I just love that Jordan Peele is breathing like a different type of life into horror through the lens of people of color. Like I kind of enjoyed Nope. I have not seen Us or the one that was like about slaves. I didn't see that one. With Janelle Monáe.
Oh, that's not him.
Yeah, I don't even remember the name of it, but
I think
um
it's not Antlers. I don't remember what it's called, but yeah, that's not him though.
yeah. No, that wasn't Janelle Monáe wasn't in his movie?
No, that wasn't his movie.
Oh, well, dang. I'm got 'em mixed up. But, yeah, for me, I this movie
That's
didn't
not
have a lot of gore in it. It just made you think.
Ooh, so like this makes me excited because like you're not big a fan of traditional horror.
Mhm.
Um, so I feel like there is a slate of movies that have come out a little bit before this movie and after this movie that you'll enjoy. That are
Okay.
not very gory. They're more psychological. They're more talking about the experience of humans, but showing the horrors of it and like the exaggeration of it. Someone talks about one of them here, and somebody one of your sisters said it might have been too scary for you, but I'm really interested to see if that's true. If you like Get Out, I think there's some more modern. They're called elevated horror. That's the new genre of horror that
Hmm.
they call it, where the focus is more on the drama and the psychological aspect, and the horror is there, but it's kind of just the heighten those things, like the social commentary, or like there's a movie called The Babadook, and that movie is about a woman dealing with postpartum, but it's like
Hmm.
ghosts and demons and stuff. But the real purpose is to go through like what do you really go through postpartum. So I think that is a bunch of movies like that I probably can introduce you to if you like Get Out, because it's
Okay.
no like not like gore in these movies. The movie is scary, but not scary to the point where you're not gonna be able to sleep.
Okay.
But yeah, like Jordan Peele is part of that wave of like intellectual horror.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm so happy you have this on this list. I love this movie. I like there used to be a lot of great black horror films back in the day, but they were like low budget. And then they kind of went away and it became like how you say, like, we usually die first or we're a stereotype, yada yada yada. And I feel like he's because of this movie spurred on chance for us to like survive in these spaces in different
Mhm.
ways. Like before we had like LL Cool J, who did great in horror movies, and then like
Mhm.
I think it was like Snoop Dogg who was in H2O or something like that. And, and it's like, and Brandy was in I Know You Did Last Summer. So like if you were
Mhm.
a female or not female, if you were an artist, you survive. It's like, oh, we're not killing off this
That's
famous person.
interesting. What's his name? Jesus. It was I think the name of the movie is House on Haunted Hill. The black guy that's in Best Man, Tay Diggs.
Tay
He
Diggs.
survives to the end of that movie.
Yeah. I think if you get to a certain level of fame, they don't kill
Mhm.
you off. So that's awesome that happens. But yeah, because of that, we got like the Candyman remake slash sequel. That was good. That touches on some of the same things, and he produced that film. Obviously, we
Mhm.
got Us, we got Nope. And then we have other directors creating black horror films like The Nanny and other stuff like that, and The Student and things like that. So yeah, I think this is a very important film in cinema, period, but in black
Mhm.
cinema. So I definitely can see how this affected you in terms of like, oh, I can watch horror just like The Collector,
Right.
but it has to be a certain level of psychological aspect to it.
Yeah.
Is the experience of human beings really important to you in film?
I'm gonna say probably. Never thought about it that way. I think the most important thing to me is that it just feels real.
Mhm.
And it's just if it doesn't feel real or true to life, it just takes me out of it. I'll give a weird example. So I saw Spider-Man No Way Home, and
Too
there's a
much for you?
part in the movie where they go to a high school lab and make cures for the villain.
Oh,
One of the cures apparently heals mental illness in the Green Goblin. And it's like, wait, what? If I can think about that in a movie and it takes me away from, like, the enjoyment in the moment, that is what really draws me away from things. So I guess it's like the human experience that it has to feel more true to life. Um,
gotcha.
yeah,
That makes sense. So it has to have some semblance of realism.
yes.
What about The Fifth Element, though?
But that's like a sci-fi movie, like, well, who knows what's real in 2038 or whatever year the movie takes place.
So
Like,
you
if
wouldn't
it's
consider Spider-Man sci-fi?
he's at a real human high school. There's no if I can go to a high school laboratory and cure mental illness for the Green Goblin, are you kidding me? Like,
So that
does
took
it
you
make
completely
sense?
out of the movie.
Yes, I was like, "Oh, stop it." Okay.
That's
Like there's
hilarious.
this a scene in Bohemian Rhapsody where Freddie Mercury reveals to the rest of the group that he has AIDS.
Mhm.
And his bandmates respond like, "Okay, cool." And I'm like, "Are you kidding me? Do you think that when he announced this to them that they had enough information to be like, 'Oh, cool,' and
No.
that they didn't protest?" Like, that's what I'm talking about, like,
Yeah.
don't
Especially
play
back
with
then.
the right, like, let's make it real. Let's not play these games in this way.
Yeah. Gotcha. I love Get Out.
Mhm.
Get Out is so scary. I can't watch it very often because of how mean and the people are in the movie. Yeah, it's very realistic. There's a realistic thing to it because there is things where like black people go missing, and then when they find their bodies, their organs are gone. I think there's a commentary on that as well. So, Hereditary is a modern classic. That was the movie I think that you could check out. Did you see it?
I did not. I know what happens in it. I often have, like, family members tell me what they saw in these movies, and I know what happens in the movie, and I think it would be too scary for me.
Gotcha. My wife is German, and if I would have seen this movie before I met her family, it would have been totally different. The alternate ending would have been a complete gut punch. Yeah.
I agree.
I remember being in a theater that was predominantly white and sinking in my chair when those lights flashed at the end. Yeah. I was so scared. Get Out is phenomenal. It is.
Kenny, you're back. Hi.
Yep. He's never gonna leave. Lil Rel's perfect best friend side character. He is.
You did a good job, yeah.
Hereditary is too scary for
She's
Kiara.
right. I agree.
When I saw it in theaters, the people doing the most talking to the screen was a group of young white girls who all came together. Stereotypes broken. Facts. My son did that to me the first time I tried to fist bump him, and it made me laugh so hard. The Janelle Monáe movie is called Antebellum.
Okay.
So Antebellum is trash. Damn. I haven't heard good things about it, but I haven't seen it yet.
I don't think I've heard anything about it.
I think you'd like
No,
Abigail.
that's what the doll? Mm-mm.
No, that's what the heck is that doll called? It's not Abigail.
Annabelle. It's
Annabelle.
Annabelle. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the
What's
vampire movie.
Abigail? Oh, okay. That sounds silly.
Yeah, it's a comedy. It's a horror comedy.
Okay, I could get into that. There was another movie that I really enjoyed, about the family who owned, like, a company that made board games, and they had to play a game of, like, hide and seek
Oh,
with,
Ready
like,
or Not?
Yes! I actually really enjoyed that movie.
That movie's great.
Yeah,
So funny.
yeah.
Yeah, the same people who did Ready or Not did Abigail.
Okay, cool. I'll have to check it out.
Never watched that. I couldn't do it. I don't really like anything dealing with slavery. I was out of bounds.
Annabella, mhm.
Oh, it's Busta Rhymes was in H2O. Thank you. It was a
Oh,
snake.
Rod Digger survived, 13 Ghosts. There we go.
Yeah. Busta Rhymes deserved an Oscar for Halloween Resurrection. First of all, welcome to the live stream, Izzy. Hey, what a way to enter. The new Candyman is also psychological horror with social commentary. Yep.
I saw that one and I actually enjoyed it. I have reviewed the original Candyman and it was not that good. So
All black people don't look like Zach. Oh my god. You forget about Candyman. He's a black killer.
yeah,
Yeah.
don't forget about him, but
Mm,
he's a villain.
because
Um
Candyman there was Blackula. Yeah. Blackula. LL was H2O. Buster was in Resurrection. Ah. I was thinking more
LL
LL in the shark movie.
survived, yeah, Deep Blue Sea, which love that movie.
He said Peter Parker's a genius, though. That's true.
Tom Holland looked like a genius.
Don't do that.
It's a
Sci-fi
high
still have this.
school laboratory.
What I have to say, I didn't want to bring this up. They didn't come up with the cure for people in the high school laboratory. It was done in a Tony Stark computer that was in his house. That's
Mhm.
futuristic.
That computer broke.
He still came up with the stuff before it broke.
So the materials were in a high school. See, that's what I'm saying. There's no way all the materials would be in the high school laboratory.
Nah. Okay, cool to HIV. That's wild.
Right.
Bohemian Rhapsody was crap. Rocket Man much better. Hereditary is no joke. My wife went to bed. She spent all day in the garden. She's going to sleep. I saw Ready or Not for the first time a month ago, and I loved it. Deep Blue Sea. I love that movie. Amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Tom Holland catches strays. Not Tom Holland catches strays. Tony Stark cured mental illness in high school with a box of scraps.
That is hilarious.
You get a round of applause for that, because that's amazing.
That actually is very good.
Amazing. Deep Blue Sea, they ate me to eat drink. Oh man. Good, great movie. And let's get into the last movie for your adulthood.
Final one.
And that is, oh damn it, I have his thing on top of it. And I have this too. Technical issue.
Layered.
I'm gonna do it again.
Okay. So this is 20 Feet from Stardom. It is relatively new. I mean, compared to like some of the other stuff that I have here. It came out in 2013. Okay. So dang, I didn't realize it was that old, over 10 years. So right. Again, I tried to get a different types of genres to share with you all, and this is the only documentary that made the list. It is about the history of particularly Black background singers in America and how they have influenced American music. And so it shows like some history of a background singer, some of the stuff that was going on behind the scenes. We highlight a few different people. Like there's a famous family of background singers that like would perform with Michael Jackson and be on his songs. They also point out that if you know the song Sweet Home Alabama, there are Black women singing in the background, singing the chorus. There's a famous song, and I can't think of who sings it, but in the song, it's like, it's just a shot away. It's like a rock song. There's a famous black background singer who sings that portion of the song. Apparently she was like pregnant when they called her into the music studio, and she just went in there after like maybe 30 minutes to an hour and just like banged out the vocals to that song. And so they talked about background singers, their struggle to be solo artists, how they've influenced music. And I really love this documentary because it goes kind of to like the underdog situation of like, you have these hidden figures, if you will, who are in the background, they're influencing things there. It opens your eyes to like, these people are here singing on songs that I didn't even consider or think of, and they have been in rooms with these famous rock stars, and they have accolades, and we just don't know who they are. And so they go from like the older ones to newer ones. There's a young woman on here who sang background for Michael Jackson, and she even sang at Michael Jackson's funeral.
Oh, wow.
She was featured on The Voice. She's a fantastic singer. But yeah, it's just showing the story of these predominantly Black women who were out here doing the thing, like just in the background. And so I think that the reason why I put this on my list is I've only seen it once or twice, and it just sticks out in my mind as such this well-done documentary that's like illuminating something that I had never really known or realized before. And it gave me a deeper appreciation for Black history, for music history, American history. And while I tend to like stay away from a lot of historical stuff, I think I only had one thing on the list that was based on a true story, and I think that was Glory Road. But this showed me that like with the right documentary that's well put together, it's actually like a fantastic watch. So this was really good. I would definitely recommend it if you are into music and want to learn more about um, how, Black women and background singers have helped craft what you know about, American music today.
Yeah. Amazing breakdown. Something I've never heard of. Now I'm interested to check out. Something I knew, like there's a lot of just not even just music, just in technology, in everyday life. There's just Black people in the background of a lot of this stuff. But it's great that it was a well put together one that you felt like was good enough. Because I'm not someone that likes to go into history stuff either. So the fact that you
Mhm.
said it's enjoyable for you makes it exciting because like I'm not really into that either. So definitely gonna check it out. What streaming service is it on? Is it on streaming?
You know what? I am not sure if it's available for streaming now, but when I watched it, it was on Netflix.
Okay, so it might be
Let me
on
see.
Netflix
I
still
can
because they're
see.
really good at documentaries. Like that's their thing.
Yes. But it's a fantastic documentary. I'm super into it.
Nice.
I'll do a quick plug. Um, if you're like into docu-series, have you watched High on the Hog?
Mm-mm.
Netflix? Okay, High on the Hog is a docu-series that talks about the history of how Black people have influenced American food.
Mm. Okay. You
And
said what was it
it's
called?
High on the Hog.
High on the hog. Hog like pig?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm
And
definitely
they
gonna
start in Africa.
ooh. Go straight
So
from the
yeah,
motherland. Okay.
yes. So you should
I love that.
definitely check it out.
Let's see. T said, I've never seen this one. So you just put T onto something. 20 Feet is an excellent doc. Nobody's seen it. I have not seen this movie. Okay. We got people putting on them. Most songs by white artists use Black background singers from the 60s forward. Yep.
Yes. And
You have an
once you
amazing
see this,
voice,
like you
by the
won't
way.
be able to unhear it. Like
Oh, that's so
Sweet Home
nice.
Alabama. Oh, thank you.
What Happened, Miss Simone is a great doc about Nina Simone. I think it's on Netflix.
Okay.
Okay. I'll definitely check it out. I love music. I'll love to hear more about the music scene.
Yeah, I looked it up. It looks like right now it's only available on Roku.
Oh, they must have sold it to Roku because it wasn't doing well on Netflix. That's what streaming services are doing. They're selling their stuff to Tubi and Roku, and when they got they can't see it.
Yikes.
That's annoying.
Yeah.
I'll check it out though because Roku is free, I believe. All right, so we're going to get into our last segment before I break down your love for movies and everything we talked about. This is going to be rapid fire 21 questions. I'm going to say the
Let's do it.
question, answer as fast as you can, and then I'll get to the break it down. So, question 21: what is the first movie you watched?
In history,
Mm-hmm.
earliest movie I think I saw maybe was Lion King. That's as far as my memory goes.
Okay. Which movie genre do you dislike the most?
Horror.
And this is for the chat too. You can answer all these questions
No,
in the
you know
chat.
what? His war movies,
War
like
movies. Yeah, that
historical.
makes sense because you're starting to like horror a little bit, certain types of horror.
Yeah.
How did your passion for film start?
I would say my parents. My parents like bonded a lot over movies, and so I have a love for movies with both my mom and my dad, and how they connected our families together, and how we, how that's a part of like even the family experience of sharing the films.
That's beautiful. What is the most visually stunning movie you've seen?
The most recent thing that comes to mind was the under the sea part of the latest Mermaid movie with
Little
Halle
Mermaid.
Bailey. That was
Yeah,
like visually stunning.
yeah, I agree. I did a watch along of that. It is a gorgeous looking movie.
Yeah.
What is a movie that not many have heard about that you already seen and like?
Not many have heard about.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, 20 Feet from Stardom.
That counts.
Okay.
Which movie quote do you live by?
Ooh, from Princess Diaries. The brave may not live forever, but the cautious do not live at all.
Mm, deep. That's deep. Um, What are your top 3 favorite actors? Male, female, independent.
Denzel Washington, Viola Davis, and think of anybody young.
She's like, I only got old actors.
Who else do I really like? I'm trying to think of another lady.
Is there somebody that's in a lot of your movies? No, because you have so many different ones. Whoopi Goldberg?
No, I wouldn't call her my favorite.
Okay.
I'm trying to think of if I see them in a movie, I'm going. I don't really have any young people that I can think of off the top of my head. Let me see. This is hard for me. Eddie Murphy. I was listening. Okay, let's just say Eddie Murphy.
That's strong. What do you think of book to movie adaptations? Your general thoughts about book to movie adaptations?
I feel like they are mostly fine. It depends on if I read the book.
Okay. What have you learned from foreign films?
Ooh, I don't have any foreign films here on my list.
No, you don't.
I will say that some of those foreign films have challenged the way that I see certain elements. I've watched a couple of Asian horror films, and it's just very interesting to see um, how they view things differently. So
Yeah.
I've learned to expand my mind.
Yeah. They don't care about, they don't have rules. Like, you know how like American horror films have rules? Usually old people and kids are safe. No, not Asian.
Nobody's safe.
Nobody's safe. How long should a movie be?
Hour 40, hour 45.
Okay. What films do you think should not have won the Oscar for Best Picture? If you don't have an answer, that's fine.
I don't know which one won. Which one won last year?
Oppenheimer.
I haven't seen it, so yeah, screw it.
That's hilarious.
And it's about war, and it's an old historical movie. No,
It's not really about
shouldn't have
war,
won. Shouldn't have
but
won.
it is an old historic movie.
Weren't
What
they building
movie?
bombs? It's about war.
It's more about the guy who built the bomb's life. The bomb is actually
Okay.
only a small part of it, surprisingly. What movies would you recommend to a stranger to get to know you? Give two movies.
I'll give the two from the list that I would probably say Napoleon Dynamite and maybe Waiting to Exhale, those two.
Okay, that's very diverse.
Mhm.
What films are you looking forward to watching?
Some of the ones that you all suggested below, the Strangers one from
1979.
yeah, and
Okay,
I'll have to watch Abigail too.
nice. That just got on digital, so you'll be able to check it out now at home.
Nice.
How did the internet change movies for you?
How did the internet change movies? Just being able to watch movies anywhere, ripping them off the internet, going to questionable websites, getting viruses from these websites that mean good.
Yeah,
So
getting
that's the first thing
ads I
that
don't
comes
want
to
to see
mind.
pop
Yeah.
up every 5 seconds.
Mhm.
What's your favorite snack or drink to eat while you watch movies?
I gotta get an icy and some type of candy. I typically go for something chocolate, so maybe like Reese's Pieces.
Pieces. What do you think
With
about
peanut
animated
butter.
movies? Are they just for kids?
Absolutely not. Especially today. I think we've gotten away from the point where we think animation is only for children with like The Simpsons and Family Guy and
South Park.
not just for kids.
Yeah. What genre movies do you like the most?
Comedy.
Of course. What is your favorite movie scene off the top of your head?
Ooh, favorite movie scene. Um, I'll pick a silly one. I'm tired of these mother snakes on this plane. Samuel Jackson from
I'm done.
Snakes on a Plane.
How I didn't expect that. Oh my god. Did I
I'm
read
tired of
that?
these Monday to Friday snakes. Have you seen that?
That
When
is hilarious. Oh my god. I didn't expect that at all. That was funny. What's a movie you wish you never watched?
Ooh, um, probably a horror movie that I wish I could unsee, which was probably Insidious?
Mm, Sidious effed me up.
Yeah.
Literally, I watched the first one. I was like, yeah, I'm good. I don't need to see the rest of this franchise.
Yes.
It's just one scene. I was like, yeah, I'm good. What qualities are you looking for a great movie?
It needs to have well, not necessarily needs. I like to see representation, and I like to see a good, strong female lead and maybe like a little bit of an underdog story and some levity. That's a lot of answers.
But those are the qualities.
Yeah.
So if you're going to recommend movies to Kiara, you know what needs to be in the movie. Or if it doesn't have those qualities, it better be a banger.
Yes.
And the last question, I already know. What's your favorite movie?
Napoleon Dynamite.
Napoleon Dynamite. Okay. This was awesome. Let me see what the chat has to say real quick. Do my summary. Get you out of here because I know it's late. I watched a Third doc recently, and We Are the World doc as well. My kids now love MJ. Nice. I love that you passed that on to them.
Yeah.
Summer of Soul, directed by Questlove, is another great Black music doc and won an Oscar.
I've heard of that one. I haven't seen it.
21 Questions, and it's all about us. Kenny.
Really?
Kiara, I love High on the Hog.
It's a great docuseries.
Searching for Sugar Man is another excellent music doc. Kenny's first movie scene was Lion King, and that's his favorite movie of all time. General dislike is Victorian era period pieces that act like they didn't have slaves around.
Oh, that's interesting. That's very
I never
interesting.
thought about that, but yeah.
I didn't either.
Movie made not many people have heard about. Song. Yeah, I've been that movie up for me. It's a sci-fi film where when you are about to die, you can get yourself cloned, and the clone can replace you without your family knowing, so they don't have to worry about your death.
Huh.
He has the person has all your memories, your feelings, so it's literally just like he's replacing you. When he comes there, it's like, oh, I'm you. But I think like in the process of it, he changes his mind, and that causes problems.
Okay.
Movies cool. I live by Hakuna Matata. That's a great one. First movie I can remember is Dirty Dancing. Ooh. Genre I don't like is drama. She's not down for the dramas.
Okay.
You know, she loves horror. Top 3 favorite actors: Denzel, Viola, and Tom Cruise.
Okay. 2 out of 3.
Is it 90 minutes or late? Yeah, he's with you. 90 minutes or lower. If Toy Story can do it, your film can. Movie not many people have heard about, Flower Drum Song. No, I haven't heard about that song.
I don't know that one.
A movie that would not have won Best Picture, The Shape of Water. I've heard that before. Green Book should have not won Best Picture. Okay. The internet caused me to go first showing of a major movie to avoid spoilers. Yeah, me too.
That's interesting. Yeah, that's a good point.
Because a lot of times the first day the movie comes out, sometimes before the first day, because you know sometimes people get to see a movie early and they put the spoiler on the internet, and I'm like, what the hell?
Mm-hmm.
I remember when I went to go see No Way Home. The day I went to go see No Way Home, someone posted all 3 Spider-Mans together on YouTube.
Oh, geez.
Like, damn. At 12 p.m. I'm like, bro, when did you see the movie? It's 12 p.m. When the first show was 10 a.m. What the heck?
I feel like people get joy out of spoiling things for other people. That's not okay.
Snakes on a Plane. A movie I wish I never watched was Magical Negroes. If I didn't run a YouTube channel. True. Because you saw that. It helped your YouTube channel. So it's great. It was hard to answer them questions. It is.
It is.
For like rapid fire. Vote for Pedro. Vote for Pedro. It's a musical and it's all about Chinese immigrants coming to America. It's from the 1960s. Oh. Sounds interesting. That's like an experience you don't get a lot in movies.
Mhm.
So, Kiara, you made this very easy for me in terms of breaking down your taste and why you said it multiple times. I just have one question about the underdog thing. Why does that seem like that's such an important aspect? Do you feel like that's like something that's in you, that you feel like you're underdog in life and you're always overcoming, or can you relate to them, or do you feel like they have sensibilities that you can enjoy?
I think part of the thing that's coming to mind for me right now in this moment is like more so like the Black experience is basically about being the underdog, being underestimated, undervalued, but still coming through clutch. So
Mm,
I just feel that, and it's not necessarily just about race. There are other aspects of identity, right? That um, like being a woman, right? Or being a part of the LGBTQ community. Like anytime there's a story where you have these people who are undervalued or disregarded for whatever reason, maybe they are impoverished, like the kids in Sister Act 2, like just seeing them overcome and that positivity, like just having that and knowing, you know what, I can push through and have my own underdog overcoming story too.
that's amazing. So yeah, so basically, what I'm seeing from you movies, Treadline is like life, because you're an empath, right? Life is very emotional. It's very hard. There's a lot of things in the world that's hard to deal with. And since you're empath, you, even if it's not in your personal vicinity, if someone else is going through things, you feel it personally. And you like to escape when you watch films, so there has to be some levity. You like the underdog aspect because you know it's going to end in positivity, and you talked about you wanting movies to end positive because like, life is already hard. And you live your life that way. You live your life to have fun and be positive, and that's the movies you seek out,
Yep.
and it's a reflection of your life, and
Yeah,
that's
do you
really
see
really
this
cool.
wall? I painted this. Like, would a fun person, like someone who wasn't fun, paint that?
And you can sing. And music is a big part of
Yep.
why you love movies as well, and it brings you back. And you, like you said, you're a very nostalgic person. But I see that you can love modern stuff too.
Mhm,
You have the American Fiction, you have Get Out, you have all these movies that's been in the last decade in here, and that's opening your eyes to new experiences, which is dope. Because when you're younger, it makes sense. If your family is a big part of what movies you watched, but now that you're an adult, you're married, you're on your own to make your own choices. You're starting to break out more. Because I noticed
mhm,
from like adolescence to teen, it's kind of similar
mhm.
movies. Maybe it matured up a little bit when you became into a teen, but when you go backwards, it's kind of a similar movie. But your adulthood, all these movies here are different from all the rest of the films. We got
Yeah.
a horror film, we got a sci-fi film. You know what I mean? We have two
Mhm.
horror films actually.
Yeah.
So I really love the show that you're still growing as a person, as well. And yeah, it's amazing. I really really enjoyed doing this. This was really really fun. If you
Me
suggest
too.
something, Kiara, make sure it's inspirational. It's some levity there. She wants to laugh. She ain't laughing. You got a problem. Uh, and it better be some black people up in there. Don't be thinking no all white shit going on here. And they're not just one. Not those no slave shit either. I don't want to see that.
People of color.
Yeah, people of
Or
color. Yeah,
a mix of people, yeah.
diversity.
Yep.
Or even somebody that's like an ally. You know,
Mhm.
you could do that too. That's always great. But yeah, this was awesome. I'm gonna single you out so you can promote what you have coming up next, all your social media, and what you want to promote to 10 people that are watching.
Okay, cool beans. All right, y'all. So, Sup Media Reviews is my audio only podcast. You can find it on everywhere you listen to podcasts. It is also available on YouTube, and on YouTube, it is still audio only. I release a new episode every Tuesday. So, on Tuesday mornings, you go in, you listen to the review, let me know what you think on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and Pinterest. Those are all at SUP, which is SUP. P, Media Reviews. I also have a website that you can go to if you're looking for a particular podcasting platform. There are links there to get you to where you need to go. Our next episode that is coming out on Tuesday is going to be featuring Zach of Zach Attack Reviews, where we're going to be reviewing the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers movie. So that's going to be super fun. And then after that, I will be reviewing Napoleon Dynamite the following Tuesday. So make sure you follow me on my social media platforms. Make sure that you are subscribed and you click the notification bell so you can know when I have new episodes coming out. And this has been fun and fantastic. And I'm looking forward to continuing collaborating and learning from each other. And I appreciate all of the participation and the friends and family who popped in here to listen. So thank you. And congrats, Zach, on 1,000 subscribers.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Appreciate being on. This was really, really fun. I knew it was going to be. Me and you've been talking back and forth. The chemistry is there in terms of like working. So that was awesome. That's always scary. Like, this person is gonna be awesome or not. You might be like bad bored. Like, I don't want to hear you talk no more. But this was really, really fun. Let me see. Is there any last couple things? Yeah, good night, Zach. Great. Green Book is such a good movie. Our friend Aunt May knowing home spoiled. Damn, that sucks.
Oh, that's awful.
This was really cool stream. It really was. Kiara, have you seen Pariah? D's Resurrected. I think it fits your criteria. Okay.
Okay, I haven't seen that. I'll check it out.
And I'll be looking to your return review hopefully by the end of the year.
End of the year. That is
not
so
going to be
funny.
that long.
They are roasting you in here.
I know. Yo, was it no T was talking crap about me on his stream and I wasn't even there. I haven't watched Return of the King. That's crazy. Maybe Pariah isn't terribly fun.
I'll check out some reviews first and
see
look
what's
into
going
it.
on. Fantastic stream. Appreciate you,
Thanks,
Kenny.
Kenny.
Coming in and out. You're awesome. I know you had to have family time, but you came back anyway. Appreciate you. Great interview. It was great. Everybody in this chat, sub to each other. Great community of movie reviewers, collectors, trailer reactors of movies old, new, and everything. So appreciate everybody in the community. As always, let me shout out my channel members. Kenny, Screens and Reviews, Annette, I am 24P, Spoiler Kings, Basic Moves, Heavy CMT, and Collector Movie Man. You guys all have an amazing, amazing night. And I'll see you probably tomorrow with Kenny, and then on Tuesday for Zach Attack News.
Peace. Okay. Bye.